We will now have the singing of the national anthem.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar to lead us. I wish to note that this week marks the 25th anniversary of the practice of singing the national anthem before the opening of each Wednesday sitting. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. Quatre-Bois c'est porter le père, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée, des plumes brillantes exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the small businesses in Mississauga, Aaron Mills, I'd like to thank this government for the incredible support provided this pandemic. The Canada Emergency Business Account has provided loans to organizations like the GEMS Learning Institute, which allowed them to continue providing STEM education for youth this summer. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has covered up to 65% of wages for the loyal staff of Mulligan's Irish Pub. And just this week, we rolled out the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, covering up to 65% of commercial rent and other expenses for businesses such as Orchid Nails. Mr. Speaker, these programs are a vital lifeline for small business owners in my riding and across the country. As we continue to weather the second wave of this pandemic and plan for Canada's recovery, I know that small businesses will continue to be a priority for our government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Last year, the Richmond Christmas Fund helped brighten the holidays for nearly 3,000 of our neighbours in need, including over 1,200 children and youth and 300 seniors, enabling them to enjoy a festive holiday celebration with family and friends. This holiday season, the fund continues to ensure those experiencing financial hardship can share in the holiday spirit. For the outpouring of generosity, I'd like to thank the fund's angel donors for helping surpass donations and set another record year amidst the pandemic. Platinum Proclaims Restoration's Tony Scott, Herbaland Naturals Aisha Yang, and Musharraf Saeed. Pacific Gateway Hotels Ida Kut, Auto West Group's Jackim Newman, Richmond Auto Malls Association Gail Terry, TD Canada Trust Tony Maru, Petty Martin Real Estate Group Petty Martin, Sage Foundation's David Chang, and Fanny Lagan. Canadian Tire Richmond's Terry Sanford and Sean Destero. Thank you. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, it's the time of truth. The Bloc tabled a bill to end supply management interference. They've adopted unanimous motions with all parliamentarians voting in favour of full support for supply management. The farmers saw the Liberals betray them. They promised them compensation but haven't paid them anything. The Conservatives had made promises, even though they were responsible for many other issues. It's the time for truth. Farmers are watching us, and it's time to vote for them, like they're asking us to. They need to know who they can count on to see who will vote for them once and for all, to not butcher supply management. That's what the test is. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, on Remembrance Day, I had the opportunity to meet with representatives of Branch 251 of the Royal Canadian Legion, cadet corps from my riding of Vimy and others from the city of Laval, including squadrons from Cadet Corps 2650 Châteauguay, 687 Richelieu, 784 St. Vincent de Paul, and 100 Laval.
53,000 young Canadians participate in the Canadian Army, Sea and Air Cadets. These programs allow youth to develop physical fitness, leadership skills, and good citizenship. J'aimerais reconnaître le travail.
I would like to recognize the important work done by all cadets in communities across Canada, and I encourage all Canadian youth to consider joining a local cadet branch in their community. It's an unforgettable experience. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pélan. Mr. Speaker, on December 5th, we will mark International Volunteer Day, and I am getting a head start on celebrating Alfred Pélan's volunteers. There's a long list, but to name just a few, I'd like to thank the volunteers of the Cité de la Santé, those of the Centre d'écoute of Laval, and the youth of GYL. During the pandemic, our volunteers were on the front lines to ensure that our community remained tightly woven during this crisis by redoubling their efforts to support the vulnerable organizations and members of my riding. They brightened the lives of our seniors during the darkest days. They helped out in the kitchen to feed those in need. And they gave their time to listen and soothe the distress of our community. Today, I would like to thank them. Thank them from the bottom of my heart. You are our guardian angels.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Liselet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I would like to take my hat off to all the chambers of commerce, particularly those in Rivière-du-Loup, for their initiatives to promote local purchasing as the holiday season approaches. Many entrepreneurs in my riding struggle to focus on celebrations because their business situations have been tragic. I'd also like to highlight the audacity of these organizations who are raising funds for those in need. They are putting together ingenious charitable activities, takeout meals, services for refugees, and other virtual things. And it's time to roll up our sleeves and encourage our business owners. I would like to give my support to all volunteers who are preparing food baskets for families who would never thought they would have to ask for food during these harder times. My team and I are here for you, and we wish you all very happy holidays, despite the circumstances, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore the crucial importance of the French language for us, for all Quebecers, and for all Canadians. The French language is a unique and distinguished language. It symbolizes our history, our roots, and reveals our culture, our living environment, and our origins. French is essential to the survival of our identity and of our communities. It is our right to have access to all services in French, to be well served in Canada in one of our two official languages. French, the language of Molière, is a great wealth for our country. We must not only protect this heritage of our ancestors, but also defend it and promote it in Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to speak French. Speaking French is a wealth, and it's something we are proud of. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Involvement of selfless individuals who give their time and energy, heart and soul to local causes and organizations. Antoinette Scarano was such an individual. Antoinette's contributions to West Island life were remarkable for their variety and for their long-standing involvement she maintained with the organizations she helped. Whether as a member of the boards of Light a Dream, Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi de l'Ouest de l'Île, Action Jeunesse de l'Ouest de l'Île, the Ricochet Youth Homeless Shelter Project, or the West Island Chamber of Commerce, or as a work-study coordinator with the Lester B. Pearson School Board, Antoinette was committed to building a more resilient community. The West Island has lost an engaged citizen who could light up a room with her smile and motivate by her example of service. To Antoinette's husband, Renato, daughter Roseanne, and son Andrew, we offer our deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Desite, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege today to rise and honour the life of Fred Sasakamoose, who passed away yesterday. Fred was a trailblazer, becoming the first First Nations person to play in the NHL. After his last game of junior hockey, a telegram was read in the dressing room. It said, "Please report immediately to the Chicago Blackhawks to play in the NHL in Toronto on Hockey Night in Canada." Fred's words describe the story best. "I was warming up on the ice, and somebody skated up to me and said, 'Somebody wants to talk to you over there.' He says, 'I'd never seen Foster Hewitt in my life. He was just on the radio.' Foster asked, 'How do you pronounce your name? Is it Saskatchewan Moose or Saskatoon Moose?' Fred went on to be a champion for his people, and his family can always be proud of his many accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me today in recognizing the life and the legacy of Fred Sasakamoose.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, despite all the challenges we have faced this year, democracy is alive and well in my riding of Ottawa South. During this COVID crisis, our local community associations have come together to assist those in need. Neighbours helping neighbours, looking out for each other. I've had the privilege of joining many of their virtual annual general meetings, and I want to sincerely thank their members and executive committees for their tireless efforts, especially at this difficult time. Thank you to the Alta Vista, Canterbury, Eastway Gardens, Elmvale Acres, Faircrest Heights, Fairlea, Heron Park, Hunt Club Park, Ridgemont, Riverside Park, Riverview Park, and South Keys Greenboro Community Associations. I'm so very proud to represent you and look forward to continuing to work with you in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, I did not grow up around hunting or sport shooting. In fact, when I was a kid, I asked my dad to go camping, and he said that he did not move to Canada to go cook and sleep outside. But I know how important it is for people in my riding and right across Canada to own firearms and use them in a safe and lawful manner. It's a way of life, Mr. Speaker. Which is why last week I went to the Phoenix Gun Range in Edmonton to start the process of taking the Canadian Firearms Safety course and getting my PALs. The reality is, banning firearms used by law-abiding citizens does nothing to stop the dangerous criminals who obtain their guns illegally. The vast majority of gun crimes are committed with illegally obtained guns, something that the Liberals have failed to address. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to learn about the regulations law-abiding firearms owners face. Only then can we have an evidence-based approach to this issue.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
As we mark the 15th anniversary of Victims and Survivors of Crime Week, I stand today to recognize the challenges facing victims, survivors, their families, and the dedicated, hard-working professional service providers, advocates, and volunteers who support them. This year's theme, Celebrating Courage, Renewing Commitment, is a reminder of the tremendous strength of individuals as they endure through each day. I also recognize the unique challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and sincerely thank the countless individuals who have stepped up to continue delivering effective services in these difficult times. The pandemic has reminded us how important it is that victims continue to be supported and heard. I honor their great courage and resilience to come forward and speak about their experiences. We must always ensure victims have access to meaningful supports, information, and assistance. This week reminds us to continue our efforts to prevent crime and protect those who are the most vulnerable in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
On the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, let us all be reminded that the National Inquiry's final report concluded thousands of Indigenous women and girls are victims of a genocide. To end the genocide, the Government of Canada is required to, quote, fully and promptly implement all the calls for justice. Yet more than a year later, we still don't have an action plan led by Indigenous women as promised by the Prime Minister. This failure betrays the truths shared by survivors and their families. What's worse is that the government is using the pandemic as an excuse for delays. It's as if the Prime Minister is blind to the fact that the pandemic has made violence against women much worse. Calls for action to address poverty, economic inequality, and inadequate housing has been made repeatedly by numerous reports, including the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. No more delays, no more stolen sisters. The government must treat violence against women, especially Indigenous women, with the same urgency as its pandemic response.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has lost an immense man today. He was very close to René Lévesque. And on behalf of the Bloc, I would like to offer my condolences. And I share the deep pain that his friends and family of Marc-André Bédard. My thoughts go out in particular to his son Stéphane, and I remember him at the National Assembly of Quebec. He was a founding member of the Parti Québécois. Mr. Bédard was a member of Chicoutimi, Vice President, Leader of the Government, Minister of Justice, and a close friend of René Lévesque. He fought for his region of Saguenay, and he was involved in the regional economy and in the culture of his wonderful region. My Quebec friends, if Saguenay is a kingdom, today we have lost the patriarch of the royal family. Mr. Bédard, Quebec salutes you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, this morning Quebec lost a very important man from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Mr. Bédard, a former Minister of Justice and close friend of René Lévesque, who passed away at 85 years of age. He was a lawyer and a wonderful speaker. He was very committed and established one of the foundations of the civil code in Quebec and worked on reforming family law. He also contributed to the development of aluminum in Chicoutimi. He was retired from politics, but I often run into him because he was always very kind and involved. I remember him very kindly, and I remember him as a wonderful example for all those in politics. Today, I offer my sincere condolences to his children and to his entire family. Thank you for your immense contribution, and we will remember you.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, this government has put a focus on gender equality in this House. And today, Mr. Speaker, we hit a major historical milestone in Parliament. As chair of the Ontario Liberal Caucus, it is my honour to welcome two strong female voices into this House today. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Parliament's history, this House is officially represented by 100 females from across our country. Mr. Speaker, I hope all members of this House will help me in welcoming the two new members from Toronto Centre and York Centre today.
I have the honour to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Miss Ian, Member for Electoral District of Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Marcy Ian, member of the electoral district of Toronto Centre, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting Marcy Ian, member for the electoral district of Toronto Centre, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now takes her seat.
Welcome. You may take your seat. You may take your seat. And welcome. We know. Thank you. Okay, we'll change that over. I have the honor to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate for the election and return of Ms. Sachs, member for Electoral District York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Yara Sachs, member for the electoral district of York Centre, who has taken the solemn affirmation, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de...
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Yara Sachs, member for the electoral district of York Centre, who has taken the solemn affirmation, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take her seat.
And welcome to the House of Commons. You may now take your seat. Questions. Question orale. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, months ago, Conservatives began raising alarms that Canadians would get vaccines after many other countries. Yesterday, the Prime Minister acknowledged we were right. The Centre for Disease Control has said that the first Americans will receive a COVID-19 in the next 2 weeks. Why did this Prime Minister sign deals that placed Canadians months behind Americans for getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past months, experts have worked with this government to put Canadians in the very best possible position on vaccines. We now have the best, most diverse portfolio of vaccines anywhere in the world, including agreements with all of the leading vaccine candidates for more doses per capita than just about any other country. We are continuing to work with experts on a rollout plan. We have faith in our top scientists and doctors as we take a whole-of-government approach to delivering vaccines for Canadians as soon as possible.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, so far we know that Canada will receive its vaccine only after the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, India, Indonesia. The list goes on. The combined population of countries ahead of Canada in the distribution line is almost 2.5 billion people. Mr. Speaker, to the nearest 100 million, can the Prime Minister tell the House how many vaccines will be delivered to the rest of the world before a delivery is made to Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have worked with top scientists and experts to deliver to Canadians the very best help possible, whether it was making sure we had the right PPE, whether we move forward on the right support for our treatments and medical system, and as we move forward on vaccines, which I know everyone is eagerly awaiting because that'll signal the beginning of the end of this pandemic. Well, this summer, our experts came together together and recommended a portfolio of vaccines that have actually put Canada at the very top in terms of per capita doses, and those very experts are ensuring that we roll out vaccines to all Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister admitted the beginning of the end of the pandemic starts later in Canada. The Minister of Procurement has said that Health Canada approvals could also delay vaccine distribution even more. The Prime Minister has previously said it's not his job to ensure rapid tests and other things are approved rapidly. So I want to know, Mr. Speaker, does this Prime Minister think it is his job to get a vaccine approved quickly? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we are working to ensure that Canadians have vaccines as quickly as possible. And indeed, that was part of why we worked with experts to ensure that we have the best possible portfolio of vaccines, including more doses per capita than just about any other country. The Minister of Procurement has worked extremely hard and is delivering on that. We also know that there are 3 vaccine candidates, 3 of the top vaccine candidates that are currently now being examined by Health Canada for approvals. We are doing that, as is done, to be safe for Canadians and to make sure we can get vaccines quickly.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Minister of Health made a specific request to the federal government. He requested a clear and quick plan to be presented on vaccine distribution. The provinces need such a plan in their fight against COVID-19. Unfortunately, 10 months later, the PM has admitted that he does not have a plan. Will the Prime Minister make his vaccine distribution plan public? And if so, when? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have delivered on a plan to protect Canadians. That plan has ended up with us having the best vaccine portfolio in the world, with more doses per capita than any other country. We have done the work to have access to vaccines, and now we are working with the provinces and our partners to deliver those vaccines to Canadians. We will continue to work with experts, and we will have more to say about this in the weeks to come. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he was in favour of Bill 101. That's a first for a party that has always challenged that legislation. The Conservatives have proposed concrete measures like applying Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses. Quebecers want more than pretty words from this government, Mr. Speaker. Will this Liberal government apply Bill 101 to federally regulated enterprises? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As a proud Quebecer, Mr. Speaker, I've always known that the best way to ensure that Canada remains bilingual is to have a Quebec that remains majoritarily francophone. And that is what this government has been working for some time. But I don't appreciate having the Conservatives preach to us about protecting French, given that they have opposed only appointing bilingual judges to the Supreme Court. They support appointing unilingual Anglophone judges to the Supreme Court. We're not there anymore, Mr. Speaker. We're going to protect French in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I would like to thank the Leader of the official opposition for telling us that he will be voting for the Bloc bill. And I would also like to mention the Health Minister of Quebec, who wrote to the federal government in October, but he did not receive a response to that letter. The committee that's discussing health is avoiding the topic of the vaccine. It seems like there's something to hide, and yet there are solutions. The Prime Minister told us that mass production of the vaccine was impossible, and yet some are saying that that's not true. We could have produced emergency vaccines that would have been ready before those we're going to receive from abroad. It's not a matter of how much, it's a matter of when. Can the Prime Minister recognize that his strategy is a failure when it comes to protecting the most vulnerable Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been working with experts from the very beginning in order to deliver for Canadians. That's what has enabled us to have access to more per capita doses of the vaccines than any other country in the world. And that is also why we have a concrete plan to work with provinces and territories and our partners in order to deliver those vaccines as soon as they are ready. We will work with experts who have established these plans because on this side of the House, we believe in experts and scientists throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. This is not about how many doses we have per capita. This is a matter of those who need it urgently. Anyone can understand the difference there. Canada has an approval process that generally takes a bit longer than elsewhere in the world. And frequently that's justified because it's a long-term perspective. But in this case, we're talking about an emergency. In this context, every day counts. In order to speed up the process, would this Prime Minister consider harmonizing Canada's approval processes with its international allies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our experts and scientists in the country are working hard on COVID-19. Vaccine experts have made recommendations to us, and that is what has led us, I would just say, to have the best vaccine portfolio in the world when it comes to having access to various different potential vaccines. We will continue to work with experts and with our domestic partners. Last summer, in fact, I made an announcement on investments in Montreal that will ultimately allow us to manufacture vaccines. We will continue to invest. Coming after a conservative government which underinvested in science and research and development, we will continue to be there to deliver for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone is scared of COVID-19. The number of cases is going up. Announcements of a vaccine have given people hope. But then we heard from the Prime Minister that these vaccines cannot be produced in Canada. But in August, the Prime Minister announced that the National Research Council would be capable of producing vaccines. What has changed? Canadians need an answer. Canadians need a plan. What is the plan for getting vaccines to Canadians right away? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I was very proud to make an announcement for the National Research Council in August, an announcement about investing in Canadian vaccine production capacity. When it comes to emergency situations, that program will be implemented for next summer or fall. But meanwhile, we will be working with our international and domestic partners in order to ensure that Canada has access to tens of millions of doses of vaccines when those vaccines will start becoming available.
Burnaby South.
We are in the middle of a second wave. People are deeply afraid, desperately afraid of what that means for their family, with COVID-19 cases on the rise. The announcement of vaccines gave people hope, but when the Prime Minister said we're not able to produce it in Canada, people were afraid again. The Prime Minister announced in the summer that the National Council of Research could produce vaccines, but now it seems like we can't. We need to know what the plan is. Canadians are worried and afraid. They need to know that there's a clear plan with dates, how these vaccines will be delivered. What is the plan?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'm very pleased that the member opposite actually read the press release from last summer. He just didn't read the whole thing. It is an investment and a commission to build a vaccine manufacturing facility at the Royalmont National Research Council facility in Montreal, but we are still in construction of that facility. We have made investments to stand up more biomanufacturing capacity in Canada after 10 long years of a Conservative government that saw most of our vaccine manufacturers cut their production and indeed leave Canada. We will continue to invest in science. We will deliver vaccines to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Did the Prime Minister and his government even bother to negotiate the right for Canada to manufacture the leading vaccine candidates here in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, various parliaments and governments are having to explain to their citizens and to their oppositions why Canada has done so much better than them on getting a better portfolio of vaccines, on getting more doses per capita than their countries were able to. So Canada has negotiated through working and relying on experts and scientists making recommendations, an excellent portfolio of vaccines with tens of millions of doses for Canadians. And those scientists and researchers are working very quickly to get those vaccines as soon as possible to Canadians.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, it doesn't matter what portfolio of vaccines that we have if Canadians can't get it until 2030. Exactly. The Prime Minister didn't answer the question I just asked him, which is very material. He says he's spent all this money on developing vaccine manufacturing capacity. Did he, his industry minister, his procurement minister, whoever, even bother to negotiate the rights for us to manufacture those vaccines here at home?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to reassure anyone who actually might have listened to or might tend to believe anything the member opposite just said. We will get those vaccines well in advance of what dates she is offering up, which I won't even repeat. We have signed and secured vaccine delivery contracts for 2021 with tens of millions of doses. We know how important it is to deliver for them quickly. And in signing the contracts, yes, we looked at different ways of ensuring domestic production as much as we were able to. But that, unfortunately, is not something we can move forward on.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the one thing that I notice about the Prime Minister is whenever we ask him direct questions and he can't answer, the first thing that he does is impugn the character of strong women. And that's wrong, and that's sexist. Instead of saying to me what I shouldn't believe or what I don't know, answer the question. Exactly. Did you even bother to negotiate the right for Canada to manufacture these vaccines at home? Did you? Do we have the ability to do this? And when are Canadians going to get these vaccines?
I want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the Speaker and not directly to the person. And, of course, the answers have to go through the Speaker as well. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, Canada has the best portfolio of vaccine purchase in the world, including 2 domestic vaccine candidates, Vito Intervac and Medicago. But the member opposite was asking what happened to domestic manufacturing in Canada. The Conservative government happened to domestic manufacturing. In 2007, AstraZeneca and Bristol Myers closed their Canadian manufacturing operations. In 2010, Johnson & Johnson and Merck's Montreal Research Centres closed their facilities. In 2011, Teva closed one of its Canadian manufacturing operations. In 2012, AstraZeneca, GSK, and Sanofi announced closings and layoffs. That is what happened to manufacturing capacity.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I was pleasantly surprised when, after our questions yesterday, we were finally able to table our motion at the Official Languages Committee. After several weeks of Liberal filibustering, the bill on modernizing official languages needs to be tabled by the 11th of December. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister commit to respecting the will of the members of the committee who unanimously adopted this motion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in this government, we have an excellent Minister of Official Languages who has been working to deliver and to protect French throughout the country, but particularly in Quebec, because we have underscored how important that is. In the last throne speech, we underscored that, and we can assure the House that we are moving forward with the eagerly expected modernization of the Official Languages Act. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his minister have been beating around the bush for weeks and are refusing to table a bill on both official languages before Christmas. We learned in the media this morning that the minister is instead preparing a white paper for next year. The problem is that all of these consultations have already been done. All the consultations are done. All the recommendations have been made. The Senate, the Official Languages Commissioners, experts, so on. We don't need more white papers. We don't need more consultations. We need the legislation by Christmas. Period. That's it. That's all. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always protect and promote our 2 official languages. That is why we modified the census questionnaire for a full list of rights holders. That is why we are protecting the Ontario French Language University, and we are going to invest large sums in protecting French language communities. That is why we are only appointing bilingual justices to the Supreme Court, something that the Conservatives refused to do. As we stated in the throne speech, We are committed to protecting French both in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. And we will continue to work hard on modernizing the Official Languages Act.
The opposition.
Monsieur le Président, les libéraux
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals wish to table a white paper on official languages. But recently, there was a unanimous motion at the National Assembly asking that Bill 101 be applied to federally regulated businesses. We know that many Liberal leaders in Montreal have always fought against Bill 101. Will the Prime Minister support the National Assembly of Quebec or the Liberal members of his party who doubt that Bill 101 is a good idea? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, you may understand that I have trouble taking the Conservative Party seriously when it comes to protecting the French language. Will the Conservative Party commit to only appointing French-speaking justices to the Supreme Court? Because that is a commitment that we have taken in the Liberal Party. We have delivered as a Liberal government 3 times already, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do so. Will the Conservative Party commit to only appointing French-speaking justices to the Supreme Court, yes or no? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The French language, vaccines, Mr. Speaker, clearly the Prime Minister is leaving far too much to next year. And yet he is at the top of the pyramid of power. And ultimately, he has the responsibility of protecting vulnerable people's health, safety, and ultimately their lives. He seems incapable of telling us when we will get vaccines. He tells us that it's somewhere between a somewhat later and a good deal later. A lot can happen in that time. He could produce authorization for vaccine manufacturing. Why hasn't he? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of this pandemic, we have faced many challenges and issues. We needed to deliver assistance to Canadians really quickly throughout the country with CERB and the wage subsidy, with assistance to small business. We had to deliver PPE throughout the country. We needed to work with provinces and territories so that they could protect their citizens. And we worked with experts as well in order to get the best contracts on vaccines of any country in the world. We will continue to work with our experts, and we will continue to deliver for Quebecers and all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'm not interested in the Prime Minister's justifications for his failure. I'm more interested in solutions. He needs to be accountable to Parliament, that's clear. But ultimately, things look bleak. Delays may last for months. His choices have led to failure. He could have allowed for production of the vaccine. Is this because in the agreements that he signed, he committed to not licensing vaccine production in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at every stage of this pandemic, we counted on expert opinion, scientists, those who are familiar with vaccines, as well as vaccine procurement. We listened to experts and those who are familiar with the field. They are the ones who delivered an excellent plan, in fact, the best plan in the world when it comes to vaccine production and distribution. We will continue to work with experts to ensure that these vaccines reach Canadians as quickly as possible. We will deliver with a concrete plan that will help Canadians, and together we are going to get through this pandemic.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister tried to excuse his failures by saying that Canada doesn't have any domestic production capacity for vaccines. Did he just realize that we've been in a pandemic for 8 months? The Prime Minister has admitted that Canadians getting first access to a vaccine was not the priority for this Liberal government. So then why on earth, Mr. Speaker, did the Prime Minister give $173 million to a Quebec company, Medicago, to develop a vaccine and manufacturing facility and then state we don't have any production capacity?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way we have worked with the top experts in this country to ensure that Canada is best positioned as possible to get through this pandemic. That's why we have invested in pharmaceutical companies. We have invested to restore Canada's biomanufacturing capacities after 10 years of Conservative government saw most of the manufacturers leave this country. We're continuing to invest in science and research despite the years of neglect by the previous this government, we will ensure that Canadians get vaccines as quickly as possible. We get through this pandemic together.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, that doesn't help today. The Prime Minister's had 8 months to deal with this. I have a son who's compromised and worries every day about his health and the health of his caregivers. No rapid tests, no vaccine access, no manufacturing. The Prime Minister has said that the citizens of vaccine manufacturing countries will likely get the vaccine before manufacturers ship internationally. Let's ask him again. Did the Prime Minister even bother to negotiate the right to manufacture the leading vaccines in Canada?
Yes, sir. No.
Yes, sir.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have trusted experts and scientists to make the right decisions to keep Canadians safe. We have followed those advices. We have made sure that we're delivering for Canadians. But I would ask the member opposite, who understands how important it is to protect every single life, why the Leader of the Opposition took part in events in Alberta without masks or distancing, why his colleague, the MP for Lethbridge, downplayed this week the number of deaths in Alberta, or why the MP for Niagara West compared COVID to the flu just a few weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we respect science.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for weeks, the Prime Minister has been saying that other countries are envious because Canada has more hundreds of millions of vaccines. But listen, we don't need 8 vaccines each. 2 would do the job just fine. Now, we want an answer. Did the Prime Minister forget to negotiate for vaccine production in Canada? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let me seize this opportunity to explain to my honourable colleague that indeed we have signed many agreements with different companies because indeed it's a new vaccine. And we don't know which vaccine will be the most effective in different age groups, which vaccine will lead to production or delivery challenges. And that is why this government listened to experts. And that is why we signed agreements with many, many companies in order to be certain that when the vaccine becomes available, Canadians will get safe, effective doses so that we can get through this pandemic. The honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 things I see with this answer: a failure of negotiation and an operational failure. Currently, there are vaccines that will soon be approved. So why are other countries, big countries, getting this vaccine much sooner than Canada? Can the Prime Minister explain this? People want to know. Once again, I would just like to remind members to place their questions through the chair and not ask the questions directly. We know that very often people get carried away and we don't want to lead to any problems in the House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague very well knows, we have signed a large number of agreements with a variety of companies in order to have as many vaccines as possible for Canadians, because we know that that is how we are going to get through this pandemic. We are going to continue working with experts in order to ensure the vaccines are safe and to ensure that Canadians have access to vaccines as quickly as possible. And I would also say that 3 very promising vaccines are currently being studied by Health Canada so that they may be delivered as quickly as possible to Canadians.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outbreaks of COVID-19 in Nunavut could have dire consequences for the people of Nunavut, who are already faced with historic underfunding when it comes to health care. We've written a letter to the Prime Minister asking the Prime Minister to deliver all help necessary, including more protective equipment and more testing to help the people of Nunavut. Will the Prime Minister commit to doing everything within his power to help protect the people of Nunavut?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. From the very beginning, we've been working closely with the Northern Premiers, including Premier Savikataaq of Nunavut, to ensure that they get all the support they need. We've ensured that northern and remote communities have the resources they need, with 3,792 rapid tests shipped, with 771,000 items of PPE shipped, $13 million through the Safe Restart Agreement, $130 million in funding, federal funding to address health, economic, transportation priorities across the 3 territories. I'm in regular communication with the Nunavut government. I spoke to the Premier last week, and we're continuing to assist the government any way necessary.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of the hardest hit communities in our country, like Brampton, are communities that are probably predominantly racialized with frontline essential workers. These are the people that deliver the goods that help feed our families, that keep us safe. They don't need to be blamed, they need to be supported. Brampton and many other communities like Brampton have been underfunded when it comes to healthcare. They've been in a healthcare crisis before the pandemic. So will this government, will the Prime Minister commit to providing the adequate funding for healthcare and resources and testing that Brampton and hard-hit communities need?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over $25 billion. That's the money we transfer directly to the provinces to help them with the Safe Restart, with getting kids back to school, with supporting their health systems, to protecting the most vulnerable. And that is on top, Mr. Speaker, of the money we sent directly to citizens across the country to replace lost income because of COVID-19, lost jobs because of COVID-19, to support small businesses in Brampton, Mississauga, and right across the country who've had to close down. We've moved forward with the unanimous consent of this House on extra helps for commercial rent supports up to 90% where places were closed down.
The honourable member for Saint Leonard Saint Michel. Mr. Speaker, today is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It's an opportunity to reflect on the devastating effects that gender-based violence continues to have on individuals, families, and communities from coast to coast to coast, and to renew our commitment to end violence against women, girls, and people of all gender identities and expressions. Could the Prime Minister tell the House what our government is doing to end gender-based violence and help survivors all across the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saint Leonard Saint Michel for her question on behalf of her commitments, constituents. In order to support people and make sure no one is left out, our government has allocated $100 million in emergency funding for shelters, sexual assault survivor centres, and other organizations serving people living with violence. Today and every day, we commit to put an end to gender-based violence in all its forms, and we recognize that during the COVID-19 crisis, it's even harder for people, and we will be there to help them.
Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second wave is overwhelming many Indigenous communities, and they are concerned that this government does not have a plan. Ensuring vulnerable populations and communities have access to a vaccine must be a priority. This Prime Minister was slow on the border, slow to make up his mind on masks, slow to get rapid tests, and now Canadians are worried these last-minute Liberals were too slow in securing vaccines. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister outline his plan to ensure Indigenous communities have access to a vaccine?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen an alarming rise in the number of COVID-19 cases across Canada, particularly in Indigenous communities. We've ensured Indigenous communities have what they need to fight and prevent the spread of COVID-19, including $2.4 billion to support Indigenous families, students, businesses, communities, and organizations. We've processed more than 1,300 PPE shipments. We will continue to work hand in hand with community leadership and are ready to provide additional support as needed, including as we move forward in rolling out vaccines to the communities most in need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard horror stories about the government's attempts to roll out PPE deliveries and COVID-19 testing. Members of the James Smith Cree First Nation were told by Indigenous Services staff to sew their own masks. This government, Mr. Speaker, sent PPE to China and told Indigenous Canadians to sew their own masks. Will the Prime Minister have a real plan to ensure vaccine distribution to First Nation communities are a priority, or will they once again be told to fend for themselves?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, this government has stepped up in partnership with Indigenous communities to ensure that that first wave did not hit them particularly hard, and that throughout this second wave, we continue to be there for them. We will continue to be there to support communities across Manitoba, for example, that are suffering a terrible spike in that province. Communities across the prairies facing challenges right now. The federal government will continue to be there to work with them, to protect them, to support them, and we will continue to do so with experts as we roll out vaccines to the most vulnerable populations.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, COVID cases are rapidly rising and long-term care is in crisis today. The time to wait for supports is over. Yet long-term care continues to be left out of federal programs. Still, there is no adequate access to rapid testing, and now Canada is falling behind the pack in receiving a COVID-19 vaccine. Long-term care residents, their families, and those who care for them are owed much better. Mr. Speaker, where is the Liberal government's detailed plan on testing and vaccine deployment?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have worked hand in hand with the provinces to support them in their areas of jurisdiction. We sent over $25 billion to provinces to ensure safe back to schools for kids and to support the most vulnerable, including people in long-term care facilities. We sent the Canadian Armed Forces and the Red Cross to support the provinces in their work to keep seniors safe in long-term care facilities. And we will ensure, as we move forward on vaccine rollouts, that we're working again with the provinces to protect those who most need it when on delivery of vaccines.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, seniors have been the hardest hit Canadians during the COVID-19 crisis. They've been isolated from their families for weeks at a time. They've waited months for rapid testings in their community and in long-term care facilities. Now they're going to be waiting months as other countries get vaccines before Canada. How many more outbreaks will Canadian long-term care homes experience because this Prime Minister didn't get priority access to a COVID-19 vaccine?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have been there to support our seniors, and we will continue to do that. We've worked with the provinces to support them in their work in keeping seniors safe in long-term care facilities. We respect provincial jurisdiction, but we're also able to step up and provide extra supports so provinces can do more to prevent outbreaks in long-term care homes, whether it was billions of dollars to protect the most vulnerable, whether it was supports with extra PPE, whether it's moving forward to share best practices and move towards national standards. We will continue to be there to protect our seniors, particularly around vaccines.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Bill 101 and federally regulated businesses, the Liberals talk out of both sides of their mouth. There's the Minister of Official Languages who says they'll do everything they can to protect French. And then there's the other gang, including the member for Mount Royal, who thinks this is all shameful. The Prime Minister has to choose sides. Is his government going to choose action and vote with the Bloc Québécois to extend Bill 101 to cover federally regulated workplaces? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As a proud Montrealer and Quebecer, I made that choice a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. We will always stand up to protect the French language all across Canada, including in Quebec. We recognize that in order for Canada to be bilingual as a country, we have to have a Quebec that is first and foremost French-speaking. And I'd like to point out all the efforts we've made over the years to protect the French fact in Canada. And we're working with the government of Quebec to protect French in Quebec as well. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister isn't willing to actually do anything. When you look at his record, there's no difference between him and the member for Saint Laurent, who feels the decline of French is a grossly exaggerated myth. The Prime Minister has to choose between defending French and defending a small group in his party who look down on French. Is he going to choose action and vote to protect French? Or is he going to opt for inaction and the decline of French, like the member of Saint Laurent and Company, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, our federal government has always been there to protect the French fact all across Canada, including in Quebec, and we will keep doing that to protect French. We will continue, for example, to only appoint bilingual judges to the Supreme Court. We will keep working to defend the French language through institutions, through investments in culture, through the protection of this incredible source of wealth that French is all across Canada, and particularly in French. We're proud of our record investments in Quebec culture, and we will continue doing this.
On August 24th, 2015, in Belleville, Ontario, someone made this promise: no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation that they've earned. Yet, since 2016, the person who said that has spent $43.5 million fighting veterans and their families in court, forcing them to fight for the support and compensation that they've earned. Well, whoever made that promise and broke it, please stand up and explain to veterans and their families why he broke that promise.
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, service delivery and support to veterans and their families has been our priority from the very beginning. Since 2016, we've invested nearly $10.5 billion in new money for our veterans and their families. This funding was invested in new centres of excellence on chronic pain and post-traumatic stress disorder, on increased financial compensation, and more. That stands in stark contrast to the Conservative approach, including from the Leader of the Opposition, which was to close offices, fire staff, and gut Veterans Affairs while nickel-and-diming them and using them for photo ops. Our veterans deserve better. That's what we're delivering on.
Well, member for Barrie Innisfil.
Who used it for photo ops? Yet the Liberals keep fighting veterans and their families in court, and it continues. 1,400 veterans have filed a class action lawsuit. Veterans Charles Scott and John Dow, among many others, have their government fighting them in court for the support that they've earned. The benefits system for veterans is in complete chaos, and the responsibility for that lies at his feet. Like so many other promises that he made in 2015 and has since broken, will the Prime Minister explain to veterans and their families why he continues forcing them to fight in court for the support and compensation that they've earned?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the very first promises we made to veterans when we were looking to take office in 2015 is that we would reopen the 9 Veterans Affairs offices heartlessly shuttered by the Conservatives, and that's exactly what we did. And on top of that, we invested over $10 billion in new money for veterans and their families to help them and their families through difficult times. That is what we are there for. We're continuing to pick up the pieces broken by years of Conservative neglect. We will continue to deliver for our veterans.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should check. All of the veterans' offices are closed right now, in fact. Why isn't he not opening them up? Mr. Speaker, I was proud to work with veterans to settle lawsuits. He spent $40 million sending veterans to court. And this week, Legions testified that their late support is causing Legions across the country to close. Legions not only help our veterans, Mr. Speaker, better than this government, clearly, they form strong communities. Record backlogs, wait times, a Prime Minister who doesn't keep his commitments. Does this Prime Minister still believe veterans are asking for more than he can give?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Jokes, Mr. Speaker. That's what the member opposite delivers for veterans in this House. Jokes about the pandemic and closures of veterans' offices. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it's entirely consistent with what that Leader of the Opposition did when he was Minister for Veterans Affairs and what his predecessor, Julian Fantino, did when he was Minister of Affairs. They shut down veterans' offices, which we then reopened. We invested $10 billion in new money for veterans. We will be there for our veterans, unlike the things that they did for veterans.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am immensely proud to rise in this House today to ask a question that is top of mind for my constituents in Toronto Centre, and I would say indeed all Canadians who are deeply concerned about how we are going to address climate change and how we can retool our economy for the future. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on how we can get to a cleaner future and a stronger economy?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Toronto Centre for an important question, and know she will proudly represent her constituents in this House for many years to come. Climate change remains one of the greatest challenges of our times. That is why last week we introduced the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, which lays out a framework of accountability and transparency to reach the goal of net zero emissions in a way that gives Canadians confidence. This is a fundamental step in our strategy to build a strong, resilient economy and future that works for everyone.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, let's talk for a bit about supply management with the Prime Minister. The Liberals' compensation plan was announced just before the 2019 election. They promised to cut a check the day after the election, but since then, total silence. Not another word for the next 7 years. Not a word about compensation in 2020, with only 40 days to go till the end of the year. Not a word about 2021 all the way through to 26. It's a matter of respect. When is the Prime Minister going to pay out the promised compensation to dairy, egg and poultry producers? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we've always done, we've always defended our dairy producers and supply management. We have made $1.75 billion available for compensation, and this will be done before the end of the fiscal year. All dairy producers who've applied got a first installment. We will protect supply management in our negotiations of We did protect it during our new NAFTA negotiations, and we will continue to pay compensation as promised. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. It's important to point out that it's not just dairy producers who come under supply management. There's been a lot of talk, but no answers. Egg and poultry producers haven't seen a red cent nor any compensation plan, despite repeated promises from the Agriculture Minister. And for dairy processors, the same disturbing silence. Not even a hint about compensation under CUSMA. The Prime Minister gets all puffed up about defending supply management, but only talks about it when elections roll around again. Producers are sick and tired of waiting. Is the Prime Minister going to pay out the promised compensation? When are they going to get it? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party has always defended supply management. It's a system that we brought in over 40 years ago. It works very well for our farmers and producers, and we will always defend supply management. That's why when we had to renegotiate NAFTA, when the U.S. president wanted to dismantle supply management entirely, we held strong and defended our system and delivered compensation to our producers. And that's precisely what we're doing.
The opposition.
Monsieur le Président, le Parti libéral.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has made promises to everyone before it was elected. The problem is that they never keep them. They never deliver the goods, except for their Liberal cronies. Those left aside are farmers. The Liberals promised compensation under trade deals, and farmers are having a hard time. They're struggling, and they've given up enough. When will the Prime Minister keep his word? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear the Leader of the Opposition raising the point that farmers are our friends, because they are, and we are keeping our promises to farmers. We've delivered $1.75 billion in potential compensation, and all those who applied got a first installment check. We will continue protecting supply management, and we will keep defending our dairy and poultry producers. We will be there to protect farmers all across Canada.
Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the community in my riding of York Centre is extremely concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism, online hate speech, and other forms of prejudice, which have been extremely exacerbated during this pandemic. Could the Prime Minister tell the House what our government is doing to combat anti-Semitism in Canada and around the world and honor the memory of the 6 million Jewish people murdered during the Holocaust?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the member for York Centre and her question and congratulate her for taking her seat in the House today. This government has repeatedly stated that anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial have absolutely no place in our society. Earlier today, we announced that the Honourable Irwin Cotler will be our new Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism. The Special Envoy will lead Canada's delegation to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, advance Holocaust education, awareness and remembrance, all while taking meaningful action to combat anti-Semitism at home and abroad.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Liberals are announcing another plan for childcare. While it is vitally important that we have childcare, particularly in the recovery, given that women were disproportionately impacted, don't mind me if I don't hold my breath, given the fact that Liberals have promised childcare since the 90s, since kids who needed childcare have grown up and have kids who now need childcare. So what we need is a concrete action plan. At least $2 billion to keep the existing childcare spaces open and $10 billion a year to truly create a universal childcare plan. Will the government back up this announcement with real concrete action to deliver the childcare we need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we understand the immense pressure that COVID-19 has put on Canadian families, particularly on women. That's why investing more than $7.5 billion in early learning and childcare over the next decade is what we're going to do. This year alone, we've invested more than $1 billion to help provinces and territories with childcare, but we're not stopping there. In the speech from the throne, we committed to building on our investments and creating a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories so that all families have access to the high-quality and affordable childcare they deserve.
That's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui.
That's all the time we have for today. I see a point of order. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there was consultations amongst the parties and there's unanimous consent, I believe, in terms that the House of Commons amend the Broadcasting Act to set a minimum investment threshold for creation and production of no less than 40% for original French language production and no less than 5% for original Indigenous language production. Since this is a hybrid session of the House of Commons, for the sake of clarity, I would ask only those who are opposed to this motion to express their disagreement. Therefore, of those opposed to the honourable motion, please say nay. We do not have unanimous consent.
Daily tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 31-4, I have the pleasure of tabling a report from the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, a report on the Canadian branch on the AFP Education Communication of Cultural Affairs Committee and the APF report of Parliamentary Women, and the second report from the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire, workshop on the enhancing the roles of parliamentarians from December 10th to 11th, 2019. Thank you.
Parliamentary delegations, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association, first part of the 2020 ordinary session of the PACE in Strasbourg, France, from January 27 to 31st, 2020, Also, the report of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region, which also took place in Strasbourg, France from February 12th to 13th, 2020. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Main Estimates 2020-2021. I also have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2020-2021. And in addition, I also have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, November 12th, 2020, regarding the committee's opinion of the backlog of applications for veterans' disability benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
And thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage concerning the main estimates 2020-21, and also its second report concerning the supplementary estimates B 2021. The committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same. In addition, I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The committee has studied the bill, decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports for committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to the main estimates 2020-2021. Your committee has considered the estimates referred by the House and reports the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth and fifth reports of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to its studies on the main estimates for the fiscal year 2020-2021 and the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year 2020-2021.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Employment Strategy for Persons with Disabilities. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to introduce the Employing Persons with Disabilities Act. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, for seconding this bill. This legislation provides for the development of a national employment strategy to increase the economic participation of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities or diverse needs are facing unique and heightened challenges due to COVID-19. A recent survey found over 1/3 of respondents with long-term conditions or disabilities has experienced a job loss or reduced hours during the pandemic. Even before this, there were over 400,000 working-age Canadians with disabilities who were not employed, but whose disability did not prevent them from working. Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities have a great deal to contribute to our society. As we look to build back better, we must do more to promote the participation of people with disabilities in the workforce. I call upon all parliamentarians to support this vital initiative, because when people with diverse abilities succeed, we all succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. Blakey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Première lecture des projets de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, November 30, 2020, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to make a statement followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments after the statement. A member from each recognized opposition party and the member of the Green Party may reply for a period of approximately equivalent to the time taken by the minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. After each member has reapplied, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting date.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask for those opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Hearing none, there is no dissenting voice. I declare the motion carried. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to table the petition from my constituents. Of course, the downtown east side, my own riding, is struggling with the opioid crisis. The petitioners acknowledges and notes that the opioid crisis is one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime, with a death taking place on average about every 2 hours and a death toll of almost 15,400 in the past 4 years alone. The petitioners are calling on the government to declare the opioid crisis as a national health emergency and to take steps to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries, to also immediately collaborate with provinces and territories to deliver a comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan, and to ensure that any plan considers that other countries have used, such as legal regulation of drugs to ensure safe supply, decriminalization for personal use, and changes to the flaw drug policy and policing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting two petitions in the House today, both with respect to important issues of international human rights. The first petition responds to the horrific situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners note an Associated Press story from earlier this year which identified birth suppression, forced sterilization, forced abortion, the forced insertion of IUDs into Uyghur women, and other measures of mass internment and violence against Uyghurs. Following this evidence, petitioners have two specific asks. They want the House and the government to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and they want us to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those who are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against Uyghur people. The second petition is in support of Bill S-204, a bill that would seek to make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ that had been harvested or trafficked. This also responds to the human rights situation in China, concerns about forced organ harvesting and trafficking targeting Falun Gong practitioners, again Uyghurs, and other communities in China. Although Bill S-204 does not name a specific country, it would apply to any case of forced organ harvesting or trafficking. I commend these petitions to the consideration of all members. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opioid crisis is one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime, with a death taking place on average every 2 hours and a death toll of almost 15,400 people in the past 4 years alone. And that number is before COVID-19. Many Canadians, including representatives from the group Mums Stop the Harm, have asked me to present this petition calling on the government to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency. And by working with provinces and territories, the petitioners ask that the government take steps to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries by immediately developing a well-funded and comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to present yet another petition from young people in my riding of South Okanagan West Kootenay and the neighbouring riding of Kootenay-Columbia. They are concerned about climate change, and they point out that the government's targets on climate change are totally inadequate and the actions have been even less effective. They want jobs that are sustainable and not for short-term gain at the expense of future generations. They therefore ask the government to support their future with a detailed climate strategy, with science-based targets, elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, and redirecting those funds to renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm here to rise on a petition of very urgent and serious nature that Chinese Communist Party officials in China are isolating and subjecting the Uyghur population to all sorts of terrible, invasive situations, from forced labor to forced organ harvesting. Very concerning, Madam Speaker. And they'd like to see that their government, the government of Canada, use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Officials Act, Magnitsky Act, as a way to bring international attention to this violation of international norms. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This petition is close to my heart. It's because I'm a member of the International Human Rights Subcommittee. The petitioners request that Bill S-204 be moved through the Senate and then to the House as quickly as possible. The goal of that piece of legislation is to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad in order to acquire human organs that have been removed without consent, and to also track down any financial transactions that take place as a result of such travel. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present this petition. It's an e-petition 2693. I know that the rules require summarizing the petition. This one is very detailed, very technical, and very important. So my summary is this. It deals with the many ways that a coast-to-coast electricity grid, interconnected province to province and territory to province, as well as providing movement of electricity, can provide storage for electricity. It can lead to a decarbonized electricity network, a smart grid that will help Canada meet greenhouse gas targets and boost economic success. It also highlights many different kinds of batteries, including that battery storage already exists from things like pumped storage into reservoirs. The petitioners call on the House of Commons to put in place a research fund and support an interconnected electricity grid strategy for both the movement and storage of decarbonized renewable electricity, 100% renewable for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Notice of motions for production.
Notice of motions for the production. Papers, yes.
Madam Speaker, again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, commune, début du débat à l'étape de la deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Beginning debate at second stage on Bill C-12, Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act.
Le ministre Wilkinson, appuyé par M. Guilbeault, propose que le projet de loi C-12.
Minister Wilkinson, seconded by Minister Guilbeault, moves Bill C-12, Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Climate change. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to address the House of Commons today for the second reading debate of C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. It is an act that I believe is extremely important. Our government's highest priority continues to be the health and well-being of Canadians. That is why we are taking unprecedented action to combat the health emergency presented by COVID-19. As we come through this, and we will, that commitment to the health and well-being of Canadians demands that we put two things in place with an eye on the post-pandemic horizon. First, with the economy, we must build back better in a way that makes the economy more competitive, cleaner, stronger, and fairer than it was before. And second, Canadians expect us to have a thoughtful plan to counter a parallel emergency that has continued during the pandemic and will get significantly worse in future if we do not take more action than we are now, that being climate change. Madame la Présidente, les Canadiens...
Madam Speaker, Canadians know how much climate change threatens our health, our economic well-being, and our planet. We are already experiencing the repercussions of climate change with extreme weather events, catastrophic floods, and devastating fires. Just like with COVID-19, ignoring the risks of climate change is not an option. Such an approach will only increase costs and worsen the long-term consequences. To use a climate metaphor, Madam Speaker, if we want to flatten the curve of the climate and avoid the worst effects, the best available science tells us that the planet must reach net zero by 2050.
Reaching net zero by 2050 means emissions produced 30 years from now would be fully absorbed through actions that scrub carbon from the atmosphere, through nature, such as planting trees, or through technology, such as carbon capture and storage systems. This imperative comes at a time when the world is changing. We are seeing an acceleration of global momentum and healthy competition toward a net zero carbon economy by 2050 as nations, investors, and consumers recognize the ecological imperative and the economic opportunity of moving to a clean economy. Over 120 countries have made a net zero by 2050 commitment, including many of our major economic competitors and trading partners, likely soon to include our biggest trading partner south of the border. Low carbon, climate resilient projects and technologies are not just good for the planet, they are good for business. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, recently said the transition to net zero, and I quote, is creating the greatest commercial opportunity of our age, unquote. On the day before C-12 was introduced in this House, Tiff Macklem, the current Bank of Canada governor, said, "We need to position Canada to seize the climate-smart opportunities that consumers, workers, and investors are looking for." Major Canadian companies have already committed to net zero by 2050. Companies like Cenovus, Teck Resources, Meg Energy, Canadian Natural Resources Limited, Enbridge, and the Canadian Steel Producers Association. Shell's global chief executive officer says that net zero is the only way to go for his company. Canadian companies such as Maple Leaf Foods and CAE are already carbon neutral. Madam Speaker, leveraging climate action as we rebuild Canada's post-pandemic economy is simply the smart thing to do. It will ensure we emerge stronger, better prepared, and more competitive in a low-carbon world. Madame le Président, au cours de la dernière campagne...
Madam Speaker, over the last election campaign, our government committed to providing a plan that will enable Canada to exceed its pollution reduction targets and to create a legally binding process for all future governments to set national climate targets that will achieve the science-based goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, is the fulfillment of our commitment to Canadians when it comes to putting this legally binding process in place. This process is critical as part of our strategy for creating a sustainable post-pandemic economic recovery, as well as long-term prosperity for all Canadians in a low-carbon world. It reflects our government's desire to strengthen our collective ambition on climate change, to do more than ever before, thoughtfully and pragmatically, based on science and evidence.
Speaker, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act is an important contribution to articulating a Canadian vision for a clean economy. And it sends a signal of the depth of our resolve to be a serious competitor in the clean global marketplace. To do that, we need to tool up for low carbon advantage and demonstrate that Canada is meeting climate risk head on. By doing so, we can provide the confidence and certainty required to attract investment and ensure Canadians are delivering products and services that will be in high demand the world over, now and well into the future. Madam Speaker, this bill marks the first time that a Canadian government has introduced emissions accountability legislation to address climate change and achieve net zero by 2050. One element of its importance is that accountability legislation has the muscle to depoliticize climate action by setting legal requirements on governments to achieve climate headway. It is intended to ensure that never again will Canada have a government like that of Stephen Harper, which established an emissions reduction target, but never brought forward a credible plan to achieve it. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act is a first significant step in the second phase of our government's climate plan. In phase one, during our first term in government, we spearheaded the creation of a pan-Canadian framework to fight climate change, comprised of over 50 separate initiatives, including a price on pollution, a plan to phase out coal by 2030, and historic investments in public transit, nature, and renewables. In the coming weeks, the government will be announcing an enhanced clean growth plan and further investments that encourage, accelerate, and support the work that Canadian businesses are doing to move to a thriving carbon neutral economy. The plan will also provide Canadians with visibility on how we will meet and exceed our 2030 Paris Agreement target. Madam Speaker, Bill C-12 provides the legal framework to put the emissions reductions goal of that plan and future plans between now and the middle of the century into law. The Act provides a legally binding process for this government and for future governments to set national climate targets on a rolling basis every 5 years between 2030 and 2050, and to meet the goal of net zero by 2050. It provides that this government and future governments must bring forward detailed plans as to how they will meet these targets. In the near term, C-12 requires the Government of Canada to establish the initial 2030 target within 6 months of the Act coming into force, along with an emissions reduction plan. Both must be tabled in Parliament. A progress report must be tabled by 2027. If the government of the day is not on track to meet the 2030 milestone, it must detail how it will get back on track. In addition, the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, supported by the Office of the Auditor General of Canada, must examine and report on the Government of Canada's implementation of the measures aimed at mitigating climate change within 5 years of the coming into force of this Act and every 5 years thereafter. For each subsequent milestone year, 2035, 2040, and 2045, a target must be set and an emissions reduction plan established at least 5 years in advance of each subsequent milestone year. Both must be tabled in Parliament. And finally, if a target is not met, the government must table a report in Parliament detailing the reasons why and identifying specific actions to correct course and to catch up. Madame le Président.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-12 also requires the Minister of Finance to publish an annual report on how the government is managing the financial risks and opportunities of climate change. This information will help the government manage climate change risks in its decision-making.
Dans sa prise de décision. Tout cela s'ajoute.
All of this is in addition to our current reporting requirements, including the 5th biennial report of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at the end of 2021, and the National Inventory Report data that we publish annually. These 5-year targets and plans to meet them will be based on the best available scientific data and will require an inclusive approach reflecting Canada's unique demographics and geography, the economic importance of our resource economy, and the shared jurisdiction of governments over energy and the environment.
The input and engagement from all parts of Canadian society is crucial. The Government of Canada simply cannot achieve net zero emissions by the middle of the century on its own. And that is why the Act will establish the Independent Net Zero Advisory Body, a group of up to 15 experts with diverse range of experience and expertise from across this country, including business, labor, Indigenous, clean technology, and environmental leaders. The advisory body's ongoing advice to government over the next 30 years will be informed by extensive consultation and engagement with Canadians. Its initial work will focus on identifying actions that support both net zero and economic recovery from the pandemic. The advisory body will provide its advice through an annual public report, and the government will be required to publicly respond to the advisory body's recommendations. All of the public reporting measures are designed to ensure accountability to Canadians, accountability built on transparency, both of which are vital to establishing credibility with Canadians. Moreover, transparency and accountability are key to fostering dialogue when friction arises on the ways and the means of moving forward on climate change. C-12 lays out a framework of accountability and transparency to ensure we reach net zero by 2050 in a way that gives Canadians confidence that as a nation, we will succeed in this endeavor. Should this bill pass, it will be extremely difficult for any future government to shirk its responsibility to take action on climate change. I believe the reaction in Parliament and among Canadians generally would provide severe sanction to a government that did not honor its legal obligations under this Act. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, a few words on the parliamentary process. It takes cooperation and collaboration to achieve real change, and several parties in the House of Commons have demonstrated their commitment to ambitious climate action, including the New Democrats, the Bloc Québécois, the Green Party, and even some Conservative MPs. I commend the member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia for her work on C-215, and the member for Winnipeg Centre for her work on C-232. These initiatives are part of a long series of bills that have been introduced to try to address this issue. It's important to recognize the contribution of Jack Layton, who first introduced his bill, the Climate Change Accountability Act, in 2007. Unfortunately, it was then defeated by Conservative senators 10 years ago to the day last month without debate, despite majority support in the House of Commons. I'd also like to commend the work of my colleague, the Government House Leader, who got his private member's bill, the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, passed in 2007, before the Harper government repealed it in 2012. Because it removed Canada from the Kyoto Protocol.
In developing this bill, I have reflected on the hard work done by my colleagues in the House and on the work of those who came before us. It is certainly my hope that they see their work and devotion reflected in the spirit and in the intent of C12. I am committed to taking an approach of cooperation and collaboration and will consider in good faith constructive suggestions to improve this legislation further. That is how the parliamentary process is supposed to work, and I am committed to do my part to make it work. I am confident that together, in a spirit of cooperation, we can achieve an outcome that allows us to continue to move another step forward to address the threat of climate change. I have engaged in constructive conversations with many of my parliamentary colleagues on moving forward on action to address climate change, and it is my hope that we can work together to pass this bill in this minority parliament so that we can quickly move forward on its implementation. At the end of the day, climate change is a science issue, not an issue of ideology. It should not be a partisan issue. It is my hope that MPs from all parties in this House will work together and collectively support this vital legislation. As a nation, we cannot afford inaction. It certainly will require resources, it will require pragmatism, and certainly Canadian ingenuity. Madam Speaker, Canada has the tools to do this, including a skilled and innovative workforce that is already rising to the challenge of emissions reduction. From copper to nickel to energy, Canada has the resources needed to develop, produce, and deploy clean technologies and proven expertise. We have a productive and resilient manufacturing sector. We have the innovative spirit, talent, and experience to be among the world's cleanest suppliers of natural resources. And we have the drive, born of a chance, to create a future we can pass along to our children and grandchildren with confidence and with pride. I am sure that many of you and your children, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, have watched some of Sir David Attenborough's programs on the natural world. One of his quotes has resonated strongly with me when he says, and I quote, "We are the only species that can imagine the future. Living in balance with nature simply requires the will to do so." Madam Speaker, this bill represents a key step in demonstrating our collective will to do so. I very much look forward to engaging with my colleagues today and in the days to come as we move forward with this very, very important piece of legislation. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the Minister for his intervention and for his outreach in terms of cross-collaboration. I'd like to ask him in that spirit, would he be willing to ensure today committing to putting industry representation from the oil and gas sector on his advisory panel? And also, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, will he also commit to amendments to recognize the contributions of Canadian energy, not just in terms of history, but in terms of the future in the bill?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you to my honourable member, my honourable colleague for the questions. I would say a couple things. The first is, it is the intention, certainly it is my intention to be able to announce the advisory panel in the near term. It will be drawn from, as I said during my remarks, from across the country and from a range of different experiences. Some of those certainly will be industry experiences. Some will be environmentally based. Some will be Indigenous leaders. There will be a range of experiences, which is exactly as it should be in the context of looking to have a body that brings forward advice on this important piece of legislation. With respect to specific proposals, certainly I will review proposals that are brought forward at committee for the bill, and I'm not going to specify which proposals will proceed or not. That is a function of what the work that the committee will be doing. But certainly I encourage members from all parties to be bringing forward thoughts and ideas about how they think the bill can be strengthened.
Honorable député David.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech and for his kind words. It's always enjoyable cooperating with him. And I also looked at Mr. Attenborough's quite striking comments about the importance of legislating in this field. And with the 2050 net zero target, that's great. But I think we need to have some benchmarks for the next 10 years. This is a crucial period for the climate crisis. So I'd like to know why, in his bill, the minister did not set any targets for 2025. Basically, if we wait till 2030, why not start in 2025? So I'd like to know why that was not enshrined in the bill, a target for 2025. The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the question and for your work. Of course, it's very important for the legislation to be transparent and provide for accountability. And of course, there are some mechanics in the bill to ensure that there is accountability and transparency. But the Paris Agreement, the targets under that are for 2030. But of course, we need to have mechanisms for transparency and accountability for our government and for future governments. So clearly, the suggestions and recommendations of others are welcome. I'm open to discussing that at to having the committee discuss that.
Malahat Langford. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of Environment for introducing this bill. And I appreciate his acknowledgement of the work that the late Jack Layton did 14 years ago when he first introduced his bill to establish those accountability measures. You know, Madam Speaker, if we look back 10 years, 2010 seems like a lifetime ago. And if we look ahead to 2030, it seems like a lifetime away. The point I'm trying to make here, Madam Speaker, is that the next 10 years are going to be so incredibly important to how we deal with climate change, really determining how we're going to face life on this planet, depending on the actions that we take. I know I want to press the Minister on the 2025 year and the targets that we would like to see. If such suggestions do come up at committee, because I'm pretty sure they will he be amenable to establishing 2025 as a year that we need to take a look at and measure the government's targets against? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I would say a few things. The first is, as the member will have read the bill has robust accountability measures. The 2030 target is structured around the architecture of Paris, where the vast majority of countries that are party to Paris are focused on 2030. There are certainly important elements in our existing and certainly in the future climate plans that relate to 2025, which certainly are visible and transparent. And certainly we are open to conversations about how we ensure that people have visibility about how we are tracking with respect to progress to 2030. But as I said, I'm not going to prejudge the work of the committee. I am open to conversations that the committee will have, and I look forward to the discussions that take place there.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to the Honourable Minister, he can't pick and choose what parts of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Science gets baked into the bill, what parts of the Paris Agreement he now refers to. I want to make it very clear. I was in Paris. I was there when we negotiated. It's very clear that the target for Canada for 2030 was to be ratcheted up changed in calendar 2020. We are expected as a nation with a 2030 target to have a new one in place by the end of the calendar year. That's the Paris decision document. It's also very clear that if we're going to be grounded in science, it's true that IPCC says that we must have net carbon neutrality by 2050. But to get there, they also tell us that globally, emissions must be cut by at least 45% globally, no later than 2030. In other words, the heavy lifting in reducing emissions in this country must be done before the first target milestone year in this legislation. I can't vote for this bill as it now is, and I desperately want to vote for it. I appreciate...
I'm sorry, I have to give the Minister the opportunity to answer. The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and I certainly thank her for her commitment to this important issue. As I have said in this remarks today, but also in conversations that she and I have had, we certainly do intend to bring forward an enhanced climate plan. That is something that I've said very publicly. So to her initial point, absolutely yes, we do intend to move forward with an enhanced plan, building on the great work that was done in the Pan-Canadian framework. And certainly we intend to move forward in a manner that will enable Canada to be an important participant in the international conversations on climate change. We are committed to that. We will continue to move forward in that direction. But I would also say this bill is an important step forward. And I think if you look at the reaction from many, not simply in industry or labor organizations, but environmental organizations, including EcoJustice and the David Suzuki Foundation and Equiterre and a whole range of others, this is an important step forward.
Member for St. John Rothsey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his leadership. My question is, how will this unprecedented legislation and its legally binding requirements help spur the development of emissions-free industries like the SMR sector and the creation of sustainable, well-paying green jobs? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. I think this sets the architecture in terms of requiring and legally binding governments to be transparent and accountable with respect to moving down the curve to net zero by 2050. As we do that, we are requiring detailed plans be put into place. And in order to actually meet that 2050 target, and certainly to meet every target along the way, there will have to be plans that involve how we're actually getting at every major source of emissions in this country. And certainly that will need to involve thoughts around zero emitting technologies, whether those are wind and solar and geothermal and hydro, potentially SMRs. But it's a whole range of those kinds of things. It involves conversations around hydrogen and around carbon capture. It involves energy.
One last question for the Honourable Member from Abbotsford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to follow up on the question that my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands asked. That had to do with the Paris targets. I was in Paris when the Paris Agreement was signed, and I remember this Liberal government signing on to what they called the Harper targets, which were basically the floor, which was going to be ratcheted up very quickly in time to meet the 2030 targets. Now, virtually every credible organization out there has made it very clear that this Liberal government is not meeting those 2030 Paris targets. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is it his plan still to meet those targets? And can he explain why every single organization is suggesting that this government will never meet those 2030 targets?
The Honourable Minister, 15 seconds.
Well, I mean, that's simply not true. So the government identified a large chunk of the megatons needed to meet those targets in the Pan-Canadian framework. The next chunk of those megatons to meet and exceed the 2030 targets is something that we will be discussing with Canadians in the coming weeks. So I look forward to that conversation with my honourable friend.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always an honour to rise in this place and debate the people's business. And this bill, Bill C-12, is a critically important debate. Last week, as parliamentarians, we received a 13-minute briefing on this bill with zero opportunity to ask questions and to have those questions answered. You have to ask, why was that? Why was there no opportunity to ask questions? I mean, this is a bill that the Prime Minister describes as a
accountability framework. And on the very first day, we are being denied the simple, most important part of being accountable, the right to ask questions. I have read the bill and much of the media coverage, and on that note, I have to give this Liberal government full credit with their media rollout on this bill. Many headlines read, "A roadmap to net zero emissions," which is rather fascinating because while this bill is clear on where it would like to go, it is completely devoid of any actual detail on how to get there. In fact, if it was a map, it would simply show where you wanted to be, but no map or trails on how to get there. But that is kind of the point, isn't it? De façon libérale.
In classic Liberal fashion, this bill will not hold the current government accountable for its climate failures, only future governments. The easiest promises to make are those that you aren't accountable for. And that's exactly what the Liberals are doing. The Liberals are continuing to overpromise and underpromise with respect to climate change, and their approach is clearly not working. Their own forecasts show that they are not even near to being able to keeping their current commitments, yet they've set even higher targets for even further ahead in the future. Let's look back a bit now in history. Let's go back roughly 27 years to 1993. We know that the former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien promised to cut GHG emissions by 20% in terms of 1988 levels by 2005. What happened to that promise? That promise was broken. But wait, there are other promises.
When Prime Minister Chrétien signed the Kyoto Accord, this promise was to reduce our emission levels by a smaller amount of 6% below 1990 levels. That would be achieved by 2012. And what happened to that promise? Well, in 2006, when the Liberals were voted out of office, Canada was 30% over that commitment. And as a result, we know that former Prime Minister Harper eventually had to withdraw Canada from the Kyoto Agreement because we couldn't reach that target. And let us not forget that in 2009 at the Copenhagen Climate Conference, Prime Minister Harper matched the U.S. target to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 17% below 2005 levels by 2020 and 30% by 2013 in what was a non-binding agreement. In 2015, shortly after the election of this Prime Minister, he sent the largest Canadian delegation in history to attend the Paris Climate Change Conference, and an excess cost, I would say, Madam Speaker, of $1 million. Now, while we all know in Paris, despite often criticizing the former Harper government, ultimately, this Liberal government adopted the same targets. And despite what partisan Liberals and others say, Conservative governments, both federally and provincially, have a long record of practical and successful environmental initiatives.
Now, let's have a look at where we are today. Commitments made by this Liberal government in 2015 have been considered off the mark by 123 million tons in 2020. This means that once again, we're not respecting our GHG reduction commitments. There's clearly a model here. You make a promise to reduce emissions by a certain quantity by a certain date, and then you break that promise. You make another promise, and you break that promise. And now, things have changed. Now, we have a bill before us, this bill before us today, Bill C-12. This bill kicks the can so far down the road that it will be the government in 2050 that will be taking care of this. And this is really where the Liberal government has a problem with its biggest critics of this bill. It's literally proposing nothing for today. There's no roadmap. There are no solutions. There's no costing or penalties in case targets aren't met. What is there? More of the same. More promises to do better later on down the road. There are promises.
I sound probably a little, I'd say quite negative about this bill. That's not actually my intent, Madam Speaker. I just firmly believe that when we debate this bill, we must be very candid about what is really up for debate, as it is certainly not a roadmap as some have described it. And I will actually give this Liberal government some credit for that, because rather than follow the usual approach of this Prime Minister, which is to promise things he has no intention of delivering on, because we know this Prime Minister is an expert at making promises he will never have to be responsible for. Setting targets 30 years down the line means that future governments have 30 years to figure it out. More importantly, industry has the time to come up with much-needed solutions. Indeed, the Minister of Natural Resources has spoken of improving energy efficiency in homes and businesses. He's talked about hydrogen fuel cells, as well as the potential for small modular nuclear reactors. Although I will note on that last point, once again, this Liberal government has delayed promised plans and details on that. Point being, Madam Speaker, what this bill does do by making commitments so far in the future is leave the door open for future innovation. We know that we will see more electric vehicles in our future, some built right here in Canada. A made-in-Canada solution.
In British Columbia, there's an airline that may soon be able to fly passengers on the world's first electric hydroplanes. These are exciting examples of innovation that may help to reduce our emissions. And I'm happy that our Minister of Natural Resources has recognized some of them. My enthusiasm for this area led to me being the critic of this file, and when we'll be able to all agree on areas where we can use innovation rather than tax measures to reduce our emissions, well, we will not become a more prosperous nation by taxing Canadians on the ground and by charging industry with costly regulations. That may be the Liberal way of doing things, but it's not the right way. When I accepted the portfolio as Phantom Minister of the Environment and Climate Change under our new leader of the official opposition, our leader was clear. He committed to recognizing the importance for Canada of respecting its commitments to GHG emissions. And if we want to do this, we all have to work together on areas where we can find some agreement. I think that a large part of our time in previous parliaments was focused on areas that we disagreed on. And when we do that, this doesn't serve the interests of future generations.
The reality is, from my perspective, there's really nothing to oppose in this bill. In many respects, it's a Seinfeld bill. It's largely devoid of any details or costs. In fact, I suspect that those who will be opposing this bill will do so for that very reason. You know, Canadians agree on the importance of protecting our environment and natural spaces, and it's an issue that our party and leader are passionate about. So far in my speech, I haven't mentioned the Canadian oil and gas industry, much as this bill is also largely silent on this essential Canadian industry. We know this industry has also publicly stated they are committed to the highest environmental standards in the world and many have committed to net zero by 2050. We need to ensure that these critically important Canadian industries will be part of the solution. We will be proposing, Madam Speaker, amendments to this bill in committee stage that clearly state that Canadian oil and gas has the highest environmental standards in the world, and that any action plan must draw on that expertise and ensure that oil and gas play a necessary role in providing the world with energy. This legislation must also recognize that Canadian energy is not the enemy, as many Liberals believe, but part of the solution. As I mentioned previously, we need to find ways that we can work together if we are to succeed.
We also have to have a mechanism that over time will allow us to determine what the costs will be for Canadians with respect to net zero by 2050. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that to keep our current commitments for 2030, the carbon tax may have to exceed $200 per tonne. Yet, the Liberals are still refusing to be honest with Canadians on this topic. I know that there are those who will say that the cost of doing nothing is even higher. But if you're a senior on a fixed income and you live in a care home and you're 70 years old and the temperature falls below 20 degrees, your monthly heating bill may make the difference between you being able to have heat or groceries that month. And we cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore the fact that many rural regions do not have public transit. In many cases, they lost Greyhound as a private transportation company, and millions of Canadians depend on imported fuel oil for home heating because there are no other options available. We cannot forget these Canadians, and they shouldn't be disproportionately saddled with sharing a higher cost burden.
I mention this because when it comes to putting a price on pollution, as this Liberal government likes to say, all too often we know that some of the biggest industrial polluters typically get exemptions from the price they pay on their pollution, all because of carbon leakage, which is a really big concern. What is carbon leakage, for those unfamiliar with the term? When an industry in a jurisdiction is paying carbon taxes and cannot compete with that same industry in another jurisdiction that is not paying carbon taxes, the situation's called carbon leakage, because we know that if an industry loses market share to more polluting competitors, it affects our economy and does not reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon leakage is not the only example where big polluters get a break from paying a price on pollution. As one example, in British Columbia, despite the BC NDP government signing on to the Liberals' carbon tax framework, the new BC LNG investment will be exempt from the carbon tax increases called in that agreement. This is not an isolated incident where a polluting industry in BC has secured some form of carbon tax relief. Pourquoi est-ce que je soulève ces points?
Why do I raise these points? Because we cannot ignore that a growing number of polluters in Canada are exempted from paying the price on pollution. These carbon tax exemptions rarely make media headlines for various reasons, but they do produce them. And for the average Canadian and small business owners, there's no relief for the price on pollution they pay. And this brings me to my final but yet important point on this bill. Because it will take 30 years to understand things. This is an opportunity to work with our biggest trading partner, the U.S. And with a bit of luck, we could have some clarity in terms of policies and regulations and how we can collectively reduce our emissions. GHG emissions are a global problem, but yet climate change has had devastating effects in many sectors in my riding over the past 7 years. Forest fires and floods have caused hundreds of millions in material damage. Weather conditions are affecting local agriculture, and I'm sure that other members in this place have also had the same experience. Canada is not responsible for global climate change, but we must be part of the solution.
May raise some eyebrows that my party will be supporting this bill at second reading. However, if we're going to have any success, we need to find those things that we can agree upon and take action. And there are some things, and there are things we can and must agree on. In summary, I see very little in this bill to oppose. It's not a roadmap. It's essentially a piece of paper with a destination on it. Fighting climate change at home and around the world is an important goal that requires work. It will be current and future governments to start to fill in the map and how they intend to reach that destination. But we must agree on a starting point. And I would submit that's precisely what C-12 is, a starting point. And I, for one, will be supporting this bill for what it is, what it can and must become. But what I don't support is the Liberals' failed record on climate change. They are on track to miss their 2030 climate commitments, and they've failed, Madam Speaker, to plant a single tree. My wife has planted more trees than this government. The Liberals continue to overpromise and underdeliver when it comes to climate change, and their approach is clearly not working. Conservatives will build a climate policy that respects the jurisdiction of the provinces, focuses on making an industry pay rather than taxing ordinary Canadians, and is founded on proven market-based principles for incenting positive economic change. Conservatives understand that reaching net zero is a goal that Canadians care about and want to see action on. We must preserve our shared environment for future generations without sacrificing the jobs Canadians need today or damaging the economic engine that helps fund our vital social programs. Madam Speaker, Canadian workers are counting on it. I would like to thank all members for taking the time to hear my comments today.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Madam Speaker, and I joined my colleague and my friend's remarks, and I'm glad to see that he'll be supporting the bill. And don't worry, the trees will get planted. There'll be no question about that. I was informed about that this morning. We're pretty near there. But the member did say that he talked a little bit about Canadian energy, and I do agree with him on that point. I think those that communicate, that manage to, seize the communication agenda out there, fail to recognize how much gain the energy industry in Canada has made. And we are not going to move ahead and find a solution, in my view, if we don't bring the energy industry and an environment industry together in parallel. But the member mentioned the U.S., and I think it's another place where we make a mistake in this country, Madam Speaker. We tend to look at what Washington does, and it doesn't do very much lately. I chair Canada U.S., and it just doesn't. They're not getting anything done. But at the state level, they are making progress, and they're ahead of us in many sectors, and on the greenhouse gas reductions in many states. And so we have to focus on the end result, and I think that's what this bill does. It sets the stage. We have further meat to put on the bones. There's no question about that. But I am pleased the member is supportive. And I wonder, does he have any other ideas that we should be using to put meat in the bones?
Well, member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member from Malpeque, first of all, for his question today and the work that he does to make sure Canada-U.S. relations are maintained. I'd like to start, Madam Speaker, by going back to my speech. I talked about this bill being a starting point. And, the really unfortunate part about this bill, Madam Speaker, is that this government is actually putting the onus on future governments. The first time they actually have to be accountable and bring back and reply to whether they've made progress will be in 2030. And I don't think that this member, I don't know, maybe he's going to be here in 2030, but I certainly hope this government will not be here in 2030. But Madam Speaker, I think that what that says is that this is more of a starting point, and I do look forward to what the minister said in terms of bringing his action plan so we can evaluate that. But Madam Speaker, to be absolutely clear, I'm just going to make a recommendation to the member. He's much more experienced than I, but it's really a bad time to be planting trees this time of year.
The honourable member for Avignon Amitis Matavisia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Although we often disagree, sometimes we actually agree. When he says that we should work together to improve this bill, I agree. When he says that the oil and gas sector needs to play an important role in reaching net zero, I once again agree. That industry needs to transition. Quebec and Canadian taxpayers' money needs to be used for the energy transition and to create good jobs with a low carbon footprint for our friends in the West. So I would like to ask my colleagues, if he's not satisfied with C12 and this government's commitments on climate change, will he commit to voting in favor of C215, the bill that we have tabled on climate responsibility?
Madam Speaker, I have spoken on her bill, this member's bill, and I certainly appreciate her intervention today and her advocacy to represent her province. I want to represent my province as well. But I would simply say, Madam Speaker, that this is, as I said, a bit of a Seinfeld bill. It's a bill about nothing. It's some reporting that needs to happen at certain junctures. And what we want to start with, Madam Speaker, today, and I asked the minister this earlier, is we want him to start acknowledging that oil and gas does not only have a tremendous history and a tremendous contribution to our social, economic, fiscal, as well as technological base in this country, but it has a strong future, and this government has to factor them in. And so I want this bill to be amended to specifically cite that. And I also want this minister to say, oh, we're going to include people from industry. I want him to say that Canadian Energy will be part of the decision-making, the advice that he will be receiving, because, Madam Speaker, we're a long way from Calgary. We're a long way from Saskatchewan, Saskatoon. And you know what, Madam Speaker? We need to be in sync with them. Because they're the ones that are going to be putting the real work, the real technology that will help us to make our 2030 and 2050 targets.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbour in Central Okanagan, Smokey Nicola, for his speech. And I want to thank him for his history of the complete inaction of previous governments, both Liberal and Conservative, on climate action. And, I would also like to point out, he mentioned the carbon tax in British Columbia. That was brought in by the BC Liberals, a party that I know he supports. So I want to point out, though, getting back to the federal Liberals have had 5 years here to do something about climate action. They've been talking a lot. And now they come up with a bill that says we won't have a target until 2030. They've been here for 5 years. Why don't they have a target for 2025? And why don't they have it now? They're not even going to make a 2030 target for the next 6 months. So I would like to ask the member, through you, Madam Speaker, will the Conservatives support the NDP in calling for an amendment to make a 2025 target part of this bill?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Now, Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate my neighbour and respect the people that he serves, because I was once the representative for that area. Well, I would just simply say this. First of all, the BC NDP, upon taking office, did make major changes, structural changes to the LNG industry, specifically lowering tax, so that they could start that industry, Madam Speaker. And that's something I actually agree with, because if sometimes you need to make it really juicy for industry to put in big money for a long-term benefit, not just to British Columbia in terms of investment, but in terms of Canada, but also to get the cleanest LNG in the world out to markets displacing dirty coal. I think that's really, really important thing. Now, the member seems to think that somehow I know what's on this Liberal minister's mind. He seems to think that the minister and I are on, and somehow in sync. And I would just simply say that the member should probably ask those questions to this Liberal government rather than to me.
Honourable Member for Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a pleasure to listen to my colleague's excellent speech. It strikes me, in the context of this debate, the way in which we as the Conservatives really are the only truly national party. We're trying to bring Canadians together from all parts of the country. The Liberals have no representation in the West. We have parties that only run candidates in some regions. There are different forces that are trying to say that the aspirations of the West are irreconcilable with the aspirations of other Canadians. But as Conservatives, we believe that we can have a strong, united country that respects all of our industries, that understands the importance of defending the environment, of having a strong energy sector, of defending the French language, of bringing our country together from coast to coast. I wonder if the member has a comment on the particular role that we're playing in this Parliament, taking a nuanced approach to these issues and trying to bring our country together.
Well, member for Central Okanagan, Similton and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I certainly appreciate the member's intervention today. He raises rightly a big concern because many people are concerned about where they're going to get their paychecks to put food on the table in many places in Alberta, Saskatchewan, even parts of Manitoba. Madam Speaker, we expect more from this government to make sure that all provinces and territories are not just respected, but their workers are as well. So I expect this government, especially when the minister says he's going to collaborate with other parties, to take our suggestions not just to heart, but put them in the bill.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly a red letter day for climate legislation when the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, will vote for it, and I can't. But I do want to ask him if he's prepared now to agree that we need carbon pricing. And this is one area where, as the Honourable Member pointed out a moment ago from the Okanagan, that we have had carbon pricing in British Columbia, and it came in from a right-wing government, and carbon pricing actually emanates from right-wing think tanks in the U.S. It does work. We need carbon pricing. Will the Honourable Member support the current efforts of the current government?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similton and Nicola, 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, if I had another 20 minutes of a speech, I certainly would have touched on the fact is when this government brought in their national carbon tax, they hid the costs. And one of the areas that I would like to see in any potential action plan is particularly the fiscal and the social economic impacts. Basically, what's the bill and who's going to pay it? And unfortunately, these guys have been, these men and women have been in office for well over 5 years, Madam Speaker, and they have yet to be transparent with Canadians or their representatives. So this is just another...
Resume debate. L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House to speak about the environment and climate change. And I was looking forward to this bill. We've been expecting it for some time. And the Bloc Québécois even tabled its own bill on climate accountability, Bill C-215, that we debated recently. Personally, I think it has more teeth than C-12. But all right, let's talk about C-12. This is a bill on transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to reach a net zero by 2050. These are nice words: transparency, net zero, accountability. It's a good first step, and this government is probably going further than any government before it. But, Madam Speaker, when we look at this bill, we quickly see that it's simply not enough to respond to the current climate crisis. I will say right away that C-12 lacks rigor. It should be more binding. If the Liberals really want to protect the environment, protect a green future for the next generation, create a fair, equitable, green recovery, economic recovery plan, end the cycle of broken provinces and missed targets in greenhouse gas emissions, and respect the commitments signed at the Paris Agreement, then the Liberals will be ready to amend this bill to make it more binding, because the emergency is real, Madam Speaker. The current health and economic crises should not become a pretext for this government to forget about the climate crisis and the actions we need to take to face it. But Canada's performance in reducing GHG emissions is well, its performance is bad, and I would even say shameful. Canada has never reached its objectives, never. It withdrew from Kyoto, and it seems likely that it will not meet the Paris targets, because if it really wished to, Madam Speaker, the government would have shown more daring and ambition in the bill, and that would be clear. It would be showing a little more concern for 2030 and a little less for just 2050. It would be more interested in meeting our international commitments rather than simply its own election platform. Madam Speaker, climate shouldn't be a partisan issue, but that's what we're seeing in this bill. The Liberals promised to reach net zero by 2050 during the 2019 election campaign, and that's what they're saying again in this bill, but without telling us how they would meet that goal. I want to argue in good faith, but it's quite easy to criticize this bill. Even the government could do it. According to even the most optimistic projections made by Environment Canada, we are going to miss the target for 2030. We need to stop putting our head in the sand. Canada will not meet the target of reducing emissions by 30% by 2030. 77 megatons is the difference, to be precise, and that's even taking into account the currently announced reduction measures. When we are on the road to missing the targets, well, logically the priority should be to do everything we can to make the situation better and to preach by example. And it's not only the Bloc Québécois that's saying that. Environmental groups as well. The Quebec Association Against Air Pollution states that this bill is too vague, not binding enough, and it shows that the government of Canada has not done its work since 2015. The association wants this government to show serious commitment. And we've heard the same thing from the Climate Action Network, Eco-Justice, Environmental Defense, West Coast Environmental Law, and Équiterre, to name only a few. Once again, Canada has failed to meet all of its international climate targets. In its current form, C12 provides few guarantees that this trend is going to change. We know that we want to move to a carbon-neutral economy and lifestyle, but we don't know how. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that it's going to take more than one or two mediocre measures to reach that. Right now, and this is unfortunate, we don't know whether the most polluting industries will have targets to meet, whether transportation is going to be based more on electricity, or if the circular economy is going to be supported. We don't know any of that because there's no plan in this bill. The Liberals are asking us to vote on a plan that is not in the bill. For now, we're being told that we're probably going to be carbon neutral in 2050, but we don't know any of the pertinent details. Madam Speaker, we need concrete measures that will really contribute to reducing our GHG emissions. This bill should show real accountability, not just to reach the targets which are already on the table, but to align Canada with the Paris Agreement and its goal of limiting global warming to an average 1.5 Celsius. It is also imperative for Canada to have an accountability cycle, a 5-year accountability cycle, starting in 2025, not in 2030 or 2050, 2025, Madam Speaker, in order to align with the 5-year cycle in the Paris Agreement. That is what all real environmental groups are asking for, as well as anyone who believes that we need to start an energy transition to assure our survival on this planet. I can't understand why this government is showing so little ambition and initiative in this bill. It's no longer the right time to make a plan for the transition. It's time to start the transition. 2050 is arriving very quickly, and we need to look at the evidence. Supporting the oil and gas economy is not the solution to our current economic, health, and climate crisis. Instead, the recovery should be based on investing in processing our natural resources, R&D in our institutions, and using clean, renewable energy. And in that area, it's clear that Quebec has a lot to offer. Our wealth is in the area of renewable energies, but for Canada, things are different. That's why, in the Bloc Québécois, we need the government to give major support to the energy transition in certain provinces towards a more sustainable wealth creation model. We're talking about economic development based on green technologies, biomass, wind, solar, hydroelectricity, geothermal. These can help us to move towards a green recovery. The Bloc is offering various concrete measures, and that's what we'd have liked to see in this bill. A plan with concrete measures on how we're going to reach our goals. Madam Speaker, I'd like to come back to the Climate Action Network. I agree with their goal of decarbonizing the economy. It's an extremely relevant idea. Often we hear that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Recently, I had an interesting conversation with Paul Fauteux, an environmental lawyer who was the Director General of Environment Canada's Bureau of Climate Change and leader of the Canadian delegation in the international Kyoto negotiations. He's an optimist, but he's disappointed by the government inaction that we're seeing. We discussed the fact that people shouldn't be afraid of the energy transition. We shouldn't see it as a negative for the economy or as something that kills good jobs. On the contrary, moving away from fossil fuels will lead to a net gain in jobs, whether in the installation of solar panels, renovating homes to modernize them. Well, there's a great deal of potential. And decarbonizing the economy doesn't mean that we're simply exchanging a worker in the oil and gas industry for a worker in the wind or solar industry. We can create a care economy. What is that? Well, the care economy means taking as much care of our planet as we take care of each other. Lower carbon jobs are those who don't extract from the earth, don't create new waste, and have a limited impact on the environment. These jobs are often occupied by women, and they should be treated as jobs with more value. This work to take care of the most vulnerable members of our communities needs to be better understood, and it needs to be considered. These jobs need to be made good jobs in our economic transition with union benefits, fair levels of pay, and a good social safety net. Laure Waridel, a professor at the Institute of Environmental Sciences of the University of Quebec at Montreal, said recently that we need profound change, binding measures, structural measures, because at this point we need to completely transform the economy. Currently, we're basing our economy on measures that exploit the economy. Sure, that creates wealth, but there's a real cost when it comes to GHG emissions. And this cost is not only environmental, but also social. That's the thing. We're in an individualistic society. We're only thinking about ourselves. And this government is not showing us, is not giving us an example of better behavior. We need to stop being in silos. We need to work together. That's how we're going to reach a greener, fairer, in fact, significantly more so, I hope. But for that, we need a government that puts aside partisanship and that stops being a hypocritical one. We like the expression that the government needs to put its money where its mouth is. The government can't say that it wants to reach net zero and then practically at the very same time say that it wants to make Keystone XL a priority in its relationship with the U.S. That doesn't make any sense. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Literally. They need to choose investing in the future or running directly into a wall. Clearly, the right decision is to invest in the future. And ultimately, it's very important to put in place real measures to reduce our carbon footprint. Even the Energy Board states that if Canada strengthens its climate policies to reduce GHG emissions, the measures on the Trans Mountain pipeline and the Keystone XL pipeline will not be necessary. That's a really interesting point. Why is this government so stubbornly determined to continue with projects which are bad for the environment and which even the new U.S. administration doesn't want? These are not viable projects in the long term. We see that every day in the media, or in current events rather. More than 100 economists and experts on natural resources from all parts of Canada recently urged the government to completely abandon the Trans Mountain project before sinking more taxpayer money into it. That money should instead be used to accelerate our transition towards a greener economy, especially in Alberta, which is the main oil-producing province in Canada. We need to implement a much more aggressive transition to move away from oil and gas, and we need to do that now. The International Energy Agency recently concluded that the demand for oil will diminish by 30% over the next 2 decades. That is, if the countries who signed the Paris Climate Agreement will ultimately respect their commitments, the oil economy is not viable in the long term, and experts keep telling us that. On Monday, the World Meteorological Organization published a report which shows that despite the momentary decline in global emissions due to COVID-19, the concentration levels of those same substances are hitting new records.
And this data shows once again how urgent action is required, because the more greenhouse gas emissions there are, the higher the social cost and economic costs of inaction. This could hardly be clearer, Madam Speaker. We need to work together to improve this bill. We need to include a target for 2025, a more ambitious target for 2030, and a requirement to meet the targets, rather than simply drafting reports that will merely find more failures. I repeat, the mandatory target for reduction by 2030 is Canada's current commitment under the Paris Agreement, and it should be enshrined in legislation. And unfortunately, that's not the case yet. And I'd like to come back to some of the more important things about C12, the more important expressions used in the bill: transparency and accountability. There seems to be something missing, and that is accountability. Rather than making the government accountable to Parliament, this bill makes the Environment Minister, makes it up to him to set intermediate targets. Section 11 allows the minister to reserve the right to change the established targets and the plan. So if the minister and the government were serious, they would not proceed in this fashion. The government could change targets at the whim of lobbies or industry. That's not very serious. The only constraints under C12 can be changed along the way, and according to the advice of the advisory committee that the government will have struck itself. Can we really call those binding constraints? Not really. And the minister reserves the right to choose what observations will be disclosed to civil society. And so this is cosmetic. The commissioner doesn't even have a mandate to assess the minister's action plan. Once again, not having an independent authority to assess targets and tools and progress, that doesn't look very serious. We need climate legislation with the reaching of targets not left up to the government's willingness and at the whim of the government of the day. The government has to be accountable, and it has to be responsible for its own climate action. In this case, the minister is both judge and jury. C12 stipulates that reports on achieving targets or not have to be tabled in Parliament and made public, and that's good. But once again, there's a significant shortcoming. That is that there's nothing in the bill that requires that these reports be vetted by an independent authority. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of work still to be done, and I sincerely hope that all members in the House will be able to work together to improve this bill, to make it a truly binding bill that will make those who elected us proud. Mothers and young people who are demonstrating in the streets and taking cases to court to demand that we keep our commitments. Those are the people this government should be accountable, and that's why I presented my own bill, C-215, on climate accountability, because that's what we need. It shouldn't be left up to the will of the government of the day, because we need progress on greenhouse gas reductions and in reaching our targets. We need to have targets from now till 2050, regardless of what the government, what political party forms government. And I think that's the way we need to go. We need to have climate legislation that doesn't depend on which party is in power. The climate emergency requires that. So our bill, C-215, would require the government to announce all of the measures it intends to take to reach its targets. The government is accountable once this bill is passed and will have to answer publicly if it fails to reach targets. With C-215, the government would also have to explain what extra measures will be taken to keep its plan consistent with the requirements of the Act. C-15 would also require that the minister's action plan contain intermediate targets for 2025, 2030, 2035, and 2040, the steps to be taken to reach those targets, how Canadian GHG emissions will be calculated, the tools or instruments to be used to measure progress, and the evaluation tools that will be used. That's what I call real constraints or binding legislation. My colleagues in the Bloc and I are obviously in favor of climate legislation, but we think it's imperative to equip that legislation with truly binding measures so that successive governments in future will have the legal tools necessary to keep on course for a healthy future. And zero emissions, why not? But above all, we need a future where GHG emissions will have considerably been reduced and won't just be compensated or offset by bogus measures. As a government and as an opposition, as parliamentarians, we can do better. But I repeat, the climate crisis should not be a partisan issue. I think I commend the minister's involvement in ensuring a healthy future for the next generations. This is a golden opportunity to equip ourselves with a robust accountability framework so that we can take the aggressive steps necessary to reach zero net emissions by 2050. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really did quite enjoy the members' remarks. I think there's lots of suggestions coming from her remarks, and this bill is quite different in terms of my experience in here. Madam Speaker, I really do think this bill opens up a lot of opportunity for the committee to do a lot of work. For the committee to bring forward its suggestions rather than the minister having an absolute fixed position, and I really hope that's the way it goes, because the bill basically, yes, sets out the targets, and I will agree with her that there does have to be, as you take steps going along, there has to be ways to ensure that those targets are met. And some of the suggestions, and we've heard them at the Finance Committee quite often: home renovation, solar, small modular reactors, and so on. So all I'm saying, Madam Speaker, I enjoyed the members' remarks, and I do hope that the committee gets seized with the issues and provides strong suggestions rather than the government coming in with a fixed position, and that the government does listen to those suggestions that come from committee.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words, and I would comment in response that something interesting was said about C-12 after someone read through it was, well, this bill is pretty empty, but the good thing about that is that it can be improved upon abundantly. So hopefully the minister will help. I think Conservatives, New Democrats, and Bloc members together, we would like to amend this bill and make it more binding. I think that's the most frequently heard criticism, is that it's not binding enough. And I think in the international community, I think we have to realize how important it is to put our international commitments into domestic legislation. So there are a lot of improvements to be made at committee, and I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her speech. I know that she's very active in the debate here. Speaking of the oil industry, I know that people in my province were surprised to hear of cases in Montreal where there were oil spills in the St. Lawrence River. We all need to work harder to do better on the environment. Does my colleague support efforts to prevent wastewater being dumped into our waterways? And does my colleague think that the provinces should be free to set their own carbon tax policies? The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question in French. I appreciate that. And that's a very interesting question that I would discuss with him. But the debate here is on C12. The government has committed, as have previous governments. They've made commitments about climate change and net zero emissions, but it has to be substantial. We have to take concrete steps. There's a plan that we need to vote on, not just a promise of a plan in the future. We need an actual plan. We can't wait 10 more years to have an actual plan with targets. What we want is to have that plan now and those targets now. But I'd be happy to discuss at another time those other things with my colleague.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my Bloc colleague for the introduction of her bill C-215 and for her passion and advocacy for climate accountability. In that bill, there was a much bigger role for the Environment Commissioner. In the government's bill, the Environment Commissioner is only tasked with doing one report every 5 years. And so my question is, not only does the member think that this should be improved upon and that the Environment Commissioner needs a bigger role, but also that given that we just found out that the Environment Commissioner does not currently have enough resources and staffing to do their current environmental work, does the member agree that we need to make the Environment Commissioner an independent officer of Parliament so they have their own budget, their own staffing, their own resources?
The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I know she or one of her colleagues moved a motion at the Environment Committee to give the Commissioner more powers, and we were in favour of that. And as I said before, the role of the Environment Commissioner in this bill is virtually cosmetic. There's not much by way of powers for the Commissioner, so the Commissioner can't do much under this bill. So it's up to the government who decides on who's on the committee as well, on the advisory committee. So there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of improvements to be made, and I'm looking forward to working with my colleague on that. The honourable member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. We heard that the Liberals were open. Unfortunately, what we have here is a pretty empty bill. It's full of nice talk and rhetoric, but not much of that's concrete. But the minister says he's open-minded about this. So assuming that things from 215 could be included in this bill. So if we could move some things from C215 to C12, what would be the measures that my colleague would choose from her bill to put in this bill? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me this opportunity to speak at greater depth about my bill C-215. Look, it's not complicated. We're being asked to vote on a plan that doesn't even exist yet, but under 215, we call on the minister to come up with a real plan with concrete steps and measures to deal with greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And once again, it comes down to accountability. The government should be accountable to the public. People want to know where we're at with our reduction of GHGs. Are we on target? Are we on track to meet our targets? We don't know whether polluting industries will have to take drastic steps. We don't know whether there's going to be a plan to make all transportation electric. We don't know about the carbon tax, what's going to happen with that. C-12 doesn't answer any of those questions. So I think I'd take a good chunk of C215 and transfer it into C12. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. I'd like to clearly state that I support her bill, her private member's bill, because it's clearly stronger than Bill C-12. And I also agree with my colleague from the bloc that we don't need new pipelines, neither Keystone nor Trans Mountain. I just have one question. What does she think is the most important thing in her bill that should be incorporated into an amendment to C-12? The Honourable Member for Avignon. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her kind words and support for my bill. As I explained, I think it's important for the government to be accountable. We have to improve the accountability process in this bill. In its current form, the minister sets his own targets and can change them if he wants and account for whatever he wants. So maybe we need to step back and look at the science and the experts' advice and make this bill more accountable. So I think all of that needs to go into C-12. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to take another run at my second question, and it's a matter of jurisdiction. Does my colleague think the provinces should have the freedom to establish their own carbon tax policies, or does she think it's legitimate for the federal government to impose their carbon tax on everyone else?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matisse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And that's kind of a difficult question for the Bloc, to say that the federal government should be able to control Quebec, for example. When we're talking about the environment, I know we have different visions, the colleague and myself. Perhaps I'm more sensitive to this issue. We could speak after the session, and perhaps we could find an agreement on this issue.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Climate accountability legislation is so important. And why is it important? I had this question asked to me a few times this week, a few times by journalists. Tell me why people should care about this. And when I say that we've missed every international climate target that we've set, every single one, it doesn't really get to the heart of what's happening. Because we are so used to broken promises. We are so used to a government telling us we are on track, that they're taking action, that they understand the urgency, when their actions and their urgency in no way matches the scale of the crisis we're facing. So why does this matter? Well, for one thing, it's because we are stealing the future from our children. And the young people know it. And they shouldn't have to feel that fear. They shouldn't have to march in the streets because politicians are not protecting their future. Before I ran for office, I taught at the University of Victoria. And I taught a course where we covered climate change and social movements. And I remember at one of the breaks, a young woman in my class came up with tears in her eyes. And she asked me, how do I study? How do I work on the things that we're talking about when the scientists are telling us we have a decade to turn this around? And if we fail, it means the collapse of ecosystems, mass extinctions, millions of people dying, our food systems, our future. We talked about how we maintain hope, how we make space to grieve, and how to touch in to that fear and that pain while continuing to fight for a livable planet. She went on to help organize climate strikes in Victoria, and her wisdom and her leadership and the wisdom and leadership of kids across Canada and around the world, it often brings me to tears, and it motivates me to action. What this young woman was doing was listening to the science, looking at the challenges that we face straight on, and she was seeing and feeling the urgency. And when you do that, when you choose not to look away, when you let yourself feel the real threat of what we're facing, what our children are facing, what it means for their futures, it's devastating, it's heartbreaking, it's terrifying. And if you're willing to stay with that feeling, then you have no choice but to act, and no choice but to act with the urgency that matches the crisis. When Greta Thunberg said to the world leaders, "How dare you look away?" this is what she was talking about. And given that this government has put forward a bill that puts off climate accountability for the next 10 years, I can only assume that this Prime Minister, that the Minister of Environment, that every Liberal MP, that they're choosing to look away. Maybe because it's politically inconvenient. Maybe because it's unparliamentary to show your emotions while debating legislation. Maybe because it's scary to stand up and to speak out, to act with courage and face the consequences. But for whatever reason, how dare you look away? But it's not too late. We could still turn this small step in the right direction into something meaningful, something real, something that would give those young people some hope that the politicians that have so often betrayed them feel the urgency and are going to do something to turn this around. We could still amend this bill to put in a milestone target of 2025. We could strengthen the accountability measures in the bill. We could ensure that the targets we set are in line with the best available science, our international obligations, and equity principles. And I encourage every member, especially those on the government side of the House, to not look away, to take a moment to feel the scale of the crisis we are facing, the urgency. And I hope that you will work with us to make this bill something that our children can be proud of. And in that spirit, I want to go through the parts of the bill that I was really glad to see, and then the parts that are missing. The top three pieces that I appreciate about this bill is first, that putting a commitment to net zero by 2050 into law is essential. And this bill not only assures that that net zero target is put in law, but it also ensures that we will legislate our other long-term targets. It was also good to see that the bill explicitly names the government's commitment to uphold Section 35 and uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I was glad that there's progress reporting 2 years before each milestone target, with an opportunity to adjust and take additional measures, additional actions if we are off track. When it comes to the things that are missing, of course, the most egregious omission is the lack of any real accountability for the next 10 years. The glaring omission of a 2025 milestone target. Scientists have been clear. This decade is the most important. The next 10 years are the ones that the IPCC says are crucial if we want to have any hope of avoiding catastrophic climate change. It's hard to wrap my head around how the government can put forward a climate accountability bill that puts off and avoids accountability for the most important 10 years. It's hard for me to understand how Liberal members of Parliament especially those with children or grandchildren or nieces or nephews, how they can stand behind this bill, how they can look young people in the eyes and tell them they have to wait another decade. It's an easy fix. Put in a 2025 milestone target. The second big gap is the need for stronger accountability mechanisms, both within the arm's length advisory body, which right now only gives advice but does not have a defined role in assessments or reviewing progress, and with the Environment Commissioner, who in this bill only has to do one report every 5 years. Neither of these bodies have the capacity or the mandate in this bill to properly hold the government to account. As it stands, the minister is mainly accountable to himself. The government determines what targets should be set, opening up the opportunity to set weak targets, and whether or not the government's on track to meeting those targets. To fix these issues, we need to strengthen and clearly define the advisory body's role, both in establishing targets, but also in reviewing the climate plans, as well as evaluating progress reports and evaluating assessment reports. We also must guarantee that this body is comprised of independent experts from all regions of Canada, that it includes Indigenous representatives, also includes worker representatives, and that it does not include fossil fuel executives or industry representatives. These fixes would strengthen the advisory body, but we also need to ensure that the Environment Commissioner is reporting on whether our targets are in line with the best available science, whether our climate plan will actually get us to that target, whether our progress report and the assessment report are accurate, and whether our proposed collective actions are adequate to address the times when we are not on track. The Environment Commissioner could play an important role in this legislation, but we learned last week that the Environment Commissioner currently doesn't have the resources to do their regular environmental work. Their staff, their environmental experts, can be reallocated to other projects by the Auditor General. We need to make the Environment Commissioner an independent officer of Parliament. The third gap is the fact that the government has given itself up to 9 months after this bill gets royal assent to set a target for 2030, and therefore to create a plan to meet that target, which means it could be up to a year from now, a year until we see a plan to reach our 2030 target. Yet, in the Liberal government's most recent throne speech, they said they would immediately bring forward a plan to exceed Canada's 2030 climate goal. Immediately. I don't know who defines a year later as immediately. I feel like we need to remind this government again that a plan, to create a plan, is not a plan. And we know that climate accountability means nothing without climate action. So where is the government's climate action plan? When will we see the new target that exceeds our 2030 climate goals? And when will we see the plan to get us there? We need to see investments in green infrastructure, in transportation, in building retrofits, in building green, affordable housing. We need a just and sustainable recovery, a Green New Deal, one that creates good, family-sustaining jobs in the low-carbon economy. We need a just transition for workers. And all of this needs to be outlined in a climate plan that will get us to our targets, targets that are ambitious and ones that are based on keeping global temperatures rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. There are a number of gaps that I won't cover in as much detail, but we should be talking about carbon budgets instead of milestone targets, about Canada's fair share contribution to 1.5, and we should be requiring the minister to meet strong standards when setting targets, as well as strong standards when creating and adjusting plans. Currently, this bill allows future governments to set weak targets and create plans without much detail. If we fail at strengthening this bill, We have to tell young people, we have to tell Canadians that we weren't courageous enough to put the measures in place to avoid catastrophic climate change. We weren't courageous enough to protect their future. For most of this speech, I've been speaking about the future and the severe consequences of our present action and inaction. That future outlined in the IPCC report, it's scary. But this is not just about our future. The impacts of the climate crisis are already being felt in Canada. In my riding of Victoria and in BC, it wasn't too long ago that we were choking on the smoke from the climate fires south of the border. We know that temperatures in Canada are increasing at twice the global rate. The impacts are felt particularly in the Arctic along the coasts and are disproportionately felt by Indigenous communities, rural communities, marginalized and racialized communities. Canadians want real action on the climate crisis, and they want a government who not only promises to fight climate change, but who will actually deliver on that promise. When I say again and again that our government has missed every single climate target, and that this Liberal government is not even on track to meeting Stephen Harper's weak targets, I hope that the members in this chamber feel the seriousness of this failure, that you do not look away, that you feel the urgency. We need climate accountability now, not in 10 years. We need climate action now, not in 9 months to a year. It was back in 2008 that the United Kingdom created their climate accountability framework, the Climate Change Act. And this act was the first of its kind in the UK, and it remains highly regarded and has served as a model for legislation in other jurisdictions, including Sweden, New Zealand, Denmark, France, Germany, Spain. The UK have set 5-year carbon budgets covering immediately from 2008 onward. And regular reporting to Parliament has enhanced transparency and accountability. The UK's also have an expert advisory committee, the Committee on Climate Change, one that's much stronger than the advisory body proposed by this government. But 2 years before the UK implemented this bill, in 2006, Jack Layton, the leader of the NDP at the time, originally introduced this first Climate Accountability Act in Canada. The bill passed at third reading by a vote of 148 to 116. The Harper Conservatives voted against it. But his bill died in the Senate, and the NDP has introduced the Climate Change Accountability Act as a private member's bill in the 39th, in the 40th, in the 41st Parliaments by Jack, but also by former MP Megan Leslie. Imagine where we would be if we had passed strong climate accountability legislation back then. Since implementing climate accountability, the UK has successfully reduced its emissions over the past decade, in stark contrast to Canada, whose emissions continue to increase, despite the government's empty words and claims to climate leadership. In this Parliament, my NDP colleagues and the member from Winnipeg Centre and the member from Elmwood Transcona have both put forward legislation in this Parliament that calls for strong climate accountability. And I want to thank my Bloc colleague for introducing Bill C-215. But I want to highlight one important piece of the member from Winnipeg Centre's bill, Bill C-232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework. It provides for the development and implementation of a climate emergency action framework. It explicitly outlines how a climate emergency action framework and climate accountability legislation must be built on a foundation that recognizes Indigenous inherent right to self-government, that upholds the provisions in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and that it takes into account scientific knowledge, including Indigenous science and knowledge, as well as the responsibilities towards future generations. And while I was glad to see that the government included a commitment to upholding Section 35 and UNDRIP in the preamble of the government's bill, so far the Liberals have failed to enshrine UNDRIP into law. When will this government put action behind their words when it comes to reconciliation and put the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into law? We have a lot of work to do, and we must come together if we want to do it. And as I wrap up, I want to note again that there can be no climate accountability without climate action. The government has missed every single climate target that it set. Climate accountability is important, but the Liberals are not only putting it off for 10 years, but they are also putting off a new target and a plan. They're putting off a climate action plan for up to another year. Where is the government's climate action plan? Part of that plan has to include an end to all fossil fuel subsidies. Stop giving away billions of dollars to profitable oil and gas companies. Stop throwing good money after bad at the Trans Mountain expansion. And please invest those billions of dollars in creating the good, sustainable jobs that people need right now. We need investments in green infrastructure, in transportation, in building retrofits. We need a just and sustainable recovery, a Green New Deal, one that creates good jobs in the low-carbon economy. And we need a plan that is based on science and in line with keeping global temperatures below 1.5. We must move forward with climate action and climate accountability legislation immediately. We needed it back in 2006 when Jack Layton first put it forward, and Jack would not want us to wait another 10 years for climate accountability. We needed it in each iteration of the IPCC report. We needed it when we read about the catastrophic impacts of global warming. We needed it last year when young people were marching in the streets, begging politicians, begging decision makers to listen to the science, to not look away. And we need it now. I will be pushing this government to make this bill stronger. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We are running out of time. Young people and Canadians are watching us, and they will not forgive us if we fail them, if we lack the courage to do what's necessary to avoid catastrophic climate change. They are telling us to wake up.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really kind of shocked by what I kind of thought I heard, and I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to clarify what she said. I heard that if there's to be an advisory committee, an advisory board, that we should specifically exclude the oil and gas sector from that. And this, to me, is offensive on two levels. First of all, that sector would probably be the most impacted by any substantive changes to our climate change approach. And it would seem that it would be, just simply unfair to exclude their voice from consideration of things that should be done. But secondly, from things that I've read, that sector, in fact, has outperformed just about any other in Canada when it comes to dealing with climate change. So how can she justify excluding such an important sector in such an unfair way?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
So perhaps the Liberal member did mishear me. I said we need representation from workers. That includes from workers in the fossil fuel industry. It includes workers who are impacted. What I would like to avoid is having industry representatives and fossil fuel executives driving our climate plan. I think Canadians can understand why we no longer want to be listening to the fossil fuel industries and the big oil and gas companies who have been making millions of dollars while also receiving billions of dollars in handouts from this government. We need to not only take a strong stand to stand up for workers, to create a responsible climate plan, but also to stop handing out billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies to these profitable oil and gas companies.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Lemoine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy our fanciful tales from my colleague from Victoria. It's always an interesting world they live in where somehow they get here magically to Ottawa in an airplane, but they're against the energy sector, so it's really interesting. But they always say there's $200 billion of subsidies being given to the oil and gas sector. And I'd love her to table that document where she has $200 billion of subsidy per year, I'm assuming is what she's saying, of subsidies to the oil and gas sector. So if she could table that, and also I'd love to know how she feels about the 900 billion liters of raw sewage her city dumped into the Pacific Ocean since 2013, and also that divers in Victoria say right off the coast the ocean floor is littered with garbage, and when you go further out the ocean gets more beautiful and more vibrant. And as a city councillor, I think she should really work on cleaning up her backyard instead of looking down her nose at the oil and gas sector in Western Canada.
Member for Victoria.
So I encourage the member across the way to look at the reports that outline the fossil fuel subsidies. I would be happy to email the member the copy of those reports. I think it's important to note that the reason we are here, the reason we are at this point where young people are marching in the streets, where Canadians across this country are demanding climate action, it is because of the failure of consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments. And we went through the Harper years, the years with no climate action, with no real protection of our oceans, of our coastal ecosystems. The member mentioned, divers who are going off the coast of Victoria. Well, we are very concerned about the environment. We are very concerned about climate change. And I think that concern is shared by Canadians across the country. It is disappointing that the Conservatives continue to focus on individual actions rather than acknowledging that this government, that decisions...
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, Victoria, for her eloquent speech. And I'd like to hear from her on the fact that the fight against climate change, that ultimately it can become a real motor for creating a sustainable green economy and for a fairer post-COVID recovery. And in fact, in many cases, women seem to be particularly passionate about fighting climate change. There is a real link between the women's movement and the environmental movement. What does my colleague think of that for the future of our children?
Thank you so much for the question. And I think first to answer the question around the opportunity for good green jobs in the low-carbon economy, we know that if we were to invest the billions that are being spent on the fossil fuel industry, the $12 billion that is proposed for the Trans Mountain expansion project into green infrastructure, into clean energy, into building retrofits, this would create hundreds of thousands of good jobs across the country, jobs in people's local communities. And I also want to touch on the other part of the question, which is about the connection between the women's movement and the environmental movement. We know that women are disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. That's both here in Canada and around the world. We also know that women have been leaders in a lot of these climate movements. And I just want to thank the member for bringing up that point.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Langford, Malahat. Sorry, Malahat, Langford. He was up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member of Victoria for an incredible speech. She did her constituents very proud with her interventions on Bill C-12. And I think the previous intervention from my Conservative colleague just illustrates the complete disconnect that exists there with the impending challenge that's before us with climate change. In order to make people like that understand the gravity of this situation, I think perhaps it would be informative to the House for the member of Victoria to put the costs in economic terms, i.e. what are the costs going to be to our economy, never mind the ecological devastation, but what will the economic costs be to Canada if we do nothing, the costs of upgrading our infrastructure, of adapting to a new climate. Perhaps that will make my Conservative colleagues finally understand the gravity of the situation before us.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his question and his insight, and really the acknowledgement that the cost of inaction actually greatly outweighs the costs of investing in the kinds of good, sustainable jobs that we know Canadians need and we know are needed to meet our climate targets. And there's been a lot of research both globally, but also some started here in Canada. And one of the amendments that I would like to see for this bill is that the advisory body actually has a role in outlining those costs, and so that we get updated annual reports on what not only are the costs of catastrophic climate change, both present and future, but also how we adapt our adaptation planning to adjust to some of these horrific things like forest fires, flooding, increased severe weather events.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to commend my honourable friend from Victoria for an excellent speech. To my eternal horror, I have been working on this issue since 1986, literally. I have literally seen the targets put in place, and I can tell you chapter and verse each time what particular event knocked us off course. When we look at other countries, as the honourable member did, I wanted to draw attention to New Zealand's Climate Accountability Act and the UK Act. The UK Act has bracketed carbon budgets, which this bill lacks. They're currently in the 2018 to 2022 carbon budget. The New Zealand Act is newer, but they have put in place 2025 goals and carbon budgets. I think it's terribly important that this government listen to the IPCC 1.5 degree special report of October 2018, and I'll ask my honourable friend, who's clearly familiar with it, to set out what we need to do to avoid going above 1.5 degrees, and we must do it before 2030.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question, as well as for her ongoing advocacy for the environment and addressing the climate crisis. And I think this question is so important. It is not only are we represencing the fact that the biggest gap in this bill is the missing 2025 milestone target, the missing progress report that would come before that, the missing accountability for the most important 10 years, but also what are the actions that we need to take between now and 2030 if we want to avoid catastrophic climate change? And some of those things include investments in clean energy, in retrofits, in green infrastructure. We also know that we need to stop doing some things. We need to stop pouring money into fossil fuel subsidies. We need to stop the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We need to put that money into the solutions that will get us to our climate target, that will protect our future and the future for our children and their children.
A short question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for clarification, the member did imply that when we talk about the Net Zero Advisory Committee, that the NDP would not want to have industry reps. We're not talking about workers. We're talking about representatives of an industry. Is that the official position of the NDP?
The Honourable Member for Victoria, very quick answer.
Thank you so much. And I'm just curious if the member across the way doesn't consider workers who are in the fossil fuel industry to represent that industry. Are you saying only executives or officials from the company themselves?
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation in the name of Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moves that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business, of family farm or fishing corporation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it truly is a humbling moment to stand in a chamber like this, in this chamber, to put your name to legislation and ask your colleagues to support it. And as fate would have it, today marks the 7th anniversary of my representing the in the by-election that took place on November the 25th, 2013. Private members' bills give us the opportunity to set aside our political allegiances, to rise as parliamentarians, and to champion the causes of issues whose time have come. And in that spirit, I reached out to all the MPs in this House from other parties to speak about my legislation back before first reading. I want to specifically thank Guy Caron, who spearheaded this legislation in the last Parliament, and now it is up to us to pick up where he left off and pass it into law. The essence of this bill is pretty straightforward. Bill C-208 will allow small businesses, farm families, and family fishing corporations the same tax rate when selling their companies, their operations, to a family member as they would if they sold it to a third party. Currently, when a person sells their small business to a family member, the difference between the sale price and the original purchase price is considered a dividend. However, if the business is sold to a non-family member, the sale is considered a capital gain. The capital gain is taxed at a much lower rate and allows the seller to use the lifetime capital gains exemption. It's completely unacceptable that it's more financially advantageous for a parent to sell their farm or small business, any small business, to an absolute stranger than it is to their own children. I want to give two specific examples here this afternoon on how this legislation will help families transfer their operations and when they decide to make that transition. So imagine a bakery, which a couple's owned for about 30 years. The couple running the bakery is now ready to retire, and another bakery's reached out to indicate that they'd like to purchase it from them. But their daughter's worked with them throughout the years in that bakery as she's grown up and has indicated that she wants to take over the family business. Like a lot of small business owners and farmers, they couldn't afford to put much, large sums of money away in their RRSPs and other saving vehicles, as any extra money that they had went into their own small business. This couple will rely on the sale of the bakery to basically fund their retirement plans. So they call upon the accountant to start a conversation about different planning scenarios. Well, their accountant comes back to them and says that if you sold the bakery to the other company rather than their daughter, they would have an effective tax rate of 10% after using their lifetime capital gains exemption. But their accountant also told them that if they sold the bakery to their daughter, she would be obligated to repay their loan with personally taxed dollars. This is a significant penalty compared to selling their bakery to the other company, as it would render the effective tax rate to be significantly higher. With this information in hand, they have a family huddle, kind of discuss the options, and the couple is now seriously consider selling the business outside the family, as they do not want to put the burden on their daughter with the tax obligation that will inhibit her ability to make a living and grow the business. So on the sale of shares to their bakery, this couple should be indifferent to selling shares to their daughter or to the other company. Their daughter should not be penalized for purchasing shares from her parents and should be able to fund the purchase with corporate funds, as she would if she were to purchase the business from an unrelated party. So by making this change in Bill C-208, it'll allow the next generation to become business owners and to keep the business locally owned. C-208, with this Bill C-208, we can fix this injustice once and for all. So right now, Madam Deputy Speaker, many small businesses are struggling. This pandemic has been most disruptive, one of the most disruptive times in our lifetimes. Across our country, no community has become immune or is immune from its impact. To those entrepreneurs who are listening to this speech tonight, I have your back. Anyone who has ever run their own business understands the massive responsibility and stress that comes with being your own boss. These are risk takers, job creators, and these small business owners make up the backbone of our economy. From tradespeople to grocery stores and everything in between, entrepreneurs are the pillars of our communities. It's not easy to start a business. Many must take out massive loans just to get the doors open. They put everything on the line to make their operations a success. And hopefully after those many, many years of hard work, they slowly and surely pay off the debt, expand their business, and create even more jobs in their own community. They pour their heart and soul into their business, and when they are ready to enjoy retirement, there would be no greater joy in them watching what they built be transferred to their own child or grandchild. As a young entrepreneur, I was one of those children who was able to carry on the legacy of my parents. It was in the year 1948 when my mom and dad carved out a little slice of heaven and started our farm near Elgin, Manitoba. I and my brother are proud to be the sons of farmers. And in the words of Paul Harvey, quote, "On the 8th day, God looked down in his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, and then go to town, stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer." Well, I learned a lot from my parents. There were times when they were incredibly tough. Sometimes commodity prices were in the basement. And there were other times when equipment would break down just when you needed it the most. So I know life isn't always easy, never has been, probably never will be. But with the legislation we have before us today, it sends a strong message to all those family-run businesses out there that no longer will it be more financially advantageous to transfer your business or a farm to a stranger than your own child because of tax purposes. The other example I want to give is a farmer who is set to retire in the next couple of years and is reviewing various succession options. The farmer wants his son or daughter to take over. In this case, it's a son. However, he wants fair market value for his farm in order to fund his retirement as well. Now, if a third party were to ask the farmer to purchase the shares of the farming company, the purchaser would have the ability of purchasing those shares through a corporation. But by selling his farm to this third party, it would allow the farmer to use his farm capital gain exemption on the sale, resulting in a 13.39% effective tax rate. But if the farmer sold his farm to his son, the sale of that would be recorded as a dividend rather than a capital gain, and the farmer would pay 47.4% in tax. That's over 34% more in tax. I think we could all agree that it's completely unfair for the tax rate to be significantly higher when the farmer sells his operation to his son rather than to a third party, in many cases, a complete stranger. Bill C-208 sends a message of hope to young farmers out there that want to carry on what their parents started. There's something special about being connected to the land and to reap what you sow, as there is in any small business. It's an attachment, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Manitoba and other provinces, there are Century Farm Awards to celebrate farm families who've maintained continuous production for 100 years or more, with many of these now well over 125 years in the prairies. I have attended many centennial farm celebration ceremonies, and you can tell in the faces of the family members that are involved how important this milestone is for them. Farm families face unique pressures in succeeding their operations, including the increasing cost of land, the average age of farm operators, and the capital requirements for those entering the industry. With the passage of this bill, it'll eliminate the unfair tax rates that make up the difference to keep the business, to make it difficult rather, to keep the business under family ownership. So with that, I conclude by asking my colleagues to reach out to your constituents and ask them if you should support this legislation. And ask them if they think it's unfair that selling their business to their children should be more expensive than to a stranger. This legislation will impact every single constituency in Canada. And from the family-run farm in Cumberland, Colchester, to a family-run business in Winnipeg North, or a fishing enterprise in Miramichi, they are looking to their members of Parliament to support this bill. So with that, I ask all members to join me in passing this Bill C-208. By working together, we can support our entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers and fishers who make up the backbone of our economy. I ask you to roll up our sleeves and get this job done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my friend, and congratulations on the 7th year anniversary today. Madam Speaker, I recognize the true value of our family farms and how not only today but into the future but in the past they have contributed so much to who we are today as a nation and kept that rural identity very much alive. The question I have for my friend across the way is, has he had any discussions within the department, or whether it's finance or agriculture, just to get a sense of the potential costs that we're talking about? Has there been any dialogue with respect to that?
The Honourable Member for Brandon Sirs.
I want to thank my colleague for his congratulatory message today on my anniversary here as well. And yes, we have. We reached out, as Mr. Caron did before, to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and he indicated that depending on the way that the means and the number of units that are sold, it could be anywhere from $178 to $300 million annually. But it makes a huge difference to each individual operation, leaving much more money in the hands of those people to be able to spend in the things that they wish to contribute to society in that manner. And so it's not a complete cost, because a lot of that money will come back in through taxes and purchases that they've made for their daily lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for this bill. This is something we care about, and I had a chance to say so earlier. And I'd also like to say thank you for, on behalf of farmers and the next generation, but the member for Berthier-Maskinongé raised the issue of breaches made into supply management. How can the Conservatives claim to be the friends of farmers on the one hand and on the other hand not want to protect supply management? It's inconsistent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. I want him to know that I have reached out on this particular bill to many of his colleagues. I didn't have a chance to talk to him personally, but to many of the Bloc members, NDP members, Green members, some of my colleagues in the Liberal Party as well, to get the concentration of input that I've received back on this particular bill, and I thank him for his support for it. And as a former farm leader myself that got me into politics, I can assure him that there were times when I was looking at making sure that we had choices in how to sell our wheat in the world in the Western Canada. And my colleague, Mr. Ritz, made a good choice in those days. But I was on the phone with turkey producers chicken producers, of Canada just yesterday myself. I've spoken with many of the dairy producers in Manitoba and throughout Canada a number of times on this particular bill, or this particular issue that he raises on supply management, and I can assure him that my support for that industry has continued, and we will continue to, and we did it through making sure that when there were trade inheritances or interferences, that there was a compensation package. My honourable member from Abbotsford was there to design that with Prime Minister Harper, The big problem we've got today is that I just found out yesterday there has been no compensation to those supply-managed chicken producers in Canada in the last few years at all. So thank him, and I assure him that we'll continue to work together on that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing forward the bill that Guy Caron worked so assiduously on in previous parliaments. And of course, as he knows, and as indicated, it's been endorsed by independent business organizations supporting small business and agriculture and farming organizations. There's a lot of support for this bill, of course. And what we will do on the NDP side is endeavor to get it to committee. I wanted to ask the member, though, if he is willing to entertain amendments at the committee stage. There are some clarifications, as he's well aware of, that would need to happen in terms of the legislation itself.
I'm sure, unfortunately, we're running out of time, and I'd like to have the honourable member provide a brief answer. The honourable member for Brandon Sears.
Well, I want to thank the member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Am I right there? For his comments today as well, and he is right. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, taxpayers, the Union Producteur, Agriculture, Dairy, the Chicken Farmers of Canada. There is a broad base of support for this particular bill to go before the House. And we did spend a considerable amount of time working with Mr. Caron when he was there before in moving it forward. And if there was anything that we could look at, we'd certainly be willing to do that at committee. But I know Mr. Caron worked in great depth to get it to precisely the wording that he had in this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I grew up in a small 50-acre farm, and in spite of having 11 labor cost-free children, my father still required off-the-farm income because he realized it wasn't as easy to feed 11 children as it was what we could produce on the farm. But Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to take part in the debate today over the private member's bill C-208, which aims to facilitate the transfer of family businesses between family members. Ensuring the sustainability of small businesses, family farms, and fishing corporations is essential to our economy and to the communities that they serve. This has been underscored by the critical role in supporting families and communities as we continue to fight COVID-19. Our government understands this. From the outset of the pandemic, through Canada's economic response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have introduced a range of support measures for small businesses to help bridge them to the other side. Simply put, we have their backs, and that extends to helping family businesses thrive for generations to come. Encouraging the sale of family businesses to family members often means those businesses will remain in and continue to benefit their communities as well as their family, who have fought hard, sacrificed, and succeeded through pure determination and entrepreneurial spirit. It is with this spirit in mind that Bill C-208 bears careful consideration. Bill C-208 seeks to amend two of the Income Tax Act's most important and complex anti-avoidance rules. These rules deal with the intercorporate dividends, share sales, and circumstances in which the lifetime capital gains exemption is charged. Any relieving changes to these sections of the Act must be done cautiously and following rigorous study and debate to avoid unintentionally creating loopholes that would disproportionately benefit the wealthy instead of protecting the middle class and those working hard to join it. Section 841 of the Act, in particular, is in place to apply anti-avoidance rule where, when appropriate, an individual sells shares of one corporation to another corporation that is linked to the individual, such as a family member. When an individual sells shares of a Canadian corporation to a linked corporation, Section 84.1 of the Act deems, in certain circumstances, that the individual has received a taxable dividend from the linked corporation rather than a capital gain. This prevents the individual from realizing the proceeds of the sale on a tax-free basis using lifetime capital gains exemption. This rule is meant to ensure that taxpayers cannot use linked corporations to, in effect, remove earnings from their corporations using a sale as a basis to do so. Mr. Speaker, without this rule, such sales between related parties could be used to convert what should be dividends to an individual shareholder into capital gains that are tax-free under the lifetime capital gains exemption. Bill C-208 proposes narrowing the scope of Section 84.1 by removing the sale of shares of small businesses and family farms or fishing corporations from its application when it is being sold by an individual to another corporation that is owned by their adult child or their grandchild. This change would allow the owner-operator of a family business to convert dividends to the corporation into a tax-free capital gain. It's important to note that there is currently nothing in the Act stopping a parent from selling their shares of a family business directly to their child or grandchild on a tax-free basis using the lifetime capital gains exemption, which currently shelters up to $1 million in capital gains on qualified farm and fishing properties. The issues sought to be addressed by Bill C-208 arise only in multi-tier corporate structures where one corporation owns a second corporation. Adopting the proposed changes to Section 84-1 could open the door to new tax avoidance opportunities. Bill C-208 also proposes amendments to Section 55 of the Act, which generally applies to corporations that seek to inappropriately reduce capital gains by paying excessive tax-free dividends between corporations, which the Act considers to be a capital gain. Two exemptions to these anti-avoidance rules authorize businesses that are restructuring to allow company shareholders to split company shares between them while deferring taxes. The first exemption applies to the restructuring of related corporations, and the second applies to all corporate restructuring. Bill C-208 would broaden the first exemption so that it applies to brothers and sisters, despite long-standing tax policy that considers brothers and sisters to have separate and independent economic interests for these purposes. And any change to this exemption would risk eroding our tax base. Spouses, as well as parents and their children, are already eligible for this exemption because it is presumed that they have shared economic interests. And although brothers and sisters cannot restructure their participation in a corporation on a tax-deferred basis under the related corporations exemption, they can do it under the second exemption of Section 55, which applies to all corporate restructurings. This is called the butterfly exemption, and there are few tax avoidance opportunities under it. If the proposed amendments under Section 55 included in Bill C-208 were passed, siblings could undertake business restructurings in which otherwise taxable capital gains realized between corporations would be converted into tax-free intercorporate dividends, which would create new opportunities for tax avoidance in Canada. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying we know that many businesses are continuing to face stress and uncertainty due to COVID-19. Our government has stepped up to the plate to make sure that they have the support during these unprecedented times. We've made unprecedented support available to Canadian businesses, including Canadian Emergency Business Account, that has provided 758,000 business loans totaling $30 billion. The Wage Emergency Subsidy has supported the wages of more than 3.5 million employees, totaling $36.7 billion. And just this week, applications were opened for the new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, which would provide simple and easy-to-access commercial rent support, and the additional lockdown support of 25% for businesses that have temporarily shut down due to mandatory public orders. Combined, this will mean the hard-hit businesses subject to lockdown would receive rent support up to 90%. Our message to businesses remains the same. We have your back. There are important considerations to take into account when we are reviewing the merits of Bill C-208. Our government remains committed to working with family businesses, including farming, fishing business, to make efficient or less difficult to hand down their businesses to a next generation. However, we must exercise caution when making amendments to the Income Tax Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's an honour for me to rise in the House. Before I became a politician, I was secretary for the next generation of farmers in my riding, and perhaps my colleague would be interested to learn this. So I was involved in the Federation for Intergenerational Farm Transfers in my riding, and I was involved in an organization with some 50 members that was concerned about the intergenerational transfer of farmlands, because the value of the farmland in my part of Quebec was less than elsewhere in Quebec. So that was an important factor in considering the issue of transfers between family members. And I also spoke at an event last March in Rouyn-Noranda in my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. And it's advantageous today for an entrepreneur to be able to sell a farm to outside shareholders rather than his own family members. And I'd like to thank the member for Brandon Surrey for tabling this bill. I myself would have liked to table legislation like this, as would my colleague for Berthier-Maskinongé, because this is a crucial issue for us. We're in favor of this bill, and we've been fighting for years to make it easier for interfamily transfers in agriculture and fisheries. And I'd like to point out that the member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères-les-Patriotes, Mr. Barsalou Duval, already tabled legislation to amend the Income Tax Act in this area in order to make it easier to transfer properties. This is a request that the Bloc has been making for 15 years. And in our view, this is an important issue. The next generation is important for the future of our country, especially when it comes to farming in my riding. Entrepreneurship, or intergenerational entrepreneurship, is particularly important. Almost 1 in 3 SMEs in Quebec falls into this category of interfamily transfers, and we have more of these types of intergenerational transfers in Quebec than elsewhere in Canada, according to Professor Marc Duhamel, who's a researcher on SMEs in Montreal. And this model should be encouraged not only through the tax system, but otherwise there's a serious danger of companies being lost or bought up by foreign shareholders. And if they're not transferred within families, thousands of jobs and sales will be lost. Currently in Quebec, there's about 1 farm a day being lost. This is alarming.
And the risk of foreign sales and loss of business is very real. Quebec suffers greatly from this. And unfortunately, in this Parliament, taking over family businesses is not sufficiently encouraged. Why then does the Liberal Party not want to put a family member or a foreign investor on equal footing? And under the current law, the transfer of business to a family member is treated as a dividend and not as a capital gain, unlike the sale to a third party. Therefore, the owner is not entitled to a lifetime capital gains exemption if they decide to sell their business to their children. Right now, the Act punishes common sense. What's the motivation of the Liberal Party to refuse to amend the Income Tax Act? It would seem that there's a fear of encouraging tax avoidance that justify the Income Tax Act not being taken into consideration the principle of transferring, assigning, or selling small businesses to family members, particularly for reasons of possible tax abuse or fraud. If tax abuses or tax evasions are the real reason, then I can't understand why the Liberal Party always turns a blind eye to tax havens. As a member for Abitibi, I have the honor of meeting every week many entrepreneurs from my region, and I'd like to pay tribute to them. And for them, as for all Quebec entrepreneurs, owning a business is an essential way to curb the exodus of businesses and Quebecers to urban centres. It lets young people with an entrepreneurial spirit take over their family business easier. It's essential for my region, and it's also essential for Quebec. The next generation of farmers is necessary for the future of my region, and I'm quoting a young farmer from my region, Simon Leblanc, a member of the Fédération de la Relève, who says that challenges, of course I'll have them, starting with funding and business development. But there's other specific issues to my region, including keeping a sufficient pool of producers to maintain the services that revolve around agricultural businesses, and to make sure the sector remains buoyant and it's introduced to people who aren't connected to agriculture. Succession is essential because it ensures agricultural vitality and that of our region, and the vitality of our regions ensures the vitality of Quebec. So we have to talk about the distress. In my region, like elsewhere in Quebec, young and older farmers are overwhelmed by the red tape, the paperwork, the long hours of work, their roles as parents, their accounts payable, the daily stress, the stress of debt, and machinery that breaks down that must be repaired, short production and harvest periods, difficult weather conditions, and other types of pressure that they face. Distress is very great with farmers, and if we encourage and facilitate the transfer of their business, it will help to alleviate some of this stress. And this is an important reason for members of this Parliament to support Bill C-208. What are the realities of the next generation of farmers? Well, farmers are stubborn and tenacious. They are the most resilient members of our society. Young farmers are continually working to find solutions to promote access to assets and to encourage transfers and startups in Quebec. There are many challenges: land grabbing, financialization, income security, veterinary services for farm animals, grain crop insurance, and drainage of farmland. There are many challenges, and improving access to land and the living conditions of young producers in Quebec is one way to ensure an agricultural future for Quebec's youth. It is the duty of this Parliament to improve conditions for the next generation of farmers, to attract a new generation, and to ensure a future for SMEs. However, the first condition is to improve access to land and farm transfers, because starting a farm from scratch is really difficult, very difficult, especially since the price of land, the cost of quotas, new production standards, they increase year after year. It takes longer and longer to transfer your farm to your children, and longer to repay the loans needed to buy a farm, especially since the red tape is getting heavier and it's increasingly difficult for farmers to access the land and to go about their daily lives. Some people want what we're calling a single window to avoid talking to too many people when they're doing a transfer. In fact, since I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, the Fédération de la Relève Agricole du Québec wants to improve the condition of young farmers. And the president of that federation has said this before, and they're unanimous in terms of transfers of family farms. It isn't normal that it's more advantageous to sell your family farm to a stranger than to a family member. And I've heard that people have discussed this issue everywhere. And for years now, young farmers in my region have been demanding legislative changes. Transferors also want things to change. The oldest agricultural producers in my riding want to transfer their businesses to their family members. And it means that our agricultural sector will slow down. People want to transfer their farms to their children. And this has also pushed the oldest agricultural producers to work so hard and to invest so much time and money for 30, 40, or 50 years. Farmers have worked so hard to provide a future for their children. So selling their farm business to a stranger, they think this is a failure, and it causes them profound grief. It's really hard, a big step rather, for a farmer to hand over their farm to their children, just like it's hard for children to acquire their parents' farm. And what farmers really want is to transfer their farm to their families. So I'd like to conclude by saying that tax measures have to change. And there's a lack of political will in Canada to do so. That is why the Bloc is in favor of this bill. And I hope there is unanimous consent in this House to move this bill forward so we can help the next generation of farmers. Thank you.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the NDP caucus today at second reading of Bill C-208. And we will be according our support at second reading to take this to committee. And as I already indicated, Madam Speaker, we will be looking potentially to some clarifications around the bill itself when it goes to committee. Now, Madam Speaker, I need to praise Guy Caron, the former Member of Parliament for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques, for his good work in advancing this issue. And Madam Speaker, this is not an insignificant issue. It is extremely important because what it does is provide for the next generation of people running small businesses across the length and breadth of our country, for family farms to be passed on from one generation to the next, for the fishing supports, for fishing corporations to be passed on as well, to maintain that vital fishing industry in our coasts across the country. So, Madam Speaker, these are important points that Guy Caron brought forward to Parliament and that we are now debating to take to committee. These are extremely important things that must be put into place. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, I'm a longtime member of the New Westminster Chamber of Commerce and the Burnaby Board of Trade. And because of that long-time involvement in the Board of Trade and the Chamber of Commerce, I have worked with small businesses and, of course, ran a social enterprise myself. It is extremely important to maintain those family-run businesses across this country. And in many communities, of course, family-run businesses are really the backbone of the community economic development. So to say that we are ending what is a very perverse aspect of our tax system and facilitating, in a sense, for small businesses under $1 million to be passed from one generation to the next without the penalties being incurred, this is something that makes a big difference for community-owned businesses, for family-owned businesses. As well, Madam Speaker, coming from a farmer family, my mother's family ran a farm in Alberta when they originally came from Norway, and then settled in the Caribou Hill area of Burnaby. The area now known as Caribou Park was the family farm. So the families for generations who have run farms have nothing but my deepest respect. And again, we have to end the perverse penalties that exist right now for families that want to pass their farm from one generation to the next. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to set aside my speech for a moment because I'd like to respond to the member for Newmarket Aurora who's speaking on behalf of the Liberal government on this bill and basically questioned the impacts on the tax base of putting forward these measures. Now, Madam Speaker, this government has completely collapsed the tax base in this country. And for any Liberal to stand in the House and say, They're concerned about the tax base for something that on the scale of the federal budget is of far, far less significance than it is in the positive impacts that small businesses would feel and family farms would feel across the country. For any member to say that, I find it incredible, quite frankly, Madam Speaker. The reality is, as the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer has pointed out, this government has undermined the tax base to the point that we lose over $25 billion a year to overseas tax havens. $25 billion a year. Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of housing, in terms of education, healthcare, expanding to pharmacare, dental care, $25 billion lost each and every year, $125 billion since the Liberals came to power. This is an astronomical amount. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, the CRA representatives coming before the Finance Committee indicated that the reason why nobody had ever been prosecuted for the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, the well-known documentation around the use of overseas tax havens is because they've never been given the tools by this Liberal government to actually crack down on these overseas tax havens. So for this government to pretend that their concern is the tax base when they have done anything but, to my mind, as an excuse, a pretext for opposing this bill, is something that is difficult to believe. In addition, Madam Speaker, as you well know, the NDP has brought forward provisions around the wealth tax and an excess profits tax. The leader of the NDP, the member from Burnaby South, has been very, very clear in this respect. And the government, the federal government, the Liberal government, has simply refused to undertake those measures, even though we know that Canadian billionaires have added to their wealth over $37 billion since the beginning of this pandemic. And we've seen, of course, the banking sector receive over $750 billion in liquidity supports, and their profits as well have been astronomical just in the first 2 quarters, over $15 billion in profits. That have been supported by federal government institutions, making sure with as much largesse as possible that they have everything taken care of during this pandemic. Now, Madam Speaker, in previous crises that this country has gone through, for example, the Second World War, there were strict laws against profiteering. There was an effective corporate tax rate to ensure that we were all in this together. This government has refused to do the right thing, whether it's cracking down on overseas tax havens, bringing in a wealth tax, proposing an excess profits tax. They have undermined and destroyed our tax base. And what many Canadians are concerned about, Madam Speaker, is, of course, the fact that this could well lead to austerity when Canadians are not getting the supports, in so many cases, that they actually need to go through this pandemic. The last point I would like to make in reply to the member from Newmarket Aurora is he seemed to be very proud about this government's support for small businesses. And if he spoke with small businesses, he would know that nothing could be further from the case. We certainly had the NDP put pressure on the government to bring in the wage subsidy, and this is something that in a minority parliament the NDP was able to achieve. But when we talk about the rent relief program, it was a massive failure. And the member from Courtenay Alberni, the NDP small business critic, has, of course, raised this repeatedly, that now we have a rent relief program that actually fixes all of the problems with the old one. But the federal government, the Liberal government, has refused to put into place the retroactivity that would allow the small businesses that did not get any rent relief from the first version, because it was so badly botched, to actually apply retroactively for rent relief. So, Madam Speaker, I think the pretensions of why Liberal members would oppose this bill are disingenuous, to say the least, when the Liberal government has done everything to destroy our tax base and at the same time has not offered the supports for small businesses that are so desperately needed. Now, Madam Speaker, there have been a number of people that have talked very positively about this bill. Dan Kelly, who's president of the CFIB, has said that many small business owners are telling us the tax rules discourage them from passing on their firm to their children. And in this time, Mr. Kelly was speaking about Guy Caron's work, saying that the bill addressed this unfairness and will help small business owners ensure their firm remains locally owned and creating and protecting local jobs. And Ron Bennett, president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, has said, simply put, if taxation barriers aren't addressed, we will see fewer and fewer family farms in Canada. We support, again, this is Mr. Caron's bill and his colleagues' commitments to addressing these tax burdens that could cause significant administrative burden. I will just switch languages. To
conclude, Madam Speaker, because there were several organizations that supported this bill, like Guy Caron, the former member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques, and this includes the Federation of Chambers of Commerce of Quebec and many others, the Agricultural Alliance of New Brunswick, and dairy producers from Quebec as well as many other organizations in charge of farms for supply management. Of course, this is part of what we should do to preserve family farms, and most importantly, to continue to support and strengthen supply management. So, Madam Speaker, we are going to support this legislation, hoping that we can discuss it further in committee. Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Beauce. Colleagues, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of Bill C-208, Act to amend the Income Tax Act, introduced by the member for Brampton-Souris. Changes to this bill are necessary to level the playing field for the sale of family businesses. These amendments would significantly improve the Income Tax Act in terms of the transfer of small businesses or a family farm to a family member. The current situation means that business owners today, it costs them more in taxes to sell to a family member than it does to a third-party buyer. The current law unjustifiably disadvantages operators who wish to pass on their family business to their son or daughter. This leaves it up to the owners to decide whether they can keep their life's work within the family or sell it to the highest bidder. If passed, this bill would allow for much greater succession of family businesses. It would also ensure that the hard-earned retirement savings of owners would help keep it and allow more local businesses to prosper, strengthening the Canadian and local economies. SMEs are the backbone of our economy. Madam Speaker, everyone in this House knows of a family-owned business or restaurant, a corner store or a farm in their riding that has been around for generations. These family-owned businesses are greatly appreciated and very important to the local economy. These small businesses are truly the backbone of our society. Not only do some of them help to feed our communities, but they also provide important jobs for people in our ridings. Keeping a family business in the family is difficult. The fact that an owner can be forced to sell their business to a third party simply because of overtaxation is quite simply shocking. When a third-party purchaser buys a business, there are many unknowns at play. Will the new owner cut jobs? Will they move the business to a new region or even to another country? These are all questions that not only the seller must consider, but also their employees and family members.
Madam Speaker, as you know, Beauce is a cradle of small businesses. I'll give you two examples from my writing. Eddie Berthiaume is the owner of both staircases from Saint-Éliséard, where I am from, he had to take the difficult decision that I just explained. He was the 50% owner of the company for many years. He worked extremely hard for years to build his business. He's finally ready to retire. But unfortunately, when he decided to sell his share of the family business to his children, he was unjustly forced to pay thousands of dollars. The most unfortunate thing, Madam Speaker, is that his associate sold his 50% of the business to a third party for an extremely low amount in taxes. How is that fair? And that's just one example. There are many others. Just one example of how the government is letting small companies in this country fall through the cracks. We need a government that is ready to take care of small businesses rather than penalizing hardworking families like the Berthiaume family while giving exemptions to some Canadians. Let me give you another example. Estampro in Saint-Évariste. Once again, the same rules to transfer to a family member. This business was founded in 1984. And it's already in its third generation of the family working there. But to get to that point, they had to labor long and hard. The time and money they invested to fill out forms for the transfer could have been used to hire more machinists or improve the robotics that they had in their business. Now, instead of being able to improve their business like that, they ended up having to try to get out of the bureaucratic maze that was being imposed on them by the current legislation. And this has had a real impact on the Fortin family. I spoke to them this week. They have some serious questions about the problems that they're going to face when they transfer the business to the third generation. And there are many cases like that in my writing and elsewhere. If this House doesn't act now, we can be certain that these thriving, strong Canadian businesses will ultimately end up outside the hands of the family that built the business. And in some cases, even worse, they may find themselves in foreign hands. Another way in which this bill would help Canadian entrepreneurs would be by encouraging female entrepreneurship. Only 16% of small businesses and 29% of farms are held by women, or a majority held by women. By stopping this process of penalizing small businesses and farms which sell their business to the family daughter, we would be helping women participate in the economy and in entrepreneurship. Madam Speaker, it is regrettable that our party is forced to table bills like this one, when this government claims that it is always there for women and small business. This government needs to look at the questions raised by legislation like this bill. This bill is by no means partisan. I think that the changes proposed here are not just a matter of fairness, as several colleagues mentioned. Ultimately, it comes down to common sense. In fact, I find it difficult to believe that the current government has not already presented amendments to the Income Tax Act in this area. Madam Speaker, we need to be fair when it comes to business owners. These unjust tax policies place a great deal of stress on owners when they want to pass on their family business to the next generation. If you know you're leaving your business in good hands, in the hands of a family member who you love, that can be a beautiful thing, especially when it's someone who will respect the values and culture of your company, as you did for many years. That's why it's important that owners not be forced to sell their business to a third party simply because it makes more sense economically. It's also important to ensure that business owners respect the law. We don't want them to end up acting fraudulently in order to save their pension or savings that they work so hard to bring together and that they might lose in taxes under the current situation. And that is why this bill should be adopted as quickly as possible in this House. I heard from some of my colleagues who said that amendments to this law could lead to further tax evasion or fraud. And that is why our party has implemented protection mechanisms in the bill in order to prevent such potential problems. The bill states that the family member who buys the business needs to keep their shares for at least 5 years to avoid being penalized. That way the system can't be exploited. Madam Speaker, now, more than ever, with a global pandemic, Canadian businesses need our help, not only to remain afloat while together we fight this pandemic, but also in the future, when the time comes to sell family businesses. Canadians want to remain self-sufficient. They want to support local business, and they want their local businesses to succeed from generation to generation. Madam Speaker, I hope that the Conservative Party will receive support from all parties when the time comes to vote on this bill. Thank you. This is a very important bill for our family businesses. And I myself was part of the fourth generation in a family business, so I know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, I will have to unfortunately interrupt the honourable member, but the honourable parliamentary secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council of Canada and to the leader in the government of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened very closely in terms of some of the comments that were being made, and I'll get two opportunities to respond, as you just pointed out, this evening for a few minutes, and then later on, the next time it comes up for debate, where I'll try to deal a little bit more with the content. What concerns me, Madam Speaker, is that we've had members from different political entities in the House try to give an impression that I don't believe is accurate. We need to recognize that virtually from day one, we have had a government, a prime minister that has recognized the importance of small businesses. Whether it's a family farm in our rural communities, or a store or a shop in our urban centers, or in our rural communities also, Madam Speaker. And we have seen that amplified over the last number of months in different ways. And I would encourage my colleagues on all sides of the House to, at the very least, recognize some of those ways that we've done it. When we hear this legislation, we talk about the issue of taxes and a sense of tax fairness and wanting to see the family business as much as possible continued on by family members in a fair fashion. And the government on that particular issue of tax fairness, again, has demonstrated very clearly where our priorities have been, Madam Speaker, where we have seen significant tax changes that have taken place. But I want to focus what little time I have in regards to, again, an area of concern based on what members inside this House have said in the last hour. When you take a look at small businesses as the backbone of our Canadian economy, and it goes beyond our economy in terms of our society, our lifestyle, and how it has been such a positive force over decades, Madam Speaker, and will continue to be a driving force into the future.
That is the reason why, virtually from day one during the pandemic, that we invested so much resources, whether it is the wage subsidy program, whether it is the rent assistance program, whether it is working with banks so that small businesses would have the leverage to be able to get the loans that are necessary. And I see you're telling me my time has expired, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the bill coming up next for my continuation. Thank you.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant des députés.
The period for study of private members' business is now expired and brought to the bottom of the order paper.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 19, 2020, the House shall now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to consider Motion 2 under Government Business. Je voudrais entamer les débats de ce soir en...
Let me begin tonight's debate by making a short statement on the procedure. Tonight's debate will occur under Standing Order 53.1 regarding take note debates after a motion presented by a minister after consultation with leaders of other parties. The motion on tonight's debate was adopted on the 19th of November 2020.
Speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. The debate will end after 4 hours or when no member rises to speak. Pursuant to the order adopted Thursday, November 19, 2020, members may divide their time with another member and the chair will not receive any dilatory motions, quorum calls, or requests for unanimous consent. Conformément aux règles suivies par les...
Pursuant to the rules of committees of the whole, members can speak more than once, as long as there is enough time. At the end of tonight's debate, the sitting will adjourn immediately after the Committee of the Whole.
Begin tonight's take note debate accordingly. Mr. Rodriguez moves that this committee will take note of the situation of the French language situation in Montreal. Debate. L'honorable leader du gouvernement.
The honorable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Merci. Merci, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Dear colleagues, from the outset, I'd like to be very clear. French is the common language of Quebecers. It is the official language in Quebec. It is the language of a proud and open people that lives and, in many cases, survives in the middle of a sea of Anglophones. It's also a people that is respectful and defends the rights of linguistic minorities. It's a beautiful language, but it's also fragile. It's the language that we share with thousands of Francophones throughout the country. We need to love it, cherish it, share it, protect it. Today, I'm going to talk about the French language as the member for Honoré Mercier, leader of the government in the House of Commons, as a member for Quebec. But ultimately, as a Quebecer, as a father, a friend, as someone who adores Quebec music and Quebec culture, for me, French is the most beautiful language in the world. It's not my mother tongue, but I think it's the most beautiful language in the world. It's the language of Quebec, Quebecers. It's the language of Félix Leclerc, Michel Tremblay, Gaston Miron, many other giants. We're talking about remarkable literary figures, but it's also the language of every day, the language of each and every one of us. It's the one with which we speak to our loved ones, we laugh, we joke. It's also the language we use as we mourn. It's the one we use to say, hey, how's it going? How's it going, buddy? It's the language in which I talk to my daughter every night. It's the language in which I joke around with my buddies or talk to my colleagues here. It's the language we use to tell each other, keep going, you can make it through this. It's the language of fighters. It's the language we use to tell bedtime stories to our children with greater or lesser success, of course. It's the language we use to console our children. It's the language we use to talk to our parents and grandparents, to tell them we love them. I also learned how to play the guitar in French. Once again, with greater or lesser success, but with a great deal of passion, Madam Speaker. I tried to learn to sing songs that I loved. It's also the language that welcomed my father, my mother, me, my sisters. It's the language where we immediately felt accepted. Initially, I spoke only Spanish. I didn't understand a thing when I arrived here. I learned one language, EC, here, because there's only 3 letters in EC. I would run around everywhere and I would say EC, and I would run around to a different spot and say EC. That was all I did at first. It wasn't enough. I realized that if I wanted to make friends to play hockey with, I was going to need to learn more. So I learned French. I learned it really quickly and I fell in love with it. It can be a complicated language, but it's that complexity. It's that complexity that gives rise to the nuance and the warmth that make it such a beautiful language. And for those reasons and many others, we need to do the needful to protect it, because French is in decline in Montreal. And that is something I really care about as a Montrealer and a Quebecer and a Canadian. And I know my colleagues from the other parties feel the same way. And it's something that is gut-wrenching because we feel it. We can see it. But there are no easy solutions. We need to be careful. There are no magic bullets here, silver bullets. There's no one-stop shop where suddenly the problem has disappeared. From the outset, I would say we need to show courage, willpower, and collaboration. We need to cooperate because the government of Quebec, of course, has a central role to play in the protection of French. We need to cooperate because we here in Ottawa can do a great deal to protect French and help it thrive throughout Quebec. And for that matter, throughout the country. In the speech from the throne, as you will recall, Madam Speaker, we stated that the federal government needs to support official language minority communities, our Anglophone friends in Quebec, our Francophone friends outside Quebec, as well as French in Quebec. And that's the first. After 150 years, it's the first time that the government recognized its responsibility towards French in Quebec. Because even though French is the majority language in Quebec, it's a minority in Canada and in North America. And there are many ways to do this, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'm thinking of the many possibilities of modernizing the Official Languages Act. Our colleague tells us about that very frequently, and we'll hear more about that later. There are many things we can do, and my colleague is working on it every day very hard. There's a lot we can do, and more can always be done. There's also culture. We need to invest in our culture, because when we invest in our culture, we're investing in who we are. More books in French, more TV and films in French, more music in French. Is there any better way to get to know our language than when we listen to great Quebec singer-songwriters or listening to Infoman, Tout le monde en parle, going to the Théâtre Nouveau Monde, the Théâtre Jean Duceppe, there's all sorts of ways to get to know French. We also need to protect our culture. When we protect French, we're protecting our culture, and that's important to do through traditional methods, but also we need to go farther. We need to protect it online as well, because the world has changed. And that's what we're doing with the Broadcasting Act. We need to promote and protect online content in French. We also need to work internationally through international institutions. We need to ensure that French continues to thrive everywhere in the world, again, through these multilateral institutions.
But beyond that, there's things we can do economically, because NAFTA helped Quebec get through this crisis. We're helping our SMEs out. We're keeping good jobs here at home, often French-speaking jobs. But we have to do more, Madam Speaker. I think everyone here acknowledges that we have to do more. And we will do more, Madam Speaker. But this has to be done together. This is not an individual thing. It's not up to just one or other. No one person is going to make a big change. We'll do our part. Quebec will do its part, and we'll do so in the future. But each and every one of us has a role to play. We all have a part to play as members and as individuals also. We have an individual responsibility, but we also have a responsibility as a society to act and to mobilize and to share our pride in our language, to stand up and be counted, to defend French and to promote French. And obviously, we can defend our language with grandiose political gestures and programs, but we can also do that through little things, through small daily acts, concrete acts. For example, by listening to music from here, by reading authors from here. Since my early days in politics, right up until the end, I will never give up. I will always fight to defend our language. And there are 35 Liberal members from Quebec and so many others who will do their share, and so will opposition members. Let's do it together. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Government House Leader, for accepting our proposal to have this 4-hour take note debate tonight on the importance of French in Montreal. And I'd also like to thank him for his speech. I have a lot of respect for him. And I see him as an inspiration to all those from abroad who might wish to come to Canada and live here. And they may arrive not speaking a word of French and eventually end up right here in the government, sitting just to the left of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the minister mentioned here, and that he learned French here and there. But here in the House of Commons, he's a minister of the government, and he's the Quebec lieutenant. Like all Canadians and Quebecers, 2 weeks ago, he saw the member for Saint Laurent in a totally unacceptable way, talking about the decline of French in Quebec as if it didn't matter much. She questioned the fragility of French. And like all Quebecers and Canadians, she saw that there was some backpedaling. The member apologized for her remarks. But we all saw that half an hour after she left, after she resigned from the Official Languages Committee, she she liked a tweet.
Des questions et commentaires.
This is questions and comments. It's been almost 2 minutes, and we're still waiting for the question. So I will give the floor to the Government House Leader.
On demande, oui.
It's questions and comments, not speeches. I'm sorry. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague knows the high respect I hold him in, and I'd like to thank him for his very generous comments about me. I was able to learn French once I came to Canada. My colleague asked what I've seen. Well, I've seen a Prime Minister stand here in the House not far from me, and I've heard him say how important Bill 101 is and how important it is to defend French. The member for Ahansik has fought day after day to modernize the legislation and to revolutionize a number of things, Madam Speaker. I've seen members from all parts of Quebec. I'm thinking of my colleagues from Quebec City and my friend here, my colleagues from Quebec City, from Shawinigan or elsewhere. Every time they speak, they're proud to be Francophones and Quebecers. There are 35 Quebec Liberals here will always defend the French fact. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Government House Leader, for his speech. He was on a bit of a roll. He was talking about the language and accents and stories, and he had it his own. My question is straightforward. Are we going to have an opportunity to hear the member for Saint Laurent tonight? Or she's been thrown under the bus, but I think her point of view would be very important this evening because she represents a child of Bill 101. And if we're supposed to live together, instead of multiculturalism, if we're really going to work on a common language in Montreal, I think we need to hear from immigrants. We need to hear their perspective. Will we have the opportunity to hear from the member from Saint Laurent tonight, the Honourable Government House Leader? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this social harmony or this living together could do without personal attacks. In the same way as the leader of the Bloc Québécois said that the Minister of Official Languages was an enemy. These are personal attacks. I think these are words that we can do without. They're not helpful here in the House. And in these times where there's regrowth of violence and exaggeration, be it online or elsewhere, I think we can disagree on things. We may have differing viewpoints, but I will never consider the Bloc Québécois as an enemy. Never. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to first off thank my friend and the Minister for his very passionate discussion today on French and the importance of the French language, not just in Quebec but across the country, and one that as a government and as a party we're so committed to preserving. I'd like to get a sense from him. My family came and we landed in Montreal, and sadly we didn't end up staying there for too long. But if you can give us some examples of newcomers who've come to Quebec, who've settled in, who speak the language, and the area that he represents is very diverse. How that, what he feels when he sees the many different cultures that have embraced the French language and are flourishing in Montreal.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
For his question. Well, I'm one of those examples. As I mentioned, when I came here, I only spoke Spanish, not a word of French or English. My English is still not really good, but it's still there. And my colleague from Hochelaga came from Chile and is also sitting here. And there's so many examples in this room where people learn French, English, and they are so proud of their life in this country and try to represent it as best as they can. Et je pense que c'est aussi.
And I think that's the beauty of our society, the fact that people can come to Quebec or Canada from so many different parts of the world, or whether you're from here, it makes no difference. We can share our collective experience. Our children can grow up in peace and democracy. We have among the best opportunities in the world, and we respect both official languages. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I wanted to say to the Quebec lieutenant, how does he see the fact that the #1 advocate for his party in Quebec, that the member for Saint Laurent liked a tweet which once again questioned the quality, the importance, and the fragility of French in Montreal? How can he tolerate someone like that on his team? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, I thought the debate was about the decline of French and the importance of French, the importance of defending it and promoting it. Not about individuals, not about virtually personal attacks on an individual, which is what I'm getting the sense of from my colleague. My colleague also forgot to mention the fact that the Prime Minister has recognized the importance of Bill 101, the importance of defending French. My colleague on behalf of the Minister for Official Languages, all the work we're doing because we're so proud of this language. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was blown away by my colleague opposite's speech. When he arrived in Quebec, he said he was inspired by great poets, composers, and writers from Quebec. What does he think of Quebec artists who want to express themselves in French? Has their situation improved or gotten worse? The Honourable Government House Leader. In less than 1 minute. I'd like to thank my colleague for that very important question, because our culture is who we are. It's our identity, it's our present, our past, and our future. And our artists, whether it's musical, TV, or film, they're going through hard times. It's complicated because there's a whole transition of traditional media towards digital media. We've gone from cassettes and albums to CDs and now online music. And that's why we needed to overhaul our Broadcasting Act. And that's precisely what the Heritage Minister did to protect French content on all platforms. Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This evening, thanks to our colleague, the Conservative member for Louis Saint Laurent, we're going to talk about the importance of French in Canada. But before that, I'd like to speak to all Francophones in Canada. I'd like to say how proud I am to live in a country that was born in French. French is not just an official language. It's a national language. It's part of the profound identity of our country, our culture, and our heritage. And the flag of the Quebec nation, the Acadian nation, and many Francophone communities from coast to coast to coast, in St. Boniface, in Resticouche, in Grand Prairie, and in Grand Pré. Many Canadians have personal stories involving French. Myself, I was born in Quebec, but I moved to Ontario after only 18 months. Unfortunately, I hadn't mastered French before I was 2 years old, and so I learned French in the Canadian Armed Forces once I was 18 years old. I'm proud to be bilingual. It was important as an officer in the Air Force, and it's important to me now as a member of Parliament. It's a responsibility of Canadian politicians, be they Anglophone or Francophone, to protect French in Canada. As the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, I'm the leader of the party that united our country in an alliance between two founding peoples, a union that has always been enriched by the contribution of the First Nations. I would like to speak out, frankly, against the destruction of the statue of Sir John A. Macdonald. But I began talking about speaking out against cancel culture 3 years ago when Hector Langevin, a Francophone symbol, was being tarnished. His role was central in the creation of Canada. So yes, being the leader of the Conservative Party means being the successor of Sir John A. Macdonald and Sir George Etienne Cartier, these giants of our history. They recognized that we can accomplish great things by working together. These were also leaders who fought to include Quebec in our Constitution with honor and enthusiasm. It also means being the leader of a party that has fought to recognize the Quebec nation. And that at a time when the Liberals have done everything they could for 60 years to combat Quebec nationalism. The truth is that Quebecers have always been better represented by the Conservative Party, and that's still the case today. Madam Speaker, the internet, Netflix, Instagram, Twitter, and iPhones, none of that was around when the Official Languages Act was enacted. It needs to be modernized. The Liberals refuse to do that swiftly. There are other things that they're more concerned about. They would rather talk than act. But what the Liberals don't really want to talk about is the fact that we have to go even further and take action in Quebec. Montreal, my hometown where I was born, is the second largest French-speaking city in the world, and it has to remain so. There are 7 million Francophones in Quebec in an ocean of 579 million North Americans, Madam Speaker. It's only to be expected that Quebecers would want laws to protect French. Those laws are not just needed, they're actually desirable. Between 1996 and 2016, people who have French as their mother tongue, that number has gone down from 52% to 46%. For a long time, the Liberals have been refusing to protect French in Quebec so as to not undermine language minorities in Canada. Commenters have implied, in bad faith, that there's an equivalency between the Anglophone minority and Francophone minorities elsewhere in the country. This is a false equivalency, Madam Speaker. There is absolutely no comparison possible in a North American context where there are hundreds of millions of Anglophones. Of the two languages, French and French alone is threatened. For the Liberals, Francophone Quebec is not a reality that they want to acknowledge. For us, Conservatives, a Francophone Quebec is a source of pride. It's our heritage, and we have a duty to fight for it. Our Conservative Party is proposing to extend Bill 101 to cover federally regulated workplaces in Quebec, and we will support the Legault government in its attempts to defend French.
Protecting the existence of the only Francophone nation in North America is a noble project. It's a patriotic project. It's a Canadian project. The Conservative Party will fight to protect and promote French in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. We will represent, and you can count on me and my colleagues to ensure that French is the common language of Quebec, the language of work in Quebec, and a source of pride for everyone. It's the central place of Quebec that French in Quebec that makes Canada a strong and bilingual country. We cannot allow ourselves to lose that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Government Leader, House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to that with a lot of interest. I had a lot of interest here and outside as well. And I would like to know how the speech of the Leader of the Opposition can conciliate with gestures that were made when he was in government. I'm thinking of cuts to culture, for example. Significant cuts. Cuts to CBC. Cuts to official languages. And the fact that he did not appoint bilingual judges. So how can he reconcile what he said with the concrete measures that they took in the past and that still remain? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government House Leader was a bit tired before questions this evening, but I spoke in my speech about Bill 101. It's time to modernize for federal businesses. That's fair, Madam Speaker. When I was a lawyer in the private sector, I worked for a large company, Gillette, and I worked in close collaboration with the Office québécois de la langue française. It's not just for banks. Large telecommunications companies that should fall under this act. So it is time to modernize Bill 101 to protect official languages, and that's why we're here this evening. We have a strong team, a new leader, and it's time for laws to be modernized for the good of language in Canada. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to the Leader of the Official Opposition, and we're nearing the holidays. It's making me think of Christmas. Everyone gets dressed up, you know. Well, people get dressed up, and it's a special time, and the Leader of the Official Opposition brought out his nice baubles for this, but I'm thinking about what the leader of the actions of the Conservative Party. If you look at the appointment of judges, well, nothing happened. And then once again today, we're being served the idea that he would be in agreement to support Bill 101. Well, why didn't he do so? When he had the opportunity to do so, he did not. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you for the question. From the Bloc Québécois. Merry Christmas. I am the leader of the Conservative Party. I have been so for 3 months now. And I just talk about my personal history with French. I learned French in the Canadian Armed Forces. That's important. It was important when I was an officer in the Armed Forces, and it's important now. And I appreciate our history. And Canadian history is a history of a country founded in French, and that is why I will protect that, and I am proud of that as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech by the leader of the official opposition, and he's picking up some of the ideas of the NDP to expanding the scope of the Bill 101 to federal businesses in Quebec. And I'd like to hear his thoughts about the role of Radio-Canada and CBC in Francophone minority communities across the country, and why his party seems incapable of making clear commitments in favor of funding for Radio-Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question from the member of the NDP. He must look at my policies because I am proud of Radio-Canada. It's important to have services for Francophones in Quebec and in official language minority communities across the country. I will modernize English television because there's a lot of choice in English. Not in French, Madam Speaker. And that is why we need to increase service in French and for Indigenous languages as well. That's an example of services in the public interest. But for competition between the private sector in English, in digital platforms, for television, it doesn't make sense in 2020 that we have Netflix, we have Disney Plus, Amazon. That's why it's time, Madam Speaker, to modernize the Official Languages Act. And it is time for the government to do this before Christmas. Questions and comments?
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to this very well-read speech with a great deal of interest. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you said Canada started in French, and you're right. And it started with the foundation of Acadia in 1604, and I am a proud representative of that. I have seen what the Conservatives did when they made massive cuts in the court appeals program, and we are still feeling their effects today when we can't get our rights defended. I've seen Radio-Canada submitted to cuts, and I could continue. Education is certainly the first thing that Francophones outside of Quebec need, just like all Canadians, regardless of their language of education. It's one of the most important things to prepare a future, a better future. How is it, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, that you always hesitate to weigh in on Collège Saint-Jean? And I would like to hear your thoughts on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary must address his comments to the Speaker. Thank you for the question by the Parliamentary Secretary. And he must hear better because I just spoke about Acadians in Restigouche, in Grand Pré. I lived in Nova Scotia during my career in the Air Force, and it was a very important community, and we must protect both national languages in Quebec and from one ocean to the other. We are proposing policies for that to protect the language, not with the approach by his colleague from Saint-Laurent, who refuses to accept that there is a declining strength of French in Montreal. That's why we're here this evening. Thanks to the efforts of the Conservative Party. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate the Leader of the Official Opposition on his speech, and I said Leader of the Official Opposition, but I should say future Prime Minister of Canada. I'm very proud of hearing his speech. Naturally, our adversaries in other parties try to demonize the Conservative Party, but I think that we have a leader who is determined who demonstrates his knowledge of both official languages, both French in Quebec and across the country. And I would like to ask him a question. How does he feel when he sees the government House Leader trying to teach us lessons about French, but at the same time we see the member for Saint Laurent who can't even recognize that French is on the decline in Montreal? The Director General of French of Quebec for the Liberal Party, the member for Mont-Royal says that it's not important. Is it the right decision for Quebec to give more power to Bill 101? Thank you for the question. He's an excellent spokesperson for both official languages. Thank you. I am disappointed by the comments made by the member for Saint Laurent and also the president of the Liberal Party in Quebec. The leaders of the Liberal Party in Quebec, with the comments that they made about the decline of French in Montreal, it's unacceptable. We need to protect it. As I said in my speech, I am proud of this. As MP, as a veteran and a Montrealer. And that is why we must modernize the Official Languages Act. And we need a bill before Christmas, Mr. Government House Leader. And at the same time, we need to examine, after our generation, the Official Languages Act. It is time for federal workplaces to protect the French language in Quebec. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to raise some issues that are important to me. I will start by talking a bit about Quebec culture. We talked about a show where one of the most popular shows was Simé had a watch and it would buzz. Well, the member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie would have fallen over in the show. The application of the French languages charter to federal workplaces being an idea for the NDP, well, that's one of the worst spins they've tried to give us. But I'd like to pass on good things about the Leader of the Opposition. I understand that the official opposition is in favor of this bill. And I hope that his affection for the French language is sincere, and his mastery of French has improved significantly since he came to this position. But I would say that Quebecers are not asking for federalist parties to protect French. They're asking for federalist parties to respect the exclusive jurisdiction and absolute legitimacy of Quebecers, only Quebecers, and just Quebecers, to protect their national language. If the Official Languages Act needs to play a role in that for all Francophones outside of Quebec and our Acadian friends, we would be very happy to represent their voices here in Parliament. The Bloc Québécois has put forth a bill that would apply the French language charter to federal businesses. The Bloc Québécois is also putting forth a bill that would ensure that to be recognized as a Canadian citizen in Quebec, you would need to have a minimal understanding of French, which I hope the Conservatives will support since they love French so much. Recently, the government swept under a very high rug with a lot of dust accumulated under it a number of comments by notable Liberals, the same party, rather than assuming its responsibilities on official languages, was talking about a white book. the color is great because the pages will be a document of total vacuity. And finally, there is C10 on the Broadcasting Act, in which the minister has said that people from the industry did not ask for minimum obligations of Francophone content. He said he's happy to not have Francophone content. Well, welcome to the Liberal Party of Canada. But the Liberal Party is a bit caught here because eventually, with the attention we're giving to this subject currently, the risk is that they will see that large parts of Quebec are not in agreement. Why is it different for this time with French? Because this has been raised a number of times. The National Assembly has weighed in on this. There were many federal attacks against the French language because of accumulation, Madam Speaker. A number of months ago now, the Liberal Party, with the support of the NDP, started putting forth the idea that the Bloc Québécois was a band of racists, and they said things about the government of Quebec, and by extension, given the support of Quebecers for its policies and all Quebecers. Quebecers are sick of this, and they've said we are supporting the Secular Act, and they also support Quebec values in terms of freedom of expression. And here, once again, there are attacks and denigrations of French language supported by the largest power in this country, and the expertise of this government is debatable. So this file on language has come up where there are irritants. Quebecers are tired of saying, and the Quebec society has long been recognized say they have hippies and leftist values. We've worked very hard to give a bad perception of Quebecers, who are yet a progressive society and a welcoming one and a generous society. So people are tired, and they come back in this context to the issue of language and discrimination against Anglophones. There's a historic minority, and Quebec would not be what it were today without their precious contribution of the historic Anglophone minority in Quebec, the western part of Quebec, and a large part of Montreal. They have rights and privileges, and they often confuse the two. But among the rights and privileges of the Anglophone community, there is not that of integrating immigrants who could choose Quebec in English. The national language in Quebec, the only official language in Quebec, is French, and the generous welcome of Quebecers should legitimately expect these people they welcome and who choose Quebec to have a minimum mastery of French, and that would be an expectation or a value, and it is legitimate. And I'd go farther than that. The generous welcoming of an immigrant comes with conditions. And when I talk about immigrants, I'm talking about economic immigrants more than cultural and linguistic immigrants, because the first thing these people expect by choosing Quebec is to rebuild their lives with in a way that allows them to become prosperous. But what is the first and main integration tool on the economic, social, and cultural levels in Quebec is the mastery of language. Quebec would not be doing its work if it didn't ensure that all people who live in Quebec have a minimum mastery of French. It is an obligation on the linguistic, economic, and social levels, and to ensure the sustainability of our nation. For all of these reasons, the debate must be brought back. The first tool is the shared language, and the shared language in Quebec, despite what some Liberals may say, is not English. Let's just be clear on that. It's French, and Quebecers want it to remain so.
Quebecers don't want people blamed. I would conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that the government should not continue to provoke Quebecers, because you just wait. When Quebec stands up to defend itself, it will defend itself till the very end. Questions and comments? The Honourable Leader in the House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Here's what I would like to say to my colleague from the Bloc. Quebec is already standing up for itself. I would now like to give my colleague another chance to retract his statement. He called one of my colleagues an enemy. Now, I understand that sometimes we have disagreements and we have different points of view, but none of us are enemies in this House. I can have differences of opinion with my colleagues in the Bloc, but I would never call a Bloc member an enemy. So I'm wondering whether he would like to take back what he said. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, it did not happen. It's a lie. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I thank the Bloc leader for his remarks. I don't agree with his conclusion, though, because Quebec is already standing up for itself and defending itself. In fact, we are 78 Quebec MPs in this House. We all speak on behalf of Quebec. We make Quebec's voices heard, and this includes Bloc members, opposition members, cabinet ministers, government ministers, all of whom can speak for Quebec as Quebec members. The Bloc Québécois, he speaks French beautifully, very, very beautifully. And I'm not saying this sarcastically because truly he speaks so well. It's an inspiration for us all. He spoke about different ways that we can protect the French language. I'm wondering whether he's aware of the fact that if we really want to change things in Ottawa, we need a responsible government. Opposition members can't always make the government act because they're the opposition. We need a federal political party in Ottawa in the House of Commons that forms government and listens to Quebec, and that's not the case currently. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, in the history of Canada, no government of Canada of any party was worthy of the confidence of the people of Quebec. That's why we need to ensure that the best interests of Quebec are defended. That is what the Bloc is all about. That is the identity of our party. Here's what I would respectfully submit to my colleague. Colleagues see Quebec as it currently is and haven't seen what Quebec could be, how far we could rise. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have never been compared to Timmy in La Petite Vie, but I'm not going to answer that comparison. I would like to say that extending Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses, well, that's been an NDP goal since 2008. We've been defending that since then. Here's my question for my colleague. Improving the status of the French language in Quebec, beyond applying Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses, can we not promote the language with more constructive and positive ways, for example, through investments or French language classes for newcomers to Quebec? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'm certain that the Government of Quebec has considered those measures. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. First, I would like to commend our leader for his speech, which, like all his speeches, was very inspiring. On the other side of the House and in other parties, we've heard some very interesting talk, but, you know, we would submit that it's all talk and no action. There aren't many people in the House tonight. The Liberals say how much they care about this issue. And the member across the way is pointing at the screen. He wants me to look at the screen. Well, do you know how many Liberals are here tonight? 18. 18 Liberal members. We, the Bloc, are here in big numbers tonight. So what would my leader say to that? I would like to remind the member to speak through the chair. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. We could discuss and debate what other political parties feel about French, what their stances are. Some people are being very opportunistic, or they think this is a hot button issue that is coming up and that needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. For example, the issue of vaccines, which will be available later in Canada and in Quebec than elsewhere in the world, or a hot button issue like the Prime Minister's family members. So many issues that the government is trying to sweep under the rug. More issues, in fact, than we see on top of the rug being dealt with. We are members for Quebec. We love Quebec. We hear a lot of speeches about love of Quebec. And there aren't many Liberals here because I think maybe the Liberal Party has trouble finding people who won't accidentally say embarrassing or difficult things. It's a matter of numbers. The numbers in the Liberal Party make this issue just a passing issue for the Liberal Party. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary House Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague of something. His new habit, it's almost a reflex for him, is to conflate the Bloc Québécois with all Quebecers. The Bloc Québécois is a party. They speak for some people in Quebec, but not for all Quebecers. Does the leader of the Bloc Québécois understand that you can be a member of any party, the Bloc, the Liberal Party, NDP, any party, and still love Quebec, deeply love Quebec, the way you can deeply love the French language and defend the French language? The Bloc Québécois does not have a monopoly on loving Quebec or on loving French. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Let's look at the numbers. Mathematically speaking, Madam Speaker, I'm thrilled that my colleague recognizes that the Prime Minister does not speak for all of Quebec because he leads a minority and he doesn't speak for all of Canada either. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberal leader across the way said that we, the Bloc Québécois, don't have a monopoly on speaking for Quebecers and for Quebec. Yet his party did not vote for our bill based on a unanimous vote in the National Assembly, Bill 101, requesting that the French language be applied, that Bill 101 be applied to federally regulated businesses in Quebec. I'd like to hear from my colleague. He says that we don't have a monopoly on speaking for Quebec, but he doesn't support the National Assembly's will. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. There is only one parliament which can purport to speak for Quebec and Quebecers. My parliament, my national parliament. As a citizen, my allegiance is to the National Assembly of Quebec. In the National Assembly of Quebec, there was a unanimous vote. And often we have unanimous votes in the National Assembly, which are the complete opposite of the stances of the Federal Liberal Party. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quick question for the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Earlier, he said that Quebec is being held down, like it has a chain around his ankles. He feels that Quebecers can only be represented at the National Assembly. Well, if he loves the National Assembly so much, why isn't he leader of the Parti Québécois? The honourable member for Belle-Chambly, a brief reply, please. Well, I'm very happy to be here in this House. In a winning team, you need people on attack and on defense. We are here on defense. We are defending the rights, privileges, and interests of Quebec, which are constantly being trampled on by the Federalists. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to speak tonight during this Take Note debate. I would like to say something similar to what was just said by the leader of the official opposition and the government leader. That is, I would like to remind this House that there are 78 members representing Quebec ridings. The NDP represents over 450,000 Quebecers who voted for NDP members. That's a substantial amount of people. And let's not forget that the NDP also represents Quebecers. No one party has a monopoly on Quebec, Quebecers, or the defense of the French language. We can all care about these issues. Now, let's talk about the French language. Why am I so happy to take part in this debate tonight virtually? I'm so happy because the French language is near and dear to my heart. I grew up in a house that was chock full of books and songs, French books and French songs. We had so many French movies, so much French in my childhood and in my adolescence. When I was young, I listened to Gilles Vigneault, Pauline Julien, Gérard Gaudin, but also Claude Gauthier. I grew up with Robert Charlevoix, Diane Dufresne, and also actors, Quebec actors who I grew up with, Yvonne Deschamps, Les Cyniques, Pierre Desproges, Raymond DeVos, Sol. They made me want to learn French, to know more about French, such a beautiful language. These Quebecers, they gave us French, they made us think, learn, and laugh. That's why tonight's debate is so important. We're not debating just any bill or just any motion. For so many Quebecers and French speakers in other provinces and Acadians, this issue is fundamental. It relates to our very identity, our individual identities, as well as our shared collective identity. Quebec's culture and language are indissociable. This debate is crucially important, and it needs to happen. In listening to previous speeches, I heard a lot of partisan attacks. I won't say that I won't make any, but I would like to concentrate on verifiable, objective facts, which allow us to assess the situation, as well as put forward constructive solutions in order to better promote and defend the French language. I'm proud that last week I tabled a motion which was unanimously adopted. It was a motion on the need to defend and promote the French language in Quebec and in Canada. In 2018, in Quebec, 94.5% of people are able to have a conversation in French. Now, it might not be a very sophisticated or complex conversation, but it does testify to the success of efforts and initiatives these last few years. Michel Auger, he was talking about this 2 years ago on Tout le monde en parle, a Quebec show. Now, the French language is being spoken less and less in households. There are some many indicators that we can use. For example, language spoken in public, language spoken at work, language spoken at home. There are about 4 main indicators. For me, language at home and language at work are the most important indicators. In 1996 and 2016, in 96, 82% of households spoke French at home, not exclusively 100% of the time, but regularly. And that fell in 2016 to 79%. So from 82 to 79%, a slight decline of 3%. Another interesting fact, the language spoken at home by newcomers to Canada, by new immigrants, before 1991, only 30% of them spoke French, 33% would take on the English language, and another 30 or so percent had another language other than English or French. But at some point, 41% spoke French at home, and only 9% chose to speak English at home. These are newcomer families. What we've seen in 30 years is that newcomers are speaking French at home more. A report by the Office québécoise de la langue française in 1991 showed that more immigrants are choosing French than English as the language spoken at home. There is a problem, though. It's important to talk about it. Where there is an issue is language used at work. In a 2019 report by the Office québécoise de la langue française showed that in retail, French is deteriorating. More often now than previously, commerces are greeting people only in English or bilingually. The Office québécoise de la langue française report said, though, that once someone expresses the desire to speak in French, they can be served in French over 95% of the time. There is an issue of perception here. The situation is not catastrophic. We must remain vigilant. We must do more, yes. We must also make decisions based on facts, based on reality, based on what's really happening in Quebec and in Montreal. We should act to help businesses, especially businesses with 50 to 100 employees. We need to help those businesses work with the government of Quebec. They need to report to the government of Quebec on languages used and the situation of language use in their businesses. Quebec's unions, such as the FTQ and the CSN, they have done great work. I'd like to highlight that. These union groups in Quebec, they have French language learning programs. As for French language instruction, I think that is a very important part of the solution. Now, supporting Bill 101 being applied to federally regulated businesses, 4 NDP leaders have supported that, including Jack Layton and Jagmeet Singh. French speakers need to be able to speak French at work. French language instruction is also essential. We will ensure that newcomers have access to free French language instruction. There are currently obstacles in obtaining study permits, the right to study. There are administrative issues, be it the federal, provincial. In my office, some of my colleagues have observed that those who don't have permanent residency status, they have difficulty having access to French language instruction. Recently, we met with Quebec officials, counterparts. They told us that it's essential that the federal government contribute resources so that newcomers can have access to French language instruction. There are things that we can and must do. Some have already been mentioned tonight. Currently, there is a bill to renew the Broadcasting Act. We need good guiding principles. We need guidelines and directives for the CRTC and others which are clear. We also need clear guidelines for the Canadian Media Fund and for television. We must ensure that there are resources which will ensure the creation of French language programming. Original French language programming, not dubbed or translated programming. We need to ensure that we have the resources for that now, whether that is enshrined in CRTC regulations or in guidelines that we give to the CRTC. We need to ensure that we are doing that. In my opinion, the Bloc Québécois bill for French language testing for refugees and permanent residents, I think it is inappropriate. It's like a fake good solution. It's not a real solution to a real problem. That's why we, the NDP, are fairly critical of that bill and of that stance at this point. Now, Mr. Speaker, I see that you are moving forward in your seat, so I will open the floor for questions.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech. I am convinced he's sincere. He's speaking about French, and I listened to the words, and I know he's being sincere. Mr. Mulcair can be heard in his speech, and he had a little criticism this week with regard to a position that he had this week, and our dear colleague who just gave the speech, the member for Rosemont Petite Patrie, had said that the Bloc's proposal to ask newcomers to speak French was dividing people. That is the arrival of newcomers in Quebec. Is it Mulcair who is right, or is it the member who is right? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I am right. And I'm going to give a bit more of a complete answer to my colleague just to remind him there are three types of immigrants. Economic immigrants controlled exclusively by Quebec, where French is heavily advantaged, and then they get points during the process for that. There's also refugees. And the idea of, and also family reunification immigrants, the idea that we would force that to be French to be the language that they speak is difficult to defend. But people who come to settle in Quebec, for those reasons, it's not taken into consideration. For example, there are some people who come to settle in Ontario and elsewhere, and then they decide to go to Montreal, and they are lost if they can't speak French. So it's not just for refugees. It's difficult when you apply this also to refugees coming from different, or people coming from different regions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear my colleague from Rosemont Petite Patrie, and as I mentioned earlier, he is one of those who speak for Quebec, like those of us here who speak on behalf of Quebec. There are a number of us who are from Quebec. And the member lives in the heart of Montreal. It's Petite Patrie. It's a place where people are happy to live, and it's a purely Quebecer region. Can the member describe to us the reality of French in his riding? Because we know that a few kilometers away, it's West Island, and a few other kilometers on the other side, it's East Montreal. How is French in his riding, and how is it being threatened in his riding? The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for that excellent question, and I too share the same opinion as he. It's not because you're opposed to a Bloc Québécois position that you're opposed to Quebec or Quebecers. And Quebec doesn't belong to a single political party. And so what he has said is right. It's true there is a threat in Rosemont Petite Patrie when it comes to the use of French. the use of French on a daily basis in business relationships between individuals. But all this is, well, it's important to know that the English-speaking community in Montreal is the most bilingual community in Canada. That is, they are able to communicate easily in French, but there are increasing numbers of French Quebecers who speak English, and there are more English-speaking Quebecers or Montrealers who also speak French. So this allows a very respectful relationship between people, but we have to be very careful, particularly when it comes to retail. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor for me to express my opinion on this very important subject. As you know, I'm not a Francophone, but I am a proud Francophile. When I was young, in an Anglophone city, I decided to learn French. And it was and has been a gift that has continued to give throughout my life. Canada is a country where we speak both official language and we promote both official languages. But in Quebec, I understand the need to remain vigilant in order to protect and promote French. I want to ask my honorable colleague the following question in order to really promote French. Does he believe that we must focus on French so that more people coming from other countries will be able to really speak the language of Molière? The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. I want to thank the Leader of the NDP, the Member for Burnaby South, for that question. It's quite fascinating. It's a fantastic story when we tell it to Quebecers that in his personal and family life, the leader decided to learn French as a teen because he loved French and the French language. And I think this really makes a lot of people happy here in Quebec. He is right. We must invest the necessary resources to ensure that we can promote French with newcomers. But we want to have in the NDP a positive, constructive approach, an approach that will allow us to help people to learn the beautiful language of Molière, of French, to integrate into society, and not a restrictive or punitive approach, which is inefficient, ineffective, and difficult to apply. So we have made a commitment as New Democrats to apply to Bill 101 and also to invest resources for Frenchification. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. I apologize. Jean-Pierre. You were close, two ridings away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague quoted Yvon Deschamps in his short presentation. Yvon Deschamps was the champion of irony. It is when we say the opposite of what we really mean. That's what irony is. It's quite amusing to hear my colleague from Rosemount Petite Patrie, particularly when he says the NDP came forward with this bill on the application of Bill 101 to federally regulated or federal jobs. It's not true. In 2007, it was the member Pauline Picard who tabled the bill for the first time. And as usual, when there's something that Quebecers are interested in, it's the Bloc Québécois that does it first and that will table this kind of legislation. And then the NDP will then pick it up. And there was a lot of participation by the NDP. And we see the importance. There is a strong participation of the NDP today, and we see that is a strong concern that for French. I would like to ask my colleague if he could rectify the situation when he talked about the leader. He said it was an idea that came from the NDP. If he is going to be truly modest, he will rectify this mistake. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Jonquière, for that question. All I said was that since the past 12 years, this had been part of the NDP platform to apply the Charter of the French language to federally regulated businesses. It's a good thing to learn French. It's also a concept that concerns the equality of rights of workers between those working at the Caisse des Jardins, the Royal Bank. We want these employees to have access to the same rights and services in French and to have the same contracts as others. Unlike in the Bloc Québécois, we have never voted in favor of a gag order to force a back-to-work legislation to prevent workers who were striking from exercising their right to strike, as the Bloc Québécois did in 2009. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, a 30-second question to allow for a similar answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that very interesting and relevant presentation. He talked about the importance of culture, and in 30 seconds, I'd like him to share with us his vision of the very important link between language and culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie, you have 40 seconds remaining. I want to thank the Minister of Canadian Heritage for the question. I think that in the hearts and minds of Quebecers, the notion of culture and language is intimately tied and has been for decades. I think it will continue to be for a long time to come. And I would invite the Minister of Canadian Heritage to be open to amendments to the bill, C-10, in order to clarify and determine better the fact that there has to be original French production in Quebec and in Canada. I think for the next 20, 30 years, this would be really essential. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Point of Order. We have a point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It has occurred on a number of occasions, so I would like quite simply, through you, to remind the Bloc Québécois members not to mention the fact that someone is in or not in the chamber, particularly when there are many people in the NDP party who are participating virtually. This is a very important debate, and they're making it ridiculous. So if you could remind the Bloc Québécois members of this, that would be appreciated. This rule applies to everyone in the House, that we cannot refer to the presence of an individual in the chamber or the absence of someone in the chamber. So I would remind everybody in the House to respect that. I would like to thank the member for that point of order. Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. I simply said that there was a strong participation by the NDP. I want to say that. This is a warning that is addressed to all members, because I know this is a passionate debate, and sometimes people forget the standing orders. So we will now continue, and everybody knows the rules now, so we'll go on. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Economic Development and Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that you are an admirable colleague and ally of the official languages and the Francophones in particular in Ontario. So I'm pleased to speak to you today about official languages. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to be able to speak tonight about a subject that brings together two of my great loves, the French language and the city of Montreal. My language, my city, both of them need our attention and a serious helping hand. Montreal, because it has hit hard by COVID-19, this crisis, which has emptied the downtown and pushed businesses to the verge of bankruptcy. It was a great city before the pandemic. Some observers might say it's not the same. It's only a shadow of itself. But I would say with love and attention, it will rebound. And then there is the state of the French language in our city, that we are talking about this, and with reason. The question of French in Quebec and Montreal in particular is a fundamental question, and we must do everything we can to protect it. I am from a family, and I have my roots in Saint-Anne-des-Plaines. Many generations of Francophones in Quebec. My mother was a teacher, And she did everything to share with her 3 children her love for the French language. Family was a big thing. We met regularly, and at parties, we had the bye-bye parties on Radio Canada. There were 40 of us around the TV. And at New Year's, it was always fun. My entire life, and again, today, I cry, laugh, and speak in French. I learn, and I work in French. Every day I live in French. With Felix, whose great-grandmother was in Germany during the Second World War. As Quebecers and Canadians, we must always remember that we are francophones in North America. We're from the 4 corners of the world, a linguistic minority in a huge area, and therefore we are in a survival mode. We must always do more. We have to go a bit further than we expect to. The government recognizes it. It's a historic recognition that took place in the throne speech that we heard in September. We recognize that we have the responsibility to protect and promote French, not only outside Quebec, but also within Quebec. It is with that objective that we will modernize and strengthen the Official Languages Act. And we will do it well, because it is too important to our country and to our identity not to. That means having the courage of our convictions, asking the difficult questions, and seeing what is actually happening, recognizing the facts, the fact that French is diminishing. We must work together and not against each other to ensure that the French language is stronger in Quebec and in Canada. We must recognize that the anxiety related to this is real, and we must provide an adequate answer. I'm very concerned by the data that shows a decline in the use of French in Montreal. It's clear that people have to have access to services in French on a daily basis. As a francophone, I want to be able to go to the corner cafe and get served in French by the staff. I want to be able to know that my children will be able to grow up and have a good quality education in French in my hometown. Language is about identity. It's about our roots. Every parent will tell you how important it is. It's a question that speaks to us in our heart of hearts. And because I'm a Montrealer, I'm proud of where I come from. And Minister of Official Languages, I would say to you, I hear you and I understand you. We will work together to ensure that Montreal remains an admirable place where French is spoken for generations to come. It's a work that all levels of government must take up. And let's be clear, the language of Quebec that people speak together is French. We have to strengthen the rights of everyone. And it cannot be done at the expense of anyone. We have many artists, the history of Anglophone and Francophone communities that live side by side and have done so for generations. Has it always been simple? No. But this complexity, this mix, is its strength and helps us. With legislation in place and strong institutions, French has flourished for years and still now. Today, we see something simple. We must do more. The times have changed and society has as well. It's not a good idea to make a political capital on the backs of others. We must all work together to strengthen French in Montreal and ensure that the rights of everyone, including those of the Anglophone minorities, are respected. I want us to be able to go beyond partisanship during this debate, beyond the idea of Montreal against the rest, go beyond any all too easy divisions. When Montreal does well, all of Quebec breathes better, and the same is true of the country. As we get through this COVID-19 crisis, a very difficult times, it's not time to make tensions worse. We must rather diffuse the situation. We must be conciliatory. We must think about our citizens. And I know that I have Anglophone and Francophone colleagues who are strong allies. This is a subject that interests us. We have a beautiful language. We have to take care of it, and we have to be proud of it. Let's work together as elected officials here in the House, as a government, with citizens to ensure that Montreal, a student city, a metropolis, be an admirable jewel in the crown of the Francophonie in North America and an inspiration to the rest of the world.
We all have the responsibility for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated the comments of the Minister responsible for official languages in comment. She spoke about how it's the crown jewel of Francophonie in North America. And the government has been in power for 5 years now. And Official Languages Act was adopted 50 years ago. It was refreshed in 1988. And then they said that they would modernize it. And 5 years later, they're still talking about maybe publishing a white book. Is the minister aware that a white book is shoveling the snow forward, because this government committed to modernizing the Official Languages Act, and modernizing the Official Languages Act means modernizing it, not publishing a white book? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his compliment. I am pleased to refer to my love of language and even refer other very well-known Montreal poets, but I understand the need for taking action. Our government has recognized the importance of taking action. We've done so over the past 5 years, whether it's with the historic plan on official languages, by saving Radio-Canada, by doubling the budget for the Canada Council. We ensured that members of the military can obtain training in French. We reinvested in French services. We were able to restore the court appeals process. And during all this work, we've said that we need to go back to the basics of the legacy of Mr. Pierre Elliott Trudeau when he came to power after the Lorenzo Dalton Commission with a new act on official languages in 1969. And now today, society has changed. Reform is needed, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we will proceed with this reform. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-Lille. On the one hand, when we talk about the legacy of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, I think that we need to be careful, because Pierre Elliott Trudeau said that Bill 101 brought us backwards. He was very disdainful of Bill 101. He established the Official Languages Act at a time when Francophones were facing a significant economic crisis, where there was really a significant withdrawal of French. And the Official Languages Act does if we look at the official languages programs, all these funding goes exclusively to support English. So I would like to hear her opinion on this. And on the other hand, the Official Languages Act is based on a principle that is contrary to Bill 101. That is, it is based on a model more based on collective and territorial rights, which means in a given territory there needs to be one shared language that allows to integrate all newcomers, while the model of the Official Languages Act promotes institutional bilingualism, and sends the message to newcomers that you can choose the language of your choice. And given that Quebec is still part of Canada, unfortunately, yes, well, that's my opinion. As long as we're part of Canada, we are in a minority. We are part of this minority, which has been recognized for the first time in the throne speech. And there is a natural tendency for newcomers to choose English. The problem is that we are unable to sufficiently integrate newcomers. So it is the very basis of the Official Languages Act, which goes against Bill 101. So I'd like to have my colleague's opinion on that. The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for recognizing that, yes, it is the first time that a federal government in 43 parliaments has recognized the fact that French is a minority language. But now there's a very important fact that we need to put on the table. The Government of Canada is the largest partner of the Government of Quebec on French language training of immigrants. When we talk about the fact that the Government of Canada does not supports only English in Quebec, that's an error. The reality is the Government of Canada, through the Quebec-Canada Agreement, transfers an enormous sum to Quebec, which then does French language education. We are an ally because it goes without saying that in Quebec, immigrants must be able to have access to opportunities and speak the language. And that is why, for many years now, since '88, that agreement has existed. And that is why I have had a number of conversations with the Minister of Immigration and also the Minister responsible for the Charter of the French Language in Quebec on this matter, because we always need to do more and because it is a challenge to integrate immigrants in French in Quebec, but also across the country. Now, we know that the matter of Francophone immigration is important, and the demographic weight of Francophones is important. And that is why, as Minister, I had the opportunity to announce a Francophone immigration strategy in minorities settings, because there are 1 million Francophones outside of Quebec who fight to speak French each day. It's a choice when you're in a minority situation, and we need to be there to support strong institutions so that they are able to speak their language, like you, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, but also an entire community so that they can continue to have access to vitality. And that goes through the fact that there are new members and new players being added to the mix in minority situations. And that's why Francophone immigration in minority situations is important. I would like to correct my colleague with respect, but that is just one example. The other example that I could cite is that in terms of support for the arts and culture sector and broadcasting, well, no one thinks that Radio-Canada is not important. Radio-Canada is one of the largest federal institutions, and we gave $650 million to Radio-Canada. Point of order. Well, I said the official languages program. It goes entirely to the Anglophone side. She said that I was incorrect, and she talked about arts and other matters, but other than official languages. Does the minister wish to respond? My colleague, I made my point to my colleague. The Official Languages Act is one thing, the government's linguistic policy is another. And the reality is that institutional bilingualism in Canada is integrated, yes, by the Official Languages Act, but also by a vast series of measures and decisions and agreements. I will interrupt the minister. I would like to remind everyone present, I see that there are many people who wish to ask questions, so perhaps we could make the questions a bit shorter and answers similarly a bit shorter to respect those who wish to ask questions so that everyone has the opportunity. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am speaking 5,000 kilometers from Montreal in Westminster, a few blocks away from Le Réseau, the first Francophone school in a Francophone school board in BC. I appreciated the speech by my colleague, and I have two questions to ask her. First of all, and yes, we would like to have clear answers on that. First of all, does she agree that Bill 101 should apply to businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec? Because, of course, the right to work in French is still not present in these businesses under federal jurisdiction. And second question, Does she agree that the Official Languages Act needs to be strengthened to add the right to service in French across the country, including in BC? The Honourable Minister, I would like to say to my colleague, it's always inspiring to hear him speak in French because the quality of his French is extraordinary. And I have a great deal of respect for him, and I am happy that we can all be allies on this matter. Now, colleague, to answer more specifically your question, I hear you on the matter of Bill 101. Know that I am already in communication with my counterpart in Quebec, Simon Jolin Barrette, who is the minister in charge of the file and who is working on the matter. So, of course, I am eager to see the reform, but know that our collaboration is ongoing and that we hope to have more information on that matter. To answer his second question concerning the strengthening of the Official Languages Act, so that in BC, for example, you can have access to service in French, high-quality services in French. Well, it goes without saying that that's exactly the objective of the reform, and I would be pleased to present more information on the matter in the coming weeks. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise, particularly this week when the oldest of my 5 children gave birth to my 5th grandchild and my 2nd grandson. And I'm tearing up a little bit as I say that. Mr. Speaker, when I arrived here as a unilingual Francophone parliamentarian in 2006, I was born in a small Francophone village in Saint-Narcisse-de-Beau-Rivage. You'll understand that I'm very proud of my roots, my language, and my Francophone culture. Allow me to share how touching it is to see our children and grandchildren say their very first word in French and proudly write their first names for the first time. These moments, like so many others, occurred as our children are at school and they're learning French, and it's of inestimable value. Being born and living in French is precious heritage and the very basis of a culture that makes us unique, expressive, and warm. Through the wealth of our vocabulary and the diversity of our words, which exactly express our feelings and our emotions with an unparalleled truth. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of gratitude for my mother, the late Rita Boissonneau, who transmitted her love and her knowledge throughout my childhood. The expression says it well, that the mother tongue comes from our mother, or the person who plays that role. And I would like to highlight the work given to the Francophone community by mothers. I believe that Quebecers and Canadians have not realized all the dangers that they are facing by electing this Liberal government that makes promises, but as we've learned the hard way, leads us into many impasses. The protection of French and official languages is not an exception. Today we're afraid, and unfortunately, we are realizing the scope of a situation when equilibrium is fragile or threatened, or worse, even tested. Sometimes it's out of pure innocence or lack of, or out of multiple concerns that we haven't seen the catastrophe coming and we haven't realized the importance of protecting our roots. One inevitable fact remains: we must take action. As a unilingual Francophone, it was a pleasure to sit on the Official Languages Committee when our country was steered aptly by a conservative government with a prime minister who deserved that role and who always cared about his speeches in French. It was not out of opportunism, as my colleagues from the bloc who are laughing when they try to convince us of their good intentions. I would remind you that our government was even the first to recognize the Quebec nation within a united Canada, and I am still very proud of it today. finding someone who's responsible for the decline of French would be useless, because we need strategies and an action plan. And that is why we need to use all of our efforts to reach the new roadmap for official languages. It's obvious that the government is doing nothing to address the situation and is making many errors in protecting French. I'm thinking of We Charity, which was a corrupted file and gave a contract to a unilingual Anglophone organization discrediting Francophone businesses. And I'm also thinking of texts written in English only for the COVID alert application. The Liberals are still dragging their heels on putting setting a calendar for the modernization of the Official Languages Act. On August 26th, the CAQ government and the minister responsible for the French language, Simon Jolin Barrette, announced their desire to take action to strengthen the position of French in Quebec by subjecting businesses under federal jurisdiction to Bill 101, like banks and Via Rail. It is entirely legitimate for the government of Quebec to protect the language and culture. Commissioner of Official Languages, Raymond Témerge, unveiled his annual report on September 29. There are 3 recommendations to modernize the Official Languages Act on the Action Plan on Official Languages 2018-2023. He recommends investing in our future in the promotion of linguistic duality across the country. And finally, the Commissioner also feels that the glaring absence of bilingual services threatens public safety. For him, gaps in official languages since the beginning of the health crisis have imperiled the safety of the population, and I believe so as well. In a few lines, here's what the Conservatives would do and will require. The Conservative Party believes that it is fundamental to modernize the Official Languages Act. We feel that we recognize the Quebec nation, and we are an ardent defender of the French language in all Francophone communities outside of Quebec. On September 14th, our leader met with François Legault and confirmed that he was in agreement with the request by Quebec to require the application of Bill 101 on businesses under federal jurisdiction that operate in that province. The Conservative Party is in favor of the application of Bill 101 for federal businesses in Quebec. It is a matter of respect. The Conservative Party wishes to broaden the mandate of the Office of the Commissioner of Official Languages to examine services in French for Francophones across the country. The Conservatives have committed in the last election campaign to require that all federal departments have plans and objectives to improve their services in both official languages. And we would have also wanted to broaden this approach to federal businesses. A Conservative government directed by our leader would modernize the Official Languages Act to adapt it to the reality today without delay. The Conservative Party requires the Minister of Heritage to update us on the reasons that explain the delay. We are pressing the Prime Minister and the Minister of Heritage to give a timeline for the modernization of the Official Languages Act. Mr. Speaker, we are many people here this evening, and we are highlighting the importance of defending and protecting French both in Quebec and outside of Quebec. As mother tongue and language of work, we are ready to do so. While the Liberals are a disappointment, the Bloc is always talking but can never act because, as we all know, it can never form a government here in Parliament. History has always proven that Francophones in our country, and especially Francophones in Quebec, have a great sense of leadership for protecting their language and their Francophone values. The example of the debate this evening is the living proof of this leadership. And it reminds us that that many Quebecers are seeking out winning conditions to protect our very beautiful French language. In my opinion, solutions will come from us all, the vast Francophone community and stakeholders. It is the perseverance in our fights which always makes the difference. And this great Francophone solidarity in the face of these challenges to protect our French language. Each small individual gesture goes towards an unprecedented collective effort, and history proves it abundantly. We can support our different Francophone communities in many ways, and the reform of the Official Languages Act is important and unavoidable in today's debate. Also, we need to respond to the demands of Quebec to have more autonomy on its culture and immigration, and that would make long-term advancement for the demographic protection of French in Quebec and in Canada. I say very humbly, and I hope that you will hear that I'm speaking from my heart as a father and grandfather. We need to unite and rally around the only party that is capable of protecting and ensuring the durability of our French language that is so dear to us, and elect a new Conservative government during the next election. It is the love and profound attachment of all Francophones for their French language. It unites all of us in a common objective which exceeds personal interests of each and every one of us, and which can make a huge difference in the result of all of our actions. To the entire Francophone community that I proudly represent, let us remain standing before adversity. We need to remain united in our actions, prolific in our initiatives, and true to our roots. Each era has its challenge, and the coming months will be essential for the follow-up. It is a matter of choice, and you have my word that I will do everything in my power to ensure the prosperity and promotion of my of the French language for the good of all within this Parliament and in all my daily actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister of Official Languages.
Thank you, colleague. Congratulations to Amélie and Arthur on behalf of the whole government. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, my colleague said that he sat on the Official Languages Committee under the Harper government. How did he feel about the drastic cuts to Radio-Canada's budget? Also, there were other cuts. Furthermore, his government only appointed unilingual English-speaking judges. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. Amélie accepts your congratulations. She'll be very happy. I'd like to remind the colleague that Radio-Canada cuts, in fact, happened during Liberal governments. A third of the cuts to Radio-Canada happened during Liberal governments. When we formed government, it was a very difficult time. It was an economic recession, so we had to. Now, as for appointing judges, it seems that the minister loves to bring that up. The Liberals, however, it seems that they only appoint people who, ask for it or their chums and buddies. I'm not going to get into that because I could go on and on about it. And that's not what we're debating tonight. Tonight we're debating something very serious, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few times tonight, there have been doubts about the Bloc Québécois' importance or saying the Bloc Québécois could never form government. Well, that's outrageous. You know why the Bloc Québécois is here? There's a reason we're here. We are here to defend the interests of Quebec. We are here to speak on behalf of the National Assembly. Historically, the two main parties can't be trusted to defend Quebec, Mr. Speaker. Now, here's my question for my colleague. It's about the French language. Tonight, we're here to talk about the French language. If the Bloc didn't have 32 members in this parliament, well, I don't think we'd be having this debate about the French language tonight, and that's why we're here in the House. That is why the Bloc Québécois is important. Now, here is my colleague. Doesn't my colleague feel that it is unacceptable, outrageous that the Liberal government makes a lot of fancy speeches? We've heard some lovely speeches tonight. That's all well and good. But they are the government. They need to take action, real action. Here's a suggestion for real action. Let Quebec welcome new citizens who speak French and allow Quebecers to work in their language in all businesses in Quebec. I'd like to hear my colleague on our new citizens speaking French. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lépinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I beg all Quebecers, I beseech of you, if you want to protect French, if you want to make progress. I, in my speech, spoke about the ways that we can move forward. And the best way to move forward is to elect Conservatives. In the next election, vote for Conservatives. You will be represented. You won't have 40 quiet Liberal MPs in Quebec who don't defend you, but rather you will have Francophone MPs for the Conservative Party in Quebec. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate my colleague on the birth of his grandson. We need happy news like that. It's lovely. I heard his speech. I have no doubts that the member across loves the French language. I thank him for his speech. Here's my question. When he was a member of the Harper government appointed so many English-speaking judges and other appointments, for example, Michael Ferguson, and we were told, well, we didn't have any good candidates. There were no good bilingual candidates. We had no choice in the matter. Does the member agree that to be named to the highest bench in the country, to hear cases in English and French, Supreme Court judges must be bilingual? Is that not an essential sine qua non condition to be appointed to the Supreme Court? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lépinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so happy to hear that my colleague wants to move forward to have a better future for French-speaking Canada. If we want to stop the decline of our language, we all need to contribute. We, French speakers, are going to have to defend our own language. We can't wait for other people to defend our language. We, Francophones, need to protect our language. We here in government are going to defend the French language, and a future Conservative government would certainly defend the French language. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm here in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, in so many places where NDP MPs have been elected, Francophones have made progress. Yet, whenever we make progress for Francophones, there has been opposition from the Conservative Party. I'm thrilled that the Conservative Party is vowing to protect the French language, but does my colleague not realize that the Conservative Party has a history of suppressing and taking away French language rights? Does the Conservative Party now support linguistic duality more? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lépinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I am so happy to have the chance to talk about the future of the Conservative Party. The future of the Conservative Party, we will have more and more Francophone members. In 2006, we didn't have a lot of Francophone members of the Conservative Party, but now there are more, and in the future there will be even more. Our Francophone caucus in the Conservative Party has been making a huge difference since 2006, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that for a fact because I've been witnessing it every day since then. The future is so promising for the Conservative Party. We will soon be sitting on the other side of this House. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague on the birth of his grandson. That's wonderful. A few times my colleague has said that since 2006, well, in fact, in 2009, the Bloc Québécois proposed the exact same bill, and every single Conservative, including the member for Lévis-Lépinière, voted against it. And that's pretty interesting because today, all of a sudden, they're voting for it. Here's what I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker. What happened to make them do a 180? Is the Bloc Québécois' presence in this House scaring them? Because I think voting against that bill is outrageously unacceptable. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lépinière. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I had the opportunity to sit with his father. Francophones are interested in politics and in federal politics. His father was a strong defender of federal politics and was always passionate about the Bloc Québécois, which shows that he always loved federal politics because he was here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. 35 seconds for your question, please. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask my question fast. First, I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and for his amazing comments. He has answered questions so well and so topically. Our parties will, and my colleagues will, and all of our colleagues in Quebec, we share the desire to defend the French language as much as we possibly can. The issue we have with the current government is that they break their promises. One of the main campaign promises and Liberal promises these past few years was to modernize the Official Languages Act. That has not been done yet. We're still waiting. And the government just keeps punting it down the road. When will it be modernized? What does my colleague have to say to that? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great question. The Liberals are offering us empty promises upon empty promises, a book full of blank pages with no solutions and no work. But you know, we have solutions. The Official Languages Committee has been working. The work has been done. We know what to do. Now it's time to act. A future Conservative government in a few months will prioritize modernizing the Official Languages Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, tonight I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston Chesapeake. Language is not just a way to communicate. Language is a way to share our culture. With language, we share our past and dream of our future. Language enables us to make progress together, to help each other, to communicate with each other. We are only a we thanks to our shared language. Language and culture is transmitted in so many ways: visual arts, science, music, TV, philosophy, history, even dance. One of the main tools for transmitting our culture is TV and radio. In fact, lawmakers in this House realized the importance of TV and radio many years ago. So they legislated for TV and radio to contribute to the production of Canadian stories. Our cultural landscape greatly benefited from that legislation. That said, TV and radio are not the same as they were when the Broadcasting Act was last modernized 30 or so years ago. At the time, our screens were not touch screens, nor were they voice activated. In fact, at the time, we considered ourselves lucky if our TV remotes worked with only one click. Yet, our laws are stuck in that time with the technology of that time. That's why a few days ago I tabled Bill C-2, with a clear goal to ensure that streaming services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Spotify fall under the Broadcasting Act. The bill would ensure that they, too, contribute to the production of Canadian stories, including French-Canadian stories. It's only fair, Mr. Speaker. Web giants can no longer continue to ignore French speakers in Canada or French-Canadian culture. This is essential because the French language and culture are in a minority situation in North America. We need more than good intentions to protect the French language and French culture. That is why we tabled C-10. We need French-Canadian stories and French-Canadian culture. Our artists face unique challenges, which we are going to address head on. The work of artists, French-speaking artists, must be better funded, more well-known, and shared and seen more often. I'd like to talk to you about Montreal. It is a francophone city full of culture and heritage. It's my adopted city and has been for over 30 years. Since the very early days of radio and TV, creators have shown the lives of Montrealers in their productions, Montrealers from all walks of life. An example of music, Je reviendrai à Montréal, I Will Come Back to Montreal by Robert Charlevoix. In audiovisual production, Montreal and Montrealers are always on screen, be it in Chef en Pandémie. It's a TV series. It's a documentary. There's also the TV series District 31. There are TV shows like Passepartout. We have comedians who make us laugh in French. Catherine Etier, Eddie King, Rosalie Vaillancourt, Adi Belkhaladi. Couscous Comedy Show in Montreal. We can watch it on TV or on Apple Music. Montreal inspires art and really sets the stage for French language art, creation, and production around the world. Mr. Speaker, Montreal's stories, French Canada's stories need to be seen and heard. Our children deserve to recognize themselves in the characters they see and hear on screen. And our children should dream of creating stories one day. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, I received the Prix Imperatif Prize for my contribution to making the French language thrive. And French is not my mother tongue. I, in fact, learned English before I learned French. I went to English school because my mother thought that I should learn both English and French. I earned this prize. And the prize for me means that I need to continue to be committed to the French language. That is why I am here working hard as Minister of Canadian Heritage. Those who promote our language and our culture can count on our government to support them and ensure that they receive the recognition that they deserve for their art and creations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to something my colleague said at the beginning of his speech. He said that we are only a group, we are only together when we have a common language. I find that rather interesting because I think my colleague is confused about something. There are two different integration systems in Canada for Indigenous peoples. For my colleagues, it might be multiculturalism, or maybe they think that interculturalism would be a better integration system. But every time we bring up this question, each time we try to defend the uniqueness of Quebec's culture, this collective group that the minister is referring to, I don't think he recognizes Quebec's uniqueness. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. I'd also like to hear my colleague on the current integration system in Quebec and in Canada. What are his thoughts? The Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. My colleague seems to have trouble understanding something. On this side of the House, there are many proud Quebec members. We are committed. We are hard at work to protect the French language in Quebec and everywhere in Canada, from coast to coast to coast. We are concerned about the French language. That's why we are legislating with the Broadcasting Act. Soon there will be legislation for web giants and media. We are using all the tools in our legislative toolbox to protect these communities, French-speaking communities in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I am an Anglophone. In my riding, there is a big Acadian population. I went to French immersion school, and I'm so grateful for that education. Immersion education in the only bilingual province. Language is so important, is such an important part of identity. Every day that the government waits to modernize the Official Languages Act, this creates issues like more assimilation in New Brunswick and in Canada. So let's get going. The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for her comment. She and I recently had a conversation. New Brunswick is a wonderful province. I've had the chance to go there many times. In fact, I've written 3 books in French. New Brunswick is the province where I saw the biggest book fairs. Salon du Livre. They have very active, thriving French-speaking communities in New Brunswick, which is why we want to continue to stand together with French-speaking communities in New Brunswick and everywhere in Canada. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are very neutral, but it's great that you are a Franco-Ontarian, so that's super. I wanted to mention that. The minister made a good speech. Thank you for his remarks on the French language, very positive remarks. I don't always agree with his ideas. That said, I appreciate his teamwork on less partisan matters. Recently, he and I have worked together with important files. I have the following question for the minister. He and his party said
members that their microphones may be live. Mr. Rogers, so you might want to mute your microphone. Thank you. Je m'excuse on a...
I apologize. We stopped the clock. You may continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even if sometimes the subject can be a bit inflammatory, it will end up on Infoman, Mr. Speaker. The question to the minister is quite simple. They were elected a year ago saying that they would redo the Official Languages Act. We know that this act goes back 51 years under Pierre-Elliott Trudeau Sr., and it was redone under Brian Mulroney. And now we're going to do it again, of course. But why is this political party, instead of saying that they're going to modernize the act, is announcing it in advance with a white paper? It will be white, blank paper. The Honourable Minister, in 30 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must confess that I have a great deal of admiration for my colleague from Louis Saint-Laurent. In fact, there are questions or issues that separate us, but I don't think that the protection of French is one of them. I think both of us, along with many others in this House, are in agreement on this issue, and I think that our government has done a great deal since our arrival in 2015. My predecessor in Heritage, who is with us here tonight, be it for Radio Canada, CBC, the Canada Arts Council, and we continue to attack other parts and protect Francophones across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to talk tonight and take part in the debate on French in Canada. It's so motivating, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about my own history. I'm an Acadian from Nova Scotia. My ancestors came over very early on. I'm from Cape Breton and a little island called Ile Madame, or Madame Island. There are 3,000 plus people, 80% are Acadians, and I must also say that I have ancestors who have contributed to the city of Lévis, Quebec, where they raised a monument to celebrate the 100th anniversary. So you can see how far back I go. So in the 60s, my father, of course, told me how there was one course in French in Nova Scotia where I was, and that French was threatened. He said, we have to fight to protect our language. And thanks to the Liberal Party in '69 with the Official Languages Act, finally, we had support. And my father said, well, now we will see the vitality of the French language here at home in Quebec and in Canada. And we look to Quebec, our brothers and sisters, who were leaders of the French language to support us, and who were leaders also in terms of culture because everywhere else was English. There was no French school. But in '82, it was the Charter of Rights and the protection of linguistic minorities, both Anglophone in Quebec and Francophones across the country. And this has also helped us. We went to the courts to get our rights respected. And in 1990, we saw the beginning of the French school and French school boards in Canada. And in 2005, I became the Director General of the school board. And in 2005 and today, we have almost doubled the population or the number of students in French schools across Nova Scotia. We should be proud of this, and we're continuing this work. In the 60s, there was a decrease in French in Montreal, and I remember my father told me about it. And in the 70s, we saw that it came back. So yes, there was a decrease. We recognized that it was very important to take action, and that is why the Liberal Party intends to act. In the throne speech, we clearly demonstrated that we had to promote and protect the French language, and this was well received. Mr. Benoit Pelletier and the federal government has always wanted to ensure symmetry between French and English in Quebec. The fact that Ottawa admits that specific measures need to be passed for Francophones shows a recognition by the Trudeau government that French is threatened. And then what did we do? We did a lot in 2015 to today, and we will have the 50th anniversary of the Official Languages Act, and we will again promote French. In Quebec, we will promote the two languages and linguistic cultures in Canada, English in Quebec and French outside of Quebec. But my friends, we can promote French outside of Quebec without undermining the rights of minorities. Yes, we can do this. And I must tell my dear colleagues, my brothers and sisters in Quebec, thank you. I saw how strongly you believed in Francophones outside Quebec, and you have set yourselves apart. You've distinguished yourselves with the French University in Ontario. Thank you for that. Now, Mr. Speaker, to promote bilingualism in Canada and both language communities is very important. Bilingualism is essential to Canada. Our honourable colleague Stéphane Dion knows that bilingualism is an asset to our country, and it's important to our economic trade as well. Canada is bilingual. We must have a strong French in Quebec. We have two linguistic minorities in Canada that are strong as well. The Liberal government will do the work to ensure that we promote and protect these languages across the country. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I salute my colleague from Nova Scotia. And I want to say that my mother-in-law, Sampson, was at the inauguration of that monument that he referred to, and I salute him. Mr. Sanson has a lot of passion. We can hear it, and I think I'd like to come back between the independence and the vitality of these communities and the importance of having a francophone, a very strong francophonie in Quebec. It's important to take action. Yesterday, in Official Languages Committee, on which we sat together, we adopted a motion to say that it was time to table the modernization of the Official Languages Act this year. That's what all the communities in the FCFA and the QCGM are talking about this and asking for this, and it's time to table it. It's time to act, as was said. It's time to table the modernization this year instead of coming up with a white paper that is full of blank pages. So this is what I wanted to say to you, Mr. Sanson. Before I give the floor to Mr. Sanson or to the member, I'd like to remind all the MPs that they must ask their question through the Speaker and not directly. It's very joyful today here, lots of conversation. It's very passionate, and sometimes this causes problems. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Samson was a very strong person in the Bible, of course. So, I want to, of course, thank my colleague. I often have discussions with him, and I appreciate these discussions, but I want to say that we have been taking action since 2015. There's been a lot of progress, actually, since 2015. We could talk about culture, CBC Radio Canada. We can talk about the Translation Bureau that the Conservatives had subject to massive cuts. We have reinvested in that. We could also talk about the Court Challenges program that the Conservatives cut and that we had to restore. We could talk about the long-form census that Francophones outside Quebec and Francophones and Anglophones outside Quebec talked about. There were cuts by the Conservative Party. Conservatives did not invest in the Francophonie in Canada for a long time. I think that if I had more time, I could add to the list. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his passion. However, I have news for him. Since the Official Languages Act was adopted, what we see statistically speaking is that the number of Francophones in terms of percentage is constantly dropping in provinces outside Quebec and even in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. We have to realize that on the island of Montreal, there is a risk here. There is a constant drop, and even people in the Liberal Party recognize it. This evening, we had to hear a number of very nice speeches. I have an aunt, an uncle, a mother-in-law. It's not a criticism. It's very charming. But I would ask my colleague this. What does he think? There are two concrete ways that are being proposed to promote the French language. We are being told we are going to defend the French language. They're working hard for the middle class, we often hear, and here we're talking about the French language. We want more than that. We want measures, and there's two of them. Allow newcomers in French, and people can work in their language, that is French. What does he think? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. I simply want to say to him this. Everything that's happened, the Official Languages Act, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Bill 101 for Quebec, all of this complements each other. I know that my colleague Stéphane Dion said that we had to make a choice as society that are sometimes difficult choices and that may seem contradictory. Of course, the Official Languages Act, Bill 101, and even the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian French Charter have different sources of inspiration, but these measures, despite what people believe, these measures complement each other. They have helped us to move forward linguistically speaking in Canada, and we will continue to work together to promote the Francophonie here in Canada. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I'm being told that my microphone is very low and is not connected. Can you hear me well? It's working for now. Please continue. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure and a privilege for me to speak in this debate on the state of the French language, in particular in Quebec. I am touched by all the speeches that I've heard, and I would say by the goodwill that I see in the House, and I can feel it here in Lévis, and I congratulate my colleagues. I'm going to try to speak a little bit more slowly than I usually do, Mr. Speaker, because I was unable to provide the interpreters with my speech, but the heart of my message essentially is this. One of the elements of Canadian identity is its linguistic duality, and it is this wealth that I can say we have a language and a culture. Tonight, this culture is something that we can see and hear. We have heard from artists, and there are cultural demonstrations. This is what makes up our Canadian identity, and Canadians recognize that it's very important to our collective identity. What we see now that there is a challenge, the challenge to preserve this duality, because it's one of the two linguistic motors, and that is the French language. The challenge to the French language, and with the decrease in French language, it affects our linguistic duality and even our Canadian identity as a whole, and therefore that is why this debate is important. We talked about the linguistic roadmap that was put in place by former Minister Stéphane Diane. The Conservative government under Harper worked with the former premiers of New Brunswick, Bernard Lord, to put forward two roadmaps to promote and stimulate official language minority communities. I listened to my colleague from Lévis-Lotbinière who talked about the contribution of Stephen Harper's government to promoting linguistic duality. And a story that I would like to tell is this. I was in Mexico with President Barack Obama and the Prime Minister and the former President of Mexico, Mr. Peña Nieto. And Mr. Harper, like always started his speech in French to the point that the American TV stations cut him off because they couldn't understand. And Mr. Obama said at the time, "Listen, I agree with everything that Mr. Harper said in French." It was quite diplomatic, and it worked well. Linguistic duality, Mr. Speaker, is important. French is the founding language of the country because it was with this language that we began. And I see Mr. Arsenault, who reminded us, of course, of the Acadians who were here and the first governors who spoke in French. And then, of course, there were the English that made their contribution, but it is this pact that ensured that we have a Canadian community that is open to the world, that includes, of course, the Indigenous communities. But at the heart of this Canadian pact, we have our identity and our language, French and English. And these are the challenges we face today, the challenges that we see when we put in place the Official Languages Act 50 years ago when it was modernized in 1980. My colleague from Saint Laurent said that this was under the Conservative government. We wanted to ensure that for the first time we had put in the legislation the promotion of the French and the English languages, and this is something that had not been done, and there was an urgency, therefore, to modernize the Official Languages Act. It was an urgency that we see both in Quebec and in all of the communities. Unfortunately, we see a decline in all of the communities across the country. It seems that the number of people that use French has significantly dropped between 2006 and 2016. So we see a drop in the use of French across the country. And recently, we have seen in Quebec, particularly in Montreal, a decline, much faster decline in the French language. And Marc Termotte, a demographer, has said that we are in a vicious spiral where English is growing and French is decreasing in use. So the Francophone pillar in Quebec needs some help, some support. And this expert told us that there were people who spoke French at home, and that use was also dropping. So there are many challenges, be it the spoken language, the language of work, the language of education, the language of advertising. These are all the challenges we face. And I see that there are colleagues who are taking part in the debate tonight who are part of the Official Languages Committee, and we are looking at this. Tonight is an exploratory debate, and it's the beginning of the discussion, but there's much work to be done. At the same time, it's urgent to take action. And I must say that the minority groups across the country are asking for this, be it the Francophone Federation, Francophone and Acadian groups who are saying, listen, please do something. And We are in a minority government here. Mr. Johnson, president of the FCFA, said to us that we fear that if the government does not table a bill before the end of 2020, the two houses of parliament will not have the time to adopt the necessary amendments that have been asked for the past few decades by our communities. So it's important to take action. It's urgent. Why? Because work was done by the Official Languages Committee, by the FCFA, and the recommendations were made. The work has been done. It is time. The time is ripe for new legislation. We have a few weeks left. I listened tonight to testimony by colleagues on the government benches, and they say, yes, we want to take action. We have a plan. Now is the time to take action to ensure that we can complete the legislation in place. And we want the government to take action. We want the government to table its modernization of the Official Languages Act, and to do so today for two reasons. First of all, because all of the communities have been asking for this for decades. As Mr. Johnson said, because it was a commitment made by the party, it was a promise, and also because French language is important, and we know that the situation is a catastrophe. So there is a real need to take action. That is really the goal. It is to take action.
My colleague from Victoriaville made concrete proposals to ensure that the Official Languages Act is a semi-constitutional bill. That is why it's important that it transcends departments and that it falls under the Treasury Board so that it can influence all of the bureaucratic machine, but also to explore new fields and become a partner to support the vitality of the French language in Quebec. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a constructive debate. It's interesting to see the contribution of each of the members. Well, I have an Irish last name, but Quebec has been able to integrate linguistic communities. My mother married someone from Brittany, and that's how I learned French, even though I have an English last name. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that there was a change during my speech. It would be a pleasure to have some discussions with my colleagues. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to see you here as a Franco-Ontarian who is chairing this debate. Two Franco-Ontarians chairing the debate. My colleague spoke a lot about official languages, and I'm pleased to ask this question to him. He spoke about the importance of Francophones in minority situations, the importance of playing our role as a federal government, and as a former minister, I know that he understands the need to act. Now, I would like to know, is he ready with us to denounce the cuts to the Collège Saint-Jean in Alberta, because it is a key institution for Franco-Albertans, and it is currently threatened by other Conservatives that are part of the Jason Kenney government? So if he could, thank you. The Honourable Member for Bill, the Honourable Member. Thank you to the Minister for her question. I think that her question is interesting, Madam Speaker, because the Minister is able to support institutions, post-secondary institutions all across the country. And that is the role of the federal government. And it's in the current legislation to help institutions. And the St. John campus is an important place for French language. The Minister has the ability to do so. And we know that provincial governments have important challenges with the pandemic, so the federal government needs to fulfill its role and support official language minority communities as we did when we were in power. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that I have to ask a question about the speech that I just heard, but allow me just to have a short preamble. This debate this evening, it's not very French what I just said, but above and beyond that, I think that Quebecers, what they want we're not a minority, we're unique. Our common language is French. We are a majority in French. We are unilingual francophones. So allow us to live in French and teach in French and work in French. So Quebecers will make their choice, not on the basis of what is said, but what is done. And I'm asking the following question on very concrete issues like language of work, like the issue of citizenship, like the issue also of all of the damage to this Official Languages Act in Quebec. What are you doing, not to restrict, but to promote the French fact in Quebec? The member needs to address her comments to the speaker and not to the member. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Madam Speaker, I can answer my question that we are in favor of the application of the French language charter to businesses that fall under federal jurisdiction, and we're also in favor of French knowledge for candidates who wish to obtain citizenship. And also, we submitted concrete recommendations for the modernization, 5 elements to ensure that not only in Quebec but across the country that official language minority communities and the Anglophone community can continue to maintain the linguistic vitality and the linguistic duality, which is a strong factor in our Canadian identity. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I know that he has always defended the right of francophones across the country. And he also knows that we're talking about millions of people who speak French outside of Quebec. Of course, francophones outside of Quebec, but also increasingly young francophiles across the country who are learning French in immersion schools, who are hungry to learn French. I'd like to ask him a very simple question because I know he's traveled a lot across Canada. And he knows where these pockets of francophones and francophiles are. For him, is it important for us to continue to make resources available to amplify this presence of francophones outside of Quebec, but also francophiles who are learning French and who want, of course, to improve their French? Is that important that the federal government play a key role in that? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Etchemin-Lévis. Yes, thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. As many people, I admire his mastery of French. I would say that, Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to go to Saint-Boniface, and the first time I was there, I wasn't even an MP. I thought I was in Saint-Hyacinthe. You could feel the presence of the impact on the development of Winnipeg today, and it's become important. Yes, absolutely. It's the role of the government to do so. But what's new is really that the federal government must be aware that the motors of linguistic vitality involve the promotion and protection of those two motors, English and French. French in Quebec. And I would say that's the new large minority that you find across the country. Questions and comments, and thank you for your patience. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to call upon my colleague. He spoke about the roadmap that was presented previously by a number of governments to promote French across the country. I've been on the Official Languages Committee since 2009, but I came back in 2015. And I've been sitting on that committee ever since then. There have been a number of inquiries on the committee and reports made both at the Official Languages Committee, in the House and in the Senate. A number of interventions and letters were sent to the minister. Even in recent months, I've been made aware of this by a number of stakeholders that appeared before committee, the vice chairs or chairs, and they were sent to the Minister of Official Languages, who in that House yesterday shared an important oversight in her speech, because she said that she had never received correspondence in the 5 years that she was Minister of Official Languages. So I'd like to give my colleague the opportunity to correct the record, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lisette-Lévis. Thank you to my colleague, my riding neighbour, for his question, and I thank him also for his exceptional contribution to the Official Languages Committee. He's one of the deans of the committee who is defending official language minority communities. Yes, the Conservative Party signalled verbally and in writing that it would ask the government to table its bill before Christmas so that we can concretely support the vitality of linguistic communities across the country. We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments? A brief question? No? The Honourable Member for Shefford, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quickly, I have heard a nice list of Quebec artists, a good lobby for the French language, but the numbers are declining. And in Montreal, what I hear are lots of speaking, but we need concrete action. Like, for example, the percentage of Quebecers or adopting the bill on making businesses under federal jurisdiction subject to Bill 101. The Honourable Member, a brief response. Yes, Madam Speaker. We support the application of the French Language Charter for federal businesses, and also we wish for there to be a knowledge of French among those who apply for citizenship within Quebec, and we have concrete measures to modernize the Official Languages Act, and we will continue to support the vitality of language communities with concrete measures, and we can talk about music and culture in parallel with that. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Protection. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, allow me to quote the words of Marc-André Bédard, who is a great Quebecer and did a lot to modernize Quebec. And I had the opportunity to meet him. He was a man of great kindness and charisma, so I offer my sincere condolences to his family, to his son Eric, who I worked with, and who gave me my first political advice at age 26 when I started this political adventure. And he said, it's very simple. He said, it's easy to forget, but never speak ill of your adversaries. And the apple never falls far from the tree. Madam Speaker, concerning the subject of this evening, with the bit of time given to me, I have a few thoughts to share. The first of all, we can't change what we're not aware of, out of ignorance or because we refuse to see reality for what it is. And the reality is that, unequivocally, French in Quebec is on the decline. It's sort of intuition that hits us every now and then for some Quebecers, and we cannot wait any longer for intuition to become a certainty. So I think this is very concerning. And what do the numbers say? They tell us that from 2001 to 2016, French as a mother tongue dropped to 68%. It's the first time that Quebecers, the number has dropped below 80%. According to Statistics Canada, the weight of Quebecers with a French mother tongue have fluctuated between 69% and 72%, and in Montreal it's even more concerning. The weight of Francophones is now about 50%. It's a phenomenon that's also observed in the suburbs, in Longueuil and others. And in 2011, there was a study conducted that affirmed that things are moving much faster than originally thought, and that explains the linguistic transfer to English. Because living in Quebec, unlike in France or Belgium or France or you live in the electromagnetic field of English, and you need resilience, and you need to be obstinate and courageous to live in French. And I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague. Yes, I see my colleagues across the way are sweating. There needs to be determination. There was the first linguistic act was tabled 100 years ago. Dr. Laurent, René Lévesque did this with Bill 101, which, and there's my former colleague Stéphane Dion, who wanted to make French, give French its rightful place in Quebec while respecting the rights of the Anglophone minority in Quebec. It was essential at the time as it is today. And now, the torch is in our hands, and to quote Chomsky, we need to go from pessimism to intelligence and from optimism to will. We've heard it in the throne speech. What concerns me a bit more, Madam Speaker, to be frank, is the difference that I perceive among people in my generation, and I hope that I am wrong, but I think that it's important to have the debate that we're having today in this House. Because in my eyes, it is our individual and collective responsibility as Quebecers to ensure that French remains vital, because it is at the heart of the Quebec people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's rare that this happens, that a Liberal MP quotes René Lévesque, and I think that's interesting. And I think that Quebec, if Quebec were a country, we would not be talking about the decline of French in Montreal, but that's not the case currently. My question is quite simple, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning, we've been told that we are dividing with our bill on Bill 101 that should apply to businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. We have already seen that agreements have been made. For example, it applies to the Port of Montreal. So I'm wondering, what is the problem if these health and safety, we can have the agreement with the federal government, we can't have an agreement with Bill 101 in federal jurisdictions in Quebec? We are being told that we're dividing with this bill, but the National Assembly voted unanimously for this, and the three opposition parties in Ottawa agree with this bill. Who is dividing, Madam Speaker? In my opinion, it's the Liberals. The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will perhaps surprise my colleague once again, because I recently learned that I also share ancestry with René Lévesque. So it goes back a number of generations, but although I'm a light bound, I have Lévesques in the family as well. So both linguistic backgrounds run in my veins. But to answer his question, the will that I was speaking about, we heard it in the throne speech. The Minister of Official Languages does incredible work to protect and promote French in Quebec and across the country, and she does that as well for Anglophones in Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to hear the comments made by my colleague. He mentioned, well, we're interested to know his genealogy. We understand here that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. That's the least we can say. He also spoke about the former Liberal leader, Stéphane Dion. We will call Madam Speaker, and I am convinced that he'll understand where I'm going, that Stéphane Dion is the former member for Louis Saint Laurent. And I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor. My question is the following. His party was elected and re-elected on the promise and commitment to reform the Official Languages Act. After 5 years, we're still at the same point. We had expected, because of the throne speech, that there would be a specific announcement on the reform of the Official Languages Act. But today what we're learning is that it's a white book. Why a white book when we need action rather than thoughts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am proud of the work done by my colleague and by the Minister of Official Languages, who is working tirelessly to modernize the Official Languages Act, but it leaves me a bit perplexed by the member for Louis Saint Laurent, who ran after 10 years of darkness under Stephen Harper, who cut into the budgets of Radio-Canada, who appointed people like unilingual auditor generals, and with an absolute disdain for the French language. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If my colleague from the Bloc Québécois was surprised that a Liberal MP is quoting René Lévesque, so I think he'd be even more surprised that I'm quoting Gramsci. Does he not think that the bill, the Broadcasting Act, should include directives and clear guidance on the creation of original Francophone content made in Quebec and Canada, whether it's film, TV, or radio? A brief answer by the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The arts sector wanted us to modernize the Broadcasting Act. Our government will always prioritize the promotion of as much Canadian and French language content and programming as possible. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now it's my turn to say thank you to you all for the opportunity to participate in this very important debate. I would like to add my voice to the voices of my colleagues to state how important it is for our government to promote and protect the French language in Quebec. Those who know me know that though I wasn't born in Canada, I am first and foremost a Montrealer, a Quebecer, heart and soul. Today, I'm the member for Hochelaga, and I am a very proud member of my community. I immigrated to Canada in 1980 with my mom. She was a single mother. We settled in the heart of the French-speaking community in the east of Montreal, and I grew up right in the early days of Bill 101. I learned the French that you're hearing me speak today in this house. My family members, my children have also learned French. Some people are really impressed with my French. They say I don't even have an accent, but I have a Quebecois accent, and I'm so proud of it. Today, I represent the people of my riding, the riding of Hochelaga, which is historically a hotspot of French-speaking people in Montreal. We have Marché Maisonneuve, Place Simon-Valois, Promenade Ontario. We are so proud to live in French, but it isn't always easy, and it isn't always a given. We know for a fact that French is declining in Montreal. That worries me. That worries all of us in this house. In Quebec, French is less used as a language of work and as the language spoken at home. In more and more businesses, clients are being greeted in a language that is not French. As a Montrealer, a Quebecer, and a French speaker, this situation really worries me. It is very positive that here tonight we've unanimously agreed to discuss the decline of the French language. My colleague earlier, Pablo Rodriguez, I remind the member that she should not name any members by name, only by title. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm such a newbie. I'll try to remember. There won't be any one-size-fits-all quick fixes or any little small actions. We will need to take a series of major actions that will require that we all have a shared will to protect French. For the first time, the federal government has recognized and acknowledged that French is in a minority situation in Canada and in North America. I'm the Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration. I'm an immigrant myself. I went through classes for newcomers, French language classes. I saw my mother go through it too, with so much determination to become a part of her new city, to be integrated. So it goes without saying that immigration is important to me. For all of our newcomers who don't speak French, they come to Canada every year, and it is our responsibility as a government to help them learn the French language. That's what the government is doing by transferring significant funding to Quebec for French language instruction through the Canada-Quebec Agreement. This agreement gives Quebec exclusive jurisdiction to select immigrants in many categories of immigrants and to ensure that certain criteria, such as learning French, are met. According to the 2016 Sampson report commissioned by the Government of Quebec, over 43% of those who settle in the region of Montreal don't speak French when they arrive. As for the City of Quebec, the statistics are a bit more encouraging. In fact, depending on the immigration category, it fluctuates between 75% and 90% for immigrants who speak French. Among immigrants who don't speak French when they arrive, 54.4% of them are economic immigrants. That's why investing in French language instruction is so essential. Why? So that immigrants like me and my family can be able to learn French, join their new society, their new communities in French, work in French, study in French, and interact with culture in French. This is why my colleague's bill to modernize the Broadcasting Act is so very important. Madam Speaker, like all members in this House, I'm going to make sure that we all work together as a team to ensure that Quebec and Montreal have a great future and continue to be the cradle of La Francophonie in North America. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. She talked a bit about Montreal. Recently, many Liberals have said that they support Bill 101. What does my colleague think is the goal of Bill 101? What linguistic goals? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague who represents the riding just beside mine for his question. As I said, I grew up in the early days of Bill 101. I support it. Bill 101 is the reason that I, as an immigrant, speak the French that I speak. Our government will continue to protect and promote the French language. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Hochelaga for her speech. My riding is just next to hers. Our ridings are experiencing a similar situation when it comes to the precarious, endangered status of the French language. Would my colleague agree on the necessity, the need to ensure that workers can work in French? Why is the government blocking the NDP's support for extending Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question. His riding is indeed right beside mine. Rosemont East is in between both of our ridings. The Government of Quebec's report from 2016, I will quote from it. We need to offer a little extra help to strengthen and consolidate the situation of the French language in Montreal, and that starts with and passes through French language instruction. My colleague knows that in our ridings, we have many immigrants. They need to be able to work, study in French, and so they need to learn French. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The member has made many interesting statements. She can say that she is a Bill 101 child. She grew up with it, which is good. What about the Anglophone community? Thanks to Bill 101, Anglophone children learned French. Anglophone children learned French, and immigrants like my colleague learned French. She speaks excellent French with a Quebecois accent. The colleague has offered her support to Bill 101. But if the French language is at risk, why wouldn't the government do absolutely everything it can to ensure that Bill 101 applies to all federally regulated businesses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Protecting French, we need more than just one measure. Our government has been doing everything it can to protect and promote French, and I am eagerly anticipating the modernization of the Official Languages Act, which will soon be tabled by my colleague. Time for one more question. The Minister for Official Languages. I have a question for my colleague, who is a strong defender of official languages as well as of immigration. Our government has taken action to assist immigrants in learning French. Can the member tell this House a little bit about the government's initiatives? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for her question. Yes, absolutely. Here's something important. In our immigration plan, for the very first time, there is wording about French immigration, because we need to ensure demographic presence of Francophones everywhere in Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to address you tonight as a Quebecer, member for Portneuf-Cartier, and to speak to you in French. Language and language rights have always been important for me. I am a member of the Canadian Francophonie Parliamentary Association. I also chair the Parliamentary Commission representing 28 French language parliaments, which operate in French and promote the French language. Let me get right to the point. Madam Speaker, the French language is losing ground in the beautiful province of Quebec, and especially in the Montreal region. This worries me greatly. The situation is similar outside of Quebec for French-speaking communities. We, as parliamentarians, must protect these communities. Statistics show, beyond a shadow of doubt, that French is declining as language spoken in Quebec's businesses, homes, and shops. In a Le Devoir article from 2019, it was published that the percentage of people using French as the main language spoken at home declined by 1%. That's just a number. 1%, you might say. Well, if we lose 1% per year, we lose a lot. And Francophones will lose their community. 1% might seem minor, but 1% per year, over 20 years, that's serious. We need to take action. Quebecers are really and truly worried. A Léger poll showed that 6 in 10 Quebecers agree that the situation of the French language has deteriorated over the past decade. 6 in 10 also feel that the French language will continue to deteriorate over the next decade. 63% of respondents indicated that they are worried about the French language. Madam Speaker, I must insist on how incredibly worried I am for future generations. What embarrasses me, though, is how little the Liberal government has done. I often wonder, where are Quebec's Liberal MPs? What have they been doing since 2015, since the Liberal government's first election? They made many promises about official languages, and it's been 5 years now, Madam Speaker. These past few days, these past few years, Quebec's Liberal caucus has clearly shown that they don't respect the French language and that they're not trustworthy when it comes to taking action. An example, the We Charity scandal. The Liberal government offered a contract to a unilingual organization with no establishments in Quebec, no ability to communicate with French speakers in Canada, and without a bidding process. Then the Heritage Minister, who is Quebecois, he recently tabled C10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. Yet, in this bill, there is not a single provision which would ensure the protection of the French language. And there's more. The member for Saint Laurent said that she doubted that the French language was deteriorating in Quebec. Then the president of the Federal Liberal Party in Quebec made it even worse. She said that Bill 101 is, and I quote, oppressive. Madam Speaker, we might have given the member for Saint Laurent the benefit of the doubt. We might have called it an error of judgment. But then, just a few minutes after resigning from her membership on the Official Languages Committee, she was at it again. She went and liked a tweet saying that claims that the French language is deteriorating were exaggerated. That is unacceptable. Does she represent the position and stance of the Liberal Party? Maybe. We know how the Liberal government really feels about the deterioration of the French language in Canada. The Minister of Official Languages loves to rise in this House and say, our party shouldn't be lecturing their party. Well, the Conservative Party of Canada, let me remind this House, under Brian Mulroney, repealed an act, and we did a lot for the Official Languages Act. The Liberals can go around saying that in 1969 they instated the act. The Conservative Party, though, had to improve upon the Liberal version of the Official Languages Act. Madam Speaker, my words are based on facts. Linda Cardinal of the Francophonie and Public Policy Fellowship of the University of Ottawa has said the 1969 Act didn't have much of an impact. In fact, the 1988 version is much better for human rights. 1988 version amended under Mulroney's Conservatives. The Conservative Party has always stood in this House to defend the interests of all Canadian citizens. In fact, the 1988 version helped French speakers from coast to coast to coast. Now, however, the law must be modernized. It's 2020. It's been over 30 years since it was last amended. Recently, the Official Languages Commissioner insisted that parliamentarians should modernize the Act. A very well-known singer sung, this is Dalida, a French singer, who sang something like, words, 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 it's all empty words. I'm not going to sing like my colleague. He's a better singer than I am. Long story short, it's all empty promises. But when it comes to delivering the goods, there are no goods. Mark Powell, he is a language rights lawyer. He wrote an editorial in which he said that the durability and sustainability of the French language is only possible by overhauling the Official Languages Act. I can give you so many similar quotes. Long story short, our government is not sensitive to minority language rights. Recently, the Minister for Official Languages, the member for Ahuntsic-Cartierville, has shown us that she's not giving us a timeline for the modernization of the Official Languages Act. We want a timeline. The Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development voted against the Conservative motion in 2006, recognizing Quebec as a nation and, by extension, the importance of the French language in Quebec. It gets worse, Madam Speaker. 15 Liberal members voted against the motion at that point, and that's not including those who didn't show up to vote that day. 15 Liberals voted against. Many Liberals were absent that day. We can thus conclude that the current member for Saint Laurent is not the only Liberal who doesn't really care that the French language is losing ground in Canada. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we all agree, in fact, Our leader, a few months ago, he made a very clear statement. He didn't mince his words. He wasn't being opportunistic. He supports Quebec and French language rights. That is true for our entire caucus. We will always respect Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. We will continue to work collaboratively with Quebec's elected officials. We support the Legault government in ensuring that federally regulated businesses would fall under Bill 101. Quebecers deserve to have members of Parliament who will stand up here in this House to uphold their values and interests, to defend the French language, who are able to declare clearly and unequivocally that the French language is losing ground in Quebec. Now, I would like to finish with a quote from Albert Camus, a very well-known quote, which reflects how I feel about my role in politics. And I hope that this quote will inspire the member for Saint Laurent and other Liberals. Democracy is not defending the majority, but rather protecting minorities. Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party is not doing its duties. The official languages minister is doing nothing to fix the situation. We will continue to defend both official languages in Quebec, in Montreal, and everywhere in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I have two questions about his criticisms of C-10, the Act to amend the Broadcasting Act. First, he asked a question about percentages. The AQPM, the Association of Independent Producers, said, I quote, it would be difficult to put precise percentages in the bill. In fact, it would be better to consult with online streaming services and the CRTC. That is what La Disque said. And in fact, Quebec's La Disque is grateful for the Liberal government's efforts to respect its wishes. Will the Conservative Party vote in favor of Bill C-10?
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I want to thank the question from the Minister. He just quoted an organization, in fact, two. I have a list of more than 25 organizations that do not agree with his bill. So what's important, Madam Speaker, tonight, Madam Speaker, what is important tonight is to work together and to recognize the issue with the French language in Montreal and to deal with it and work hard on it and get a date. When will the Modernization of the Official Languages Act be implemented? Will it be done before December 30th, 2020? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that speech. I'm a bit upset by what I've heard because I think it's an exercise in charming those listening, and for a number of years, governments on both sides have not followed through. There is a catastrophic decline of French, particularly in Montreal. And what I'd like to know from the Conservative colleague is this. I don't know why the lights are changing. I apologize. I'm a bit lost, but I'm still here. It's just that the light turned off by itself. Okay. So I'd like to know from the Conservative colleague if he would support, as per our request of the Minister of Heritage to demand 40% of French content, original French content, and 5% of Indigenous content in the next Broadcasting Act. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try to properly identify the riding of my colleague, Beauport, Charlevoix. I'm sorry, I don't have it in the right order. But anyway, I simply want to say this and to ensure this, that on this side of the House, the Conservative Party of Canada is going to do everything when we're in government to protect the official languages and the Act, and we will put in place measures to deliver. We know that the government that has been in power for 5 years has not delivered the goods. That is a fact. So what I said to my colleague was that when we are on the other side, we have a good portfolio, a good record in the past, and we will put the measures in place to protect the Official Languages Act. Questions and comments? The member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. There are some concerns, and many Quebecers are not able to necessarily to work in French in Quebec, and there's also the question of services in French in downtown Montreal. This is something of concern, yet there are important signs. Millions of people, both Francophone and Francophiles outside Quebec, and this means that 95% of the Quebec population is able to have a conversation in French. And of course, when we look around the world at the number of Francophones, this number is increasing constantly. There's between 500 million and 1 billion Francophones around the world within the next 30 years. All the figures are encouraging. I want to ask my colleague the following question. How can we ensure that we put in place solutions in order to marry this growing interest in the French language with the fact that in a number of businesses, particularly in American companies in downtown Montreal, they can't necessarily get service in French, nor in institutions and other businesses. And under federal jurisdiction, there is no right to work in French. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I want to thank my colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby. Madam Speaker, I think that one of the solutions to ensure that the French language is promoted is to encourage people to use French, and that is to promote it. It's not to oppose the two languages, English and French, but rather to build pride in speaking French. And in fact, abroad, there is an increase in the number of people using French. Why is it in a decline in Canada? Why, for the past 5 years, has nothing been done? So the question that my colleague asked is very relevant. I think it is our duty to promote French to ensure that we can be proud of using that language. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Ilé, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague the following. He talked about witnesses who came to the committee and they tabled reports, and they came in particular to speak to the Official Languages Committee to talk about the Act. And not only did the witnesses come to say that as individuals and researchers, but also we heard from organizations like the FCFA and others. They even proposed a complete bill that was sent to the Senate and to the committee for study to accelerate the drafting of a new bill. So I'd like to know if really we are able, with all of these reports that have been tabled, to come up with a plan from this government. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a great privilege of working with my colleague from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I think I got the whole thing this time, Madam Speaker. In fact, I had the privilege of being a member of the Official Languages Committee for several months, and I had the privilege of meeting with organizations. These organizations are very convinced of a need for an update to the Official Languages Act, that instead of producing briefs and providing testimony, they even went out and came up with a bill. It's completely fully formed. The Liberals didn't do anything with this. All we hear is that they've been saying they've been working hard. Well, they've been working hard for 5 years, like this file as in others. So when will the Minister of Official Languages table the bill to modernize the Official Languages Act? Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, a colleague ended with a quote by Camus, and if you know Camus, that's quite surprising. Camus had 2 cycles, the absurd period, and we could talk about absurd things tonight. There in 1977, when it was tabled, both the Liberals and the Conservatives were opposed mainly to the bill because it would create inequalities, because allophones would have to go to English schools. Everybody was opposed, and we see what's happening with Bill 101 in terms of what the member for Hochelaga said. There was a move to have French education in the French language. So now we talk about the application of Bill 101 to federally regulated companies. This was tabled in 2009. This is absurd. Tabled in 2009, and no one in the Conservative Party voted for it. So every single time that a measure is put forward in order to support the French language, it comes from a sovereigntist party. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has 1 minute for the response. I'd like to say hello to the colleague from Jonquière, as well as to respond if he's listening. He has shown some arrogance, and I'd like the people of Quebec to judge him based on that attitude. But I have a note here that says, the NDP, the Bloc, well, tonight, Madam Speaker, we're working for the official languages. It's not important who, but it's an important issue we're talking about. It's the French language. We have to stand up. We have to be respectful. The Bloc Québécois doesn't have a monopoly on truth. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mont-Royal. A strong culture attracts followers. They become then allies, and allies then create partnerships with each other. We have, not far from us, an example of a culture that has a great power of attraction. The U.S., with its culture, arts, sports, entertainment, video games, has attracted audiences across the world. These audiences are then voluntarily exposed to the symbols and values of the American society. But I would like to rather talk about the attraction of the French language that we have to strengthen. Please let me tell you the story of my wife. She came from Alberta. It's possible that she'll not like the fact that I'm talking about her, but she deserves the attention thanks to everything she has done to allow me to be in politics. All colleagues will understand what I mean when I talk about this. The mother of my wife is an American. She married a Canadian and made a life in Western Canada. Once in Canada, she was attracted by the vision of Pierre Trudeau, the French power in Ottawa, and the Official Languages Act, and by culturalism. This woman, who had no initial or previous history with French, she decided to send her 4 children to French immersion in Calgary. This experience marked my wife, who then studied at university to become a teacher of social sciences in immersion schools. She wanted to do so to spread the French language. Her love of French brought her to Quebec, where she worked for a summer as a young guide at the National Assembly. And she showed Quebecers the splendor of their legislature. In Calgary, not only did my spouse learn French, but she tasted Quebec culture. I will always remember that when I suggested that she go see Roux de la Rochelière at the Franco Follies, to my great surprise, she already knew the music, as well as that of Michel Rivard, Richard Séguin. Her teachers in Calgary were Quebec francophones. They shared their culture with their students, all to highlight the power of the attraction of the French language and the Quebec culture. In short, strengthening and fostering French must pass through those who are attracted to it, including newcomers. Any minority culture must deal with the soft power of majority cultures in proximity, such as the American culture, which has great technological means as well as economic means to be consumed by many. It is essential to increase the power of attraction of French. The federal government has a regulatory power through the CRTC and the Radio Broadcasting Act, which are set out in C10, which the Minister of Heritage just tabled. It has CBC, which deserves the necessary funding to be able to continue to be one of the main vehicles of French and culture across the country. It has important tools to promote the French culture and to help the web giants that will have to adapt thanks to C10, as well as the Official Languages Act. People grow through its culture. It's through culture that they held their hands out to others. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I will go back to what I said earlier. We've heard a lot of great speeches, declarations of love, quotes of great artists and music. But in terms of concrete measures, it's great to hear emotional speeches, but I'd like to know my colleague's opinion about this. Let's allow Quebec to take in newcomers who have at least a basic knowledge of French and allow people who work in federally regulated businesses to work in French. For almost 4 hours now, we've been hearing about Bill 101 and how great it is. Why can't we just apply it? I don't understand the obstacles. I'd like to hear my colleague on this. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 6 years, the Liberal government has been taking concrete action in a number of areas, including with regard to Francophone immigration. And these are important gestures. And I would refer, in June 2017, the Department of Immigration decided to give additional points in the express path for knowledge of French. In 2018, there was a second organization to assess French language skills for economic immigrants. So this is in addition to other actions that the federal government has taken in order to support Francophones across the country. So to say that the Liberal government has done nothing is completely false. We will continue to do more. We will reform the Official Languages Act. And no doubt there will be very important aspects in it to strengthen the French language in Quebec and in Canada. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. On this side, in the NDP, we agree and we are pushing to ensure the application of the French Charter of federally regulated companies in Quebec. But I'd like to ask a very specific question with regard to the fact that there is a real need to modernize the Official Languages Act. And why has his government wanted to table instead a white paper instead of a bill in order to quickly modernize the Official Languages Act? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The idea of a white paper, in my opinion, is a consultation. The purpose of a consultation is to go and get the best ideas from a broad range of stakeholders. The official languages modernization is so important that we must make sure that we get the best ideas, the best possible solutions. So obviously, a government should consult stakeholders. It does so in order to create the most effective legislation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé repeated several times tonight that everything that was being said tonight was just words and nothing had been accomplished. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague from Lac Saint Louis a question. For example, in his opinion, the hundreds of millions that the federal government has invested through Telefilm Canada, through Music Action, through the Canadian Media Fund for music, for French music, French TV series and films, which are shown internationally. In his opinion, are these concrete gestures made by the federal government, or the $4 billion that we invested for arts and culture? Much of it went to Francophone artists in Quebec and across the country. In his opinion, are these concrete gestures to support French language across the country? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis, a short answer, please. Yes, these are very concrete actions. It is essential for people to see themselves reflected in stories told on TV and films, in books, and to hear those themselves reflected in music as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Jean Chrétien often talked about the Canada he believed in. It was a Canada where you could be a Francophone and feel at home, be you in Vancouver or Halifax. It was a Canada where you could be an Anglophone and be at home in Montreal or the Gaspé Peninsula. I still believe in that vision of Canada.
A Canada where bilingualism is as much part of our national identity as hockey or maple syrup.
As a contract between English and French-speaking communities, the destinies of both communities are inextricably linked together in this great country. We need to recognize the very legitimate fears French-speaking Canadians have living as a minority on the North American continent. And I am saying this in English because I want English-speaking Canadians to hear it. The Throne Speech has for the first time recognized our responsibility as a federal government to protect and promote French in Quebec. I support this. I am an English-speaking Quebecer, like my parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents before me. I have lived my entire life on the island of Montreal, a place I love. Here, French and English speakers live together, work together, and often love one another. We are not the two solitudes Hugh MacLennan wrote about any longer. But sometimes, sadly, both our communities still struggle to understand each other. Aujourd'hui, le débat
Today, the debate is focused on Quebec and on Montreal in particular. We need to work and continue to work to ensure that French remains the shared language of Quebec. But when we talk about language in Canada, we cannot forget about the concerns of French language minority communities outside of Quebec. These communities need strong support from the federal government to grow. In Quebec, Francophones form the majority. The provincial government has adopted a number of measures that impose the use of French. The rules tied to education ensure that most newcomers in Quebec integrate into the Francophone community. Despite this, Francophone Quebecers have legitimate fears about their ability to live, work, and be served in their language. Fears about their ability to integrate new immigrants. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I was moved by the testimony of one of my colleagues who said that they were not able to be served in French in some stores in the Montreal downtown. That is unacceptable. Montreal is the largest city in a province of a Francophone majority, and each Quebecer who lives and visits in Montreal should expect to be served in French. This being said, I would like to share some concerns of Anglophone communities in minority situations in Quebec, because to collaborate, we need to understand each other.
Let me speak to some fears that my community faces. Our community is shrinking. Hundreds of thousands of people have left our province. In my own family, my only sibling no longer lives in Quebec, nor do any of my 4 first cousins, and most of the friends I grew up with have left this province. English-speaking seniors often live in isolation because their children moved away. Our schools are closing. Many English-speaking Quebecers, particularly outside Montreal, have trouble accessing health and social services in English. There are currently calls to reduce funding to the institutions founded by our community. This despite the fact that all our institutions are open to everyone. Our hospitals, like the world-leading Jewish General Hospital in my riding of Mount Royal, are bilingual. More than 1/3 of the patients treated there are francophones, and they are treated in French. We make up less than 1% of the provincial civil service, despite representing over 13% of the population. English-speaking Quebecers also have our legitimate fears, and any discussion must include us too. Nous avons fait des progrès.
We've made progress, Madam Speaker. We recognize that French is the shared language of Quebec. We have become bilingual. Only 37% of us were bilingual in 1971. We are now 71% bilingual to speak the official language of Quebec. Anglophone Quebecers do not reject French. We are and must be allies, a bridge between Francophone Quebecers and other Anglophone Canadians. It's with our support that we will advance the French fact in North America. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemash, Lévis. Inaudible for the interpreter. The sound quality does not allow for interpretation.
Qui le représente, le Québec Community Group Network, et mon collègue connaît bien les organismes de défense des communautés, des minorités anglophones au Québec. Est-ce qu'il est d'accord avec moi et avec l'organisme surtout pour déposer le projet de modernisation de la loi sur les langues officielles dès cette année, plutôt qu'un livre blanc? Et mon autre question, c'est est-ce que mon collègue reconnaît que le français est en déclin à Montréal? Merci.
Députés et tous les députés.
I would remind all MPs who are participating virtually to wear their headsets, as it is easier for the interpreters and easier to understand here in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't understand why you were reminding me to wear my headset. Yes, there are studies that show that French is on the decline in Montreal. There's no question about that. Secondly, I would just like to say what a pleasure it is to work with my colleague from Bellechasse, Les Lévis. We have a lot in common. We work together. And if I were on the parliamentary committee with him, I would also vote that the bill be tabled. But he's not just a colleague, but a friend with the Minister of Official Languages. I know that she's working every day to get something out as quickly as possible, and I have full confidence in her. Thank you. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Madam Speaker, my colleague says that he recognizes that French is in the decline, but in his presentation he said the contrary. He said that most immigrants integrate into French, which is not at all the case. The linguistic transfer of allophones to French is 10 times weaker than that to English if you look at the proportions. It surprises me what he said. I also wanted to say the last time we tabled this bill on the application of Bill 101, he completely jumped in the air and said that Anglophones in Quebec had fewer rights than all others. What did he want to say by that? That he means that Anglophones in Quebec should have the right to speak only English and to skirt the issue of French as a shared language? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, I'd like to say personally, I have a lot of friendship for this MP, even if we're not in agreement. We don't have to be adversaries. We can disagree. First of all, I would like to highlight the speech given by my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie. There's a lot of progress that has been made on the welcoming of newcomers into the Francophone community, and I am entirely supportive of teaching French to newcomers. And if I was angry before, it's not that I had an issue with the language of work in Quebec, but I think that it's very important that we consider we preserve the rights of Anglophones, but also we need to protect and promote French in Quebec. Thank you. Questions and comments? A brief question from the member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I share a home with my spouse, who is from the Anglophone community from Montreal, but she is also a child of Bill 101. If my Liberal colleague agrees that Bill 101 has benefits for many communities in Quebec and the French fact in Quebec, why is his government opposed to applying the French language charter to be applied to businesses under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief response, please. I appreciate the question from my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie. It's always a pleasure. I think it's the responsibility of all levels of government to legislate in their fields of jurisdiction to ensure the protection of French, and we will do so with the modernization of the Official Languages Act. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Madam Speaker, the issue of French in Montreal is crucial because the destiny of French in Quebec and North America and Canada plays out in Montreal, because Montreal includes nearly 50% of the population of Quebec, and we welcome 90% of newcomers to Montreal. So we need to take action quickly. If we want to quote a few statistics, we can't forget that Montreal is responsible for French language training and welcoming of newcomers for all of Quebec. In terms of mother tongue, there are people who say you shouldn't take into account mother tongue. I agree that that's not the most important indicator, but mother tongue represents the transmission, the intergenerational transmission, because mother tongue of someone can be transmitted to future generations. So when allophones or francophones transfer to English, it becomes the mother tongue of their children. In Montreal, it's certain that there is a fast decline of the mother tongue. If we look at the language of use, which is a much more significant indicator on the island of Montreal, if you look at recent evolutions from 2001 to 2016, it went from 56.4 to 53.1. For English, it went from 25% to 25.1%. So an increase of 1%. The metropolitan region, it has gone from French from 70 to 68%, and that's from 2001 to 2016. Barely 15 years, there was a 2.3% drop. For English, it went from 17.4 to 17%. Only 0.4% drop. And in all of Quebec, we went from 83.1% to 83.6% for French. So a drop of 2.5% in 15 years. It's enormous. Concerning English, it went from 10.5% to 10.7%, so 2%. Everyone says that's the first time in the history that there is a drop in French and an increase in the proportion of Anglophones. The problem earlier, our colleague from Rosemont said that there was an improvement, that immigrants are integrating more into the French community. In fact, it's partially true because there was an increase of net linguistic transfers, but we need to take into account the fact that 46% of transfers to English for 10% or 10 and some percent of Anglophones in language of use is immense. So for 80% of Francophones in language of use to barely 56% of transfers to French. So why? Of course, there's been a progression, but it's insufficient because to ensure the demographic weight, you need at least 90% of language transfers to French. And why has there been an increase? Because the government of Quebec selected more Francophone immigrants who already have a French background. So it's not the impact of Bill 101. And on the other hand, newcomers who are learning English to learn Quebec, and that's disproportionate. So it gives the impression that linguistic transfers to French are increasing. And when we look at the linguistic vitality indicator, we see, for example, that the proportion of Francophones who have French as a mother tongue on the island of Montreal increased by 6% in 2001. In 2016, it's 10% more. For English, in 2001, there was 41% more of Anglophones in language of use than Anglophones mother tongue. It's 45% in 2016. For the metropolitan region of Montreal, French increased by 2% in linguistic transfers in 2001, and in 2016 it was 6%. But English had a gain of 24% to 42%. And for all of Quebec, French made gains thanks to linguistic transfers of allophones to French of 2% in 2001 to 3% in 2016. For English, it's 26% in 2001 for 32% in 2016. So what I see is that French does not have sufficient attractive power. Why? Because through the study of households around the world, that as soon as you learn a language, it needs to be the official language in the language of use in the territory. It's the model that is based on the principle of collective rights and territoriality, as we see in Belgium and Switzerland and countries where there are a number of national languages, where there's this type of model. If you go to Belgium, to the Flemish part, everything is in Dutch. It doesn't prevent them from learning more languages, but Dutch is not spoken that much internationally. So it's the model that inspired Bill 101. First of all, as soon as Bill 101 was established, there was real progress made in French and an increase in linguistic transfers. But from the moment where all the rulings of the Supreme Court weakened Bill 101, and especially from the moment there was repatriation of the Constitution, and a Constitution was imposed on us in 1982 and a Charter of Rights and Freedoms that weakened the measures of Bill 101. And since then, the judges have weakened Bill 101 in roughly all sectors of application. And my colleague from Mont-Royal was part of the Alliance Québec that gave a legal ruling against Bill 101, and it was funded by the federal government because the Official Languages Act is based on a model that always results in the assimilation of minority languages. Institutional bilingualism based on individual laws is around the same world. It's the same thing. It's the assimilation of the minority language, despite the fact that it was an improvement for Acadian communities, because before there were no French schools, there were no French services in roughly all provincial governments, and it really took mobilization. And finally, the Official Languages Act helped sprinkle services in French across the country, and they are really insufficient. And we see a rate of assimilation and assimilation into English of Francophones outside of Quebec that goes up every census. So what's important, another important concept, we saw that the Official Languages Act, this principle, there are budgets that go with it, and that's what I was talking about earlier. It's $80 million a year, and that goes exclusively to fund Anglophone advocacy groups like the Quebec Network, which came not that long ago to the Official Languages Committee, and that said that school measures were a violation of civil rights when that's what's done all around the world. If you go to the United States and ask to have French public schools, it just isn't done. And in the rest of Canada, most Francophones don't have access to schools in French. There's another concept that's very important, and I think that one of the speakers spoke about a book by Frédéric Lacroix. It's Why Bill 101 is a success, and it drew the conclusion that the situation is catastrophic in Montreal because the more it advances, the more linguistic transfers there are into English. And he said that more a linguistic group has a significant network of institutions, the stronger it will be. And we know that in Montreal, it was the economic domination of English Canadians for a long time, and the Laurendeau Commission demonstrated very clearly that out of 14 groups in Quebec, the average salary of Francophones was 12th. We had the average salary was 51% of that of Anglophones. Progress has been made with Bill 101, but there is still progress to be made because the average salary of Francophones is still less high than that of Anglophones. So we see it, and I salute my colleagues across the way who sit with me on the committee, because we have succeeded in adopting unanimously. We had to push very hard. For the first time in 51 years, there will be a study of the situation of French on the impact of the federal language policy on Bill 101, and these are really factors that are important. If we, above and beyond this funding of $80 million, we also need to look at the promotion of institutional bilingualism. In Montreal, they work so that newcomers learn French. That's normal, and it's natural that they want to gravitate toward English. But Bill 101 demonstrates that French is the language, the shared language, the language of work, to encourage them to integrate. But on the other hand, there is a federal government that is funding the promotion of English in Quebec, and that tells them, no, French isn't necessarily the official language. You have the right to have services in the language of your choice. In summary, to wrap up, I think that it's very important what's happening right now. It is a precedent that the federal government has recognized the decline of French, but it will require concrete measures and measures that are much stronger than the simple recognition of French or federal institutions. Otherwise, the government will demonstrate yet another time that the only way to ensure the future of French is the departure of Quebec. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Official Languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I say good evening to my colleague, the member for Pointe-de-l'Île. Earlier, I heard Quebec MPs of all political stripe quoting René Lévesque and mentioning him. A little reminder, René Lévesque was born in the Campbellton Hospital in Restigouche in my riding. I don't know whether that was positive or not for his career. He was Acadian. We know that my community has a lot in common with Quebecers, and we know a lot about the decline of the French language and of the French fact. Here's my question for my colleague. In his view, what is causing the decline of the French language in Montreal? That's what we're debating, after all. How does the colleague feel about headquarters of businesses? The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-l'Île. On the one hand, newcomers settle in Montreal. On the other hand, the French language charter has been weakened. We have full bilingualism. Immigrants have access to English language services municipally, provincially, federally. The federal government is always pushing English language services. Newcomers, they arrive, they notice that English speakers are the majority group. Immigrants see that they have a choice between living in English or in French. Obviously, those who see that they can learn English, they will learn English. Less learn French. The Honourable Member for Les Etchemins-Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague on his passion for the French language. And that's wonderful that René Lévesque was born in his neck of the woods. Here's my question. For those who are tuning in, please know that the debate doesn't end here tonight. Next week, the Official Languages Committee will focus on the deterioration of French in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. I look forward to working with my colleague, the Bloc member, on this initiative. We want to improve linguistic duality in Canada. Here is my question. It's about the attractiveness of the French language in Montreal. How can we make French seem more attractive to ensure its sustained vitality in a bilingual Canada? The Honourable Member for Pointe-à-l'Île. The government of Quebec has been promising for a good while to strengthen Bill 101. That should go a long way. The member for Mont-Royal, I would like him to know that we want French to be our common language. We want to have French language institutions. Now, Canada got rid of French language institutions. We don't want to do that. We are going to let English language educational institutions operate, but that should be the exception, not the rule. The member for Rosemont said something that really surprised me. He supports unions, and he said that we need incentives, not necessarily legislation, to ensure that newcomers learn French. Unfortunately, if newcomers don't think it's essential to learn French, if it's not mandatory, then they won't do it. Same goes for occupational health and safety. If there are incentives and it's not mandatory, nothing's going to be done. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I thank my colleague, who has perfectly set the stage for my question. First, Madam Speaker, I'd like to set the record straight. First, the Federal Judicial Challenge Program was useful for minority language French-speaking communities to defend their rights in the Federation. It's interesting to hear my Bloc colleagues say that French language instruction is something that immigrants are not interested in. There are obstacles, be they federal or provincial in Quebec. There are obstacles which make it difficult for newcomers to access French language instruction, especially if they don't yet have permanent residency status. There should not be any consequences for refugees. They are fleeing war zones and persecution. The Bloc member should, in fact, move in the other direction and improve access to French language instruction. It makes no sense. The Honourable Member for Pointe-à-l'Île. The member for Rosemont has twisted my words. Yes, the Judicial Challenge Program did help communities outside Quebec, French language communities. Also, I didn't say that on the whole, new immigrants aren't interested in learning French, but what we've observed is that not all newcomers felt strongly about learning French because they thought that it would be more important for them to learn English if they wanted to be employed in Montreal. Does the colleague feel that it would be coercive if someone has to learn English? Currently, a newcomer can settle in Quebec, take a citizenship test in English, and become a citizen of Quebec. Doing so in French would be totally reasonable. Things are working well, but could be working better. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague, the member for Rosemont, just asked a question. I, like him, am surprised by my colleague, the member for Pointe-à-Lille's comments. The 2016 Sampson report noted that decrease in French language instruction in Montreal is not due to lack of interest on the part of newcomers, nor of lack of dedication by teachers and teaching institutions. The issue is rather lack of resources and funding. The Canada-Quebec Agreement gives Quebec a substantial amount of resources to offer French language instruction to newcomers. Here's my question, Madam Speaker. What does my colleague think about the Canada-Quebec Agreement, which gives Quebec a lot of power and jurisdiction in French language instruction? Well, it doesn't give us full jurisdiction for French language instruction. For example, when it comes to the family reunification category, we don't have full jurisdiction over that category. If my colleague really wanted to help improve French language instruction, here's what the federal government could do. Well, currently, the government is deploying the majority of its resources for English as a second language courses, and the majority of newcomers are studying English as a second language. 4% of the funding, if I'm not mistaken, is for French language instruction. I don't have the exact numbers, but I can get them because we just studied it. If the parliamentary secretary has another question, she must rise to be recognized by the chair. And now the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like something clarified. My esteemed colleague stated that in the budget, most of the funding, almost all the funding was used by English language organizations like the Quebec Community Groups networks. How does that relate to tonight's debate, to the situation of the French language in Montreal? Could things not be better balanced, better distributed? The Honourable Member for Pointe-à-Lille. The Official Languages Act, thus far, aimed to strengthen English in Quebec and French outside of Quebec. It didn't sufficiently protect French outside of Quebec, but it ensured some funding. We need funding to promote institutional bilingualism. Bill 101 is against institutional bilingualism. In fact, the Official Languages Act undermines the objectives of Bill 101. In fact, the federal government is constantly undermining Bill 101. We need to recognize that the Official Languages Act is contrary to Bill 101, and insofar as that's not recognized, we're not going to accomplish much. We want real, tangible action. We're asking for the bare minimum. The fact that the government doesn't support the bare minimum that we're asking is very discouraging and demonstrates that they are just being opportunistic in their support. The Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc's stance tonight, I find it disappointing. The Bloc leader is not in the House right now, despite the importance of this debate. Then the member has just said that newcomers to Quebec don't want to learn French. That is totally untrue. I have lived in Montreal and in Outaouais. I never met a newcomer who didn't want to learn French. The issue is a lack of resources for French classes. Yet, the government of Quebec just cut funding for refugees to take French classes. Can the member comment on the lack of resources and lack of access to French language courses for newcomers? Lack of access due to the government of Quebec's recent decisions. The member for Pointe-à-Lille. I never said that no immigrants want to learn French. Some immigrants are indeed very interested in learning French. What we are saying is that English is the majority language in Quebec, so newcomers gravitate toward learning English. The federal government gives the bulk of its language class funding to English instruction. If we could make one change, it should be that. I gave the member a bit more time. It is now 10:32. It being 10:32, in accordance with standing orders, the House now rises.
10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Merci à tous les greffiers.
Thank you to all clerks and all House employees.